Chapter 554. Fire the cannons! Chiu Wanjie ordered. Instantly, the war drums sounded and the flag was waved. When the Central State Fleet was 80 li away from the Western State Fleet, they ordered the 100 cannons on the left and right of the Central State Fleet to fire at full speed. From 20 li away, the 100 cannons on the cannons of the 100 cannons fired fiercely. So. Thousands of cannons shot out, whistling as they drew a curve, smashing towards the Central State Fleet. Pum, 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 pum! More than 90% of the cannons fell into the sea and exploded. Instantly, the formation of the 800 warships of the Central State Fleet was slightly messed up. With a 5% hit rate, they hit more than 10 warships. Boom, 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 boom! With splinters flew, fireballs soared into the sky. The soldiers on the deck were blown into pieces. If the Central State Fleet was hit by a torpedo, it would be fatal. The most serious ones would be blown apart, the lightest ones would have a huge hole, and then the seawater would pour in and sink the warship. Because every torpedo weighed a few hundred jin, the explosives inside would also weigh a few hundred jin. But the cannons were completely different because the ones that could be used on the warships were all medium-sized cannons. So each cannons would not weigh more than 10 jin. The explosives inside would not weigh more than half, and they would explode on the deck. So the destructive power of these cannons was not even a tenth of the torpedo. In a day of naval battle, the cannons had sunk close to 200 warships of the Central State Fleet. But without exception, they were all crystal-fast warships that weighed less than 100 tons and were very small in size. But even so, it would take more than 10 cannons to sink a warship. And the Central State Fleet in today's decisive battle were all large warships, all of them weighing more than 500 tons, and there were also warships that weighed more than 1,000 tons. In this way, even if it was the exploding cannons, it would still take more than 10 cannons to destroy a warship. But the crystal crossbows on the warships were badly damaged. The Central State Fleet continued to advance. The cannons on the two sides followed closely, continuously firing, and the 100 cannons actually began to close in on the two sides of the Central State Fleet. Once they got close, the hit rate would increase. The casualties of the Central State Fleet became greater and greater. Boom! Suddenly, a warship was hit by more than a dozen cannonballs, and a huge hole was torn in the warship. The seawater poured in fiercely. The silence of the warship was definitely only a matter of time. Finally, the pincer attack of the gunships produced the first real result. A large ship that weighed close to 1,000 tons was sunk by the gunship. Seeing Zhu Qingzhu's face twitching, the Eagle Nest City Lord asked, "Sovereign, should we mobilize the Golden Condor Army?" Zhu Qingzhu's gaze turned cold as he said, "You didn't even make a move when you were at your worst. To make a move now, are you out of your mind?" Then Zhu Qingzhu said, "These gunships have poor aim, but they're intimidating. Ignore them. Just charge straight at the Western Fleet and you'll win." Yes, the Central State Fleet continued to charge at the Western Fleet. 80 li, 50 li, 40 li. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. The cannon fleets on both sides, intentionally or unintentionally, squeezed together, causing the Central Continent Fleet to instinctively move closer to the center. Instantly, the space between the ships became tighter and tighter, and the space between the ships became smaller and smaller. More than 100 cannons, close to 1,000 cannons, caused more and more casualties. The accuracy of the cannons also became higher and higher. However, even at a distance of 10 li, no matter how high the accuracy of the cannons was, it could not exceed 15%. After all, it was too difficult to move the cannons to attack a moving target. Even so, at least 100 out of the 800 warships of the Central State Fleet were hit. The number of large warships that were directly sunk exceeded a dozen. Close to 10,000 soldiers were killed or injured. Close to 1,000 crystal crossbows were destroyed. However, Zhu Qingzhou gritted his teeth and did not mobilize the Golden Condor Army. Even the Western Fleet was shocked by this. In Zhu Qingzhou's eyes, these casualties were nothing. Yang Dingtian's submarine fleet was already destroyed, so he did not put these gunships in his eyes. As long as they got close to the Western Fleet, they would win. More importantly, the Western Fleet did not run away. They remained motionless on the surface of the sea. Zhu Qingzhou was using land to fight naval battles. They lined up neatly and then charged forward, crushing and smashing them into pieces. The Central State Fleet was only 30 li away from the Western Fleet. Once they got within 20 li, Zhu Qingzhou would give the order to fire all the crystal crossbows. Among the remaining 700 warships, there were close to 20,000 giant crystal crossbows. Once it happened, it would destroy everything. Hence, they had to get closer, closer. In the past few days, the Central State Fleet had lost more than 2,000 warships. However, the main fleet did not suffer too many losses. 1,000 warships equipped with giant crystal crossbows were the main force of the Central State Fleet. Currently, there were close to 800 warships left. The loss of the giant crystal crossbows did not exceed 25%. Currently, there were close to 20,000 of them. It was enough to destroy the Western Fleet. As long as they got close, it would be a one-sided massacre. Hence, Zhu Qingzhou did not care about the gunships on both sides of the fleet. He gritted his teeth and let them attack. Finally, they were within 30 li. Yang Dingtian stood at the bow of the ship and pulled out his sword. He raised it high and shouted, "All crystal crossbows ready!" Instantly, the sound of 3,000 giant crystal crossbows being opened could be heard. Yang Dingtian's fleet had too few warships. Even if they counted all the warships that weighed more than 300 tons, they could barely gather 300 ships. Hence, they could only imitate 3,000 giant crystal crossbows. The number was only 1/10 of the Central State Fleet. When the Central State Fleet heard that the Western Fleet was opening the giant crystal crossbows, they sneered. Had Yang Dingtian gone mad from fear? They were 30 li away, and they were already opening the crossbows. The giant crystal crossbows could barely shoot 20 to 30 li. However, they were already at the end of their tether. They did not have any strength left. How could they kill? All the giant crystal crossbows of the Western Fleet were pulled up. The so-called crystal crossbows were powered by crystals. They could pull the arms of the crossbows that could not be pulled open with normal strength. Then they would be fired. Instantly, the power of tens of thousands of jin was enough to shoot a few dozen li away. Creak, creak! Under the power of crystals, 3 soldiers could pull open a dozen meters long crossbow that weighed tens of thousands of jin. The transformation of the giant crystal crossbows was very simple and direct. It was to transform the crossbow into a slingshot. From shooting arrows to shooting kerosene barrels, there was no difference in the weight of the two. It was just that the kerosene barrels were much thicker. In the ear-piercing sound, the 3,000 giant crystal crossbows were all opened. Then, Yang Dingtian stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the Central State Fleet in front of him. Originally, the 800 warships were the most common square formation of 80 by 10. The horizontal distance between every 2 warships was more than a few hundred meters. The distance between the head and the tail was more than 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Hence, the 800 warships spread out, covering the sea area that was more than 100 li wide. This was very disadvantageous for throwing kerosene bombs. Hence, the artillery fleet of the Western Fleet was intentionally or unintentionally squeezing. Immediately, the width of the Central State Fleet was squeezed. However, it was still dozens of li wide. The distance between each warship was still more than 100 meters. It was still a huge test for throwing kerosene barrels. Sigh, if only the submarine fleet could participate in the battle. The Central State Fleet would have been wiped out long ago. Soon, the Central State Fleet entered 25 li. Yang Dingtian slashed down with his sword and roared in a low voice, "Release!" All of a sudden, 3,000 giant crystal crossbows were fired. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 3,000 kerosene barrels whistled and smashed toward the Central State Fleet. The Central State Fleet looked at the black dot flying in the air and listened to the loud whistling sound. They were extremely nervous. The distance of 25 li was soon reached. Bang, 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 bang. When it was very close, everyone saw it clearly. What was thrown over was actually just a wooden barrel. Plop, plop. The result was not out of Yang Dingtian's expectations. The hit rate was very low, even lower than the artillery, less than 5%. Hundreds of kerosene barrels slammed into dozens of warships and were directly smashed into pieces. Boom! Then it suddenly exploded and burned fiercely. Hundreds of kilograms of kerosene suddenly turned into a huge fireball, burning everything within a dozen meters. And thousands of kerosene barrels, when they smashed into the sea, also exploded violently, and the entire wooden barrel was completely smashed into pieces. The hundreds of kilograms of kerosene inside also turned into countless flames, completely burning fiercely. 2,000 to 3,000 gunpowder barrels, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of kerosene, poured on the sea surface. In an instant, the entire sea surface was burning fiercely. Looking at all this, Zhu Qingzhu's body trembled, and his whole body was cold. After blowing up Yang Dingtian's kerosene warehouse and forcing the Demon Vulture Legion away, he thought that the Western Legion's kerosene tactic was useless. He didn't expect that they would use giant crystal crossbows to modify kerosene bombs. The Eagle Nest City Lord trembled and said, "Yang Dingtian used fire to attack. Our ships are all made of wood. It's very dangerous. Sect Master, send out the Golden Eagle Legion." Zhu Qingzhu did not respond. "Sect Master, send out the Golden Eagle Legion." The Eagle Nest City Lord roared. All the forces of Central State knelt down and begged. The first wave of kerosene attack of the Western Fleet only burned a dozen ships, but everyone felt a fatal danger. "No," Zhu Qingzhu roared. Rush over at full speed. As long as we rush to the front of the Western Fleet, it's victory." Suddenly, the Central State Fleet completely ignored it and rushed over crazily. "Release the fast ships," Yang Dingtian ordered. Suddenly, hundreds of smaller crystal ships rushed out from the Western Fleet. There was no one on them, and they were all tightly wrapped up. These crystal ships were extremely fast. They could travel more than 100 miles in an hour. The moment they were released, they shot towards the Central State Fleet like arrows, and in the blink of an eye, they had already traveled a few miles. "Release! Release! Release!" The giant crystal crossbows of the Western Legion began to operate crazily. They didn't care about the consumption of the crystal crossbows. Countless kerosene barrels were thrown out with all their might. Now it was a race against time. They had to completely destroy the Central State Fleet before it reached them, turning the dozens of miles in front of them into a burning hell. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless kerosene bombs were thrown out crazily. They didn't care if they were accurate or not. Bang, bang, bang. There was still less than 5% of the kerosene barrel that directly smashed into the Central Continent warship. But once they hit, the flames couldn't be extinguished. At first, the kerosene burned fiercely. Then the wooden warships began to burn fiercely. More and more kerosene barrels smashed into the sea and exploded, turning into flames that soared into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The cannons didn't dare to get close. They fired from afar. Rush over! Rush over! In the raging flames, Zhu Qingzhu roared crazily. It was a race against time. As long as they could get within 10 miles of the Western Fleet, they would win. In front of them, hundreds of crystal ships were crazily rushing over. "Destroy those ships! Destroy those ships!" Zhu Qingzhu roared. Immediately, the giant crystal crossbows of the Central State Fleet aimed at the incoming ships and fired fiercely. Thousands of giant crystal crossbows fired at the same time. Tens of thousands of giant swords whistled through the air. Within a distance of a few miles, the accuracy and lethality of the giant crystal crossbows were incomparably shocking. Almost every crystal ship was hit by a few, or even a dozen, dozens of giant arrows. Although these giant arrows weren't cannons, but in a short distance, the lethality was incomparably shocking. The planks of the crystal ships were almost instantly pierced through and torn apart. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The giant crystal crossbows of the fleet of the central continent were launched like a storm. In the end, the hundreds of crystal fast warships were blocked within 2 kilometers by brute force. Boom, 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 boom. Just as the Central State Fleet heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly the hundreds of crystal ships that were riddled with holes suddenly exploded, bursting into fireballs that soared into the sky. On each crystal ship, there were more than a dozen kerosene barrels. In an instant, dozens of miles of the sea turned into a sea of fire. The hundreds of crystal fast warships blocked this area of the sea in an instant. Looking at the dozens of miles of sea, it had completely turned into a burning hell. The Eagle Nest City Lord said, "Lord, let's mobilize the Golden Eagle Army. We can either take a detour or wait for the flames to extinguish." Rush over, rush over. Zhu Qingzhu roared furiously. Then the Central State Fleet stared at the flames that soared into the sky and desperately rushed forward. On both sides of the fleet, the cannons fired continuously. In front of the fleet, thousands of crystal crossbows of the Western Fleet madly threw kerosene barrels. Boom, 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 boom. Because the distance was closer, more and more warships were hit, more and more. Countless warships began to burn, and the entire sea began to burn. The speed of the Central State Fleet became slower and slower, because the burning warships in front of them began to block the route. The Western Fleet continued to throw kerosene barrels, a total of tens of thousands of gunpowder barrels in a short period of time, all smashed on the heads of the hundreds of warships of the Central State Fleet. The entire sea had completely turned into hell. The Central State Fleet that spanned dozens of miles had completely turned into a burning field of fire. Almost all the ships began to burn. A considerable number of ships began to lose control. The large burning warships began to rampage and then set another warship on fire. In the end, almost all the warships lost control and were all blocked together. All the ships began to burn. Countless soldiers on the ships, like dumplings, no longer cared about the warships and jumped into the sea one after another. Rush over, rush over, rush over. Zhu Qingzhu roared wildly. His flagship would not burn because there were many experts on his flagship. Who knew how many ice element experts would not let the flagship catch fire? The Eagle Nest City Lord said slowly, "Sect Master, we can't rush over, we can't rush over." Even if we rush over, it's useless. The giant crystal crossbows can't be used. The people on the ships have all been burned to death and jumped into the sea. The Central State Fleet completely stopped. They had completely lost control. At this time, they were about 10 miles away from the Western Fleet. Zhu Qingzhu's order was that when the fleet was within 10 miles of the Western Fleet, 20,000 crystal crossbows would fire at full force. However, the entire Central State Fleet was unable to rush within 10 miles of the Western Fleet in the end. If they were hit by the cannonballs, they would only be torn apart. If they were hit by the kerosene, it would be completely destructive because the fire would spread wildly. If they were hit by the cannonballs and caught fire, they could be extinguished. If they were hit by the kerosene and caught fire, they could not be extinguished. Just like this, the hundreds of warships of the Central State Fleet began to spin in place and began to burn. The sea of dozens of miles was filled with flames that soared into the sky. The thick smoke that soared into the sky completely covered the sky and the sun, completely blocking the light of the sun. Although the hundreds of warships had not sunk, Everyone knew that this fleet had been completely wiped out. Zhu Qingzhu staggered and slowly walked to the deck of the flagship. Almost all the experts of the Central State Fleet were crowded on this flagship. Through the raging flames, Zhu Qingzhu could already see that Yang Dingtian was standing at the bow of the Western Fleet's flagship. They were looking at each other from 11 miles away, and they were looking at each other through the raging flames. 3,500 warships were 10 times more powerful than the Western Fleet, but they had been completely wiped out. The remaining 10,000 transport ships were big enough, but they were useless. Without the protection of a few thousand warships, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The speed of these ships was slow, making it impossible for them to escape. Zhu Qingzhu stood at the bow of the ship and looked at Yang Dingtian's cold face. He had never thought that he would lose, and lose so miserably. In just 4 to 5 days, all 3,500 warships had been wiped out. He had even said that a senior was beating up a junior, but in the end they were all wiped out. In the flames, Zhu Qingzhu suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha! Yang Dingtian, you must be very proud. You have won this battle. You must be very proud. Uff! Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. That's right. This defeat has almost destroyed my dignity. Zhu Qingzhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, But so what? You're still going to die. Your fleet is still going to die. The entire Western Fleet is still going to die. That's right. I lost the naval battle, but so what? I've only lost face. Your fate of destruction will never change. Zhu Qingzhu suddenly roared, Golden Condor Legion, attack! Winged Cavalry Legion, attack! Following Zhu Qingzhu's roar, tens of thousands of winged cavalry warriors rose from the 10,000 warships behind him. More than 10,000 Golden Condor Legions soared into the sky. Then nearly 100,000 Zhongzhou air forces covered the sky and rushed toward the Western Fleet. Zhu Qingzhu had not mobilized the air forces from the beginning to the end for the sake of his dignity and honor. This was because a senior was beating a junior. It was not honorable to win. What he wanted was the most glorious victory. Now his prestige had hit rock bottom. His entire army had been wiped out. In order to win, he had to shed all pretense of cordiality. There was no doubt that Zhu Qingzhu had a personality flaw. He could not be shameless from the beginning. He had to care about his dignity. However, he could not care about his dignity from the beginning to the end. Once he crossed a certain line, he would completely shed all pretense of cordiality. This way, he would be even more humiliated and his reputation would be ruined. Nearly 100,000 winged cavalry warriors. This was an unprecedented scene. 100,000 winged cavalry warriors spread across the sky for hundreds of miles. This time, they really covered the sky. They formed a huge shadow on the sea and moved quickly toward the Western Fleet. On the flagship of the Western Fleet, everyone's faces were pale. Zhu Qingzhu had finally mobilized 100,000 air forces. Looking at the terrifying scene in the sky, all the soldiers of the Western Fleet were in despair. The shadow of 100,000 air forces in the sky made people lose all strength to resist at a glance. The Western Fleet had lost the Demon Eagle Legion. The moment to decide the fate of the Western Fleet had arrived. Song Chanhua slowly came out of the cabin. On its shoulder, there was a beautiful fire phoenix about a foot in size. Go, little demon. Song Chanhua said. The little demon phoenix kissed Song Chunhua's face and then flew out like a red lightning bolt. In the direction of Zhongzhou, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Yang Dingtian to have a trump card. He actually had a fire phoenix. Creak! The demon phoenix spread its wings in the sky and let out a cry. However, on the flagship of Zhongzhou, there was suddenly a loud bang, because this delicate sound was too tender like chick. Moreover, this fire phoenix was too small. It was barely a foot in size. It was barely enough to be a pet. It would be better to raise it for a few hundred years to fight. Suddenly, everyone on the flagship of Zhongzhou looked at the fire phoenix with greedy eyes. This kind of energy pet, especially the fire phoenix, was extremely precious and hard to come by. When the lightning-like Golden Eagle Legion saw this fire phoenix, less than a foot in size, they were completely disdainful. Their eyes were fierce and ferocious, and they wanted to tear it completely. The little demon phoenix still cried a few times, but it was still not awe-inspiring. Its voice was still tender. The little thing was furious. It flew to the edge of the blazing fire and suddenly swooped down. Ha ha ha, this little phoenix can't figure it out, so it killed itself. On the flagship of Zhongzhou, someone suddenly laughed. In an instant, the little demon phoenix disappeared in the flames of dozens of miles and never appeared again. On the flagship of Zhongzhou, there was even more laughter. Yang Dingtian, your pet bird, killed itself. You should kill yourself too. The Eagle Nest City Lord laughed. Roar. Suddenly there was a shocking roar. Then the blazing fire of hundreds of miles disappeared quickly, as if it was crazily devoured. Suddenly, 100-meter, huge demon fire phoenix soared into the sky. Chapter 555. At this time there were millions of caddies of kerosene and 800 large ships burning on the sea. How amazing was the energy released by these flames! Although this newly born little demonic phoenix's energy was not great, it could easily devour all the flames. And then, after being processed by the special energy in its body, it became the terrifying Phoenix Sky Fire. The demonic phoenix was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, all the flames on the hundreds of miles of sea were swallowed up, and this demonic phoenix had expanded to hundreds of meters in size. With a roar, it flapped its wings high in the sky and then flew toward the 100,000 Air Force of Zhongzhou. The 100,000 winged cavalry of Zhongzhou spread out in the air, covering hundreds of miles. The demonic phoenix, which was hundreds of meters in size, rode alone and flew toward the 100,000 winged cavalry like lightning. Seeing this scene, the Zhongzhou Navy was completely stunned. Zhu Qingzhu sneered and said, "The flame beasts are not worth mentioning. The Golden Eagle Legion can kill them by throwing crystal spears." Although the 10,000 Golden Eagle Legion of Zhongzhou was trembling, they still rushed up proudly and fiercely. Tens of thousands of golden eagles advanced like lightning and were about to completely surround the demonic phoenix. This was the unique tactic of the Golden Eagle Legion, which was to surround the target in all directions and then completely crush it. Nearly half of the Golden Eagle Legion succeeded. In the blink of an eye, countless golden eagles surrounded the demonic phoenix. Circle by circle, it was surrounded in all directions. In an instant, the gorgeous demonic phoenix disappeared from everyone's eyes. Then, an incomparably gorgeous scene appeared in the air. 10,000 golden eagles formed a circular ball formation and rotated quickly. The innermost golden eagle warriors frantically threw crystal spears at the demonic phoenix in the center. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thousands of terrifying crystal spears shot into the demonic phoenix's body and disappeared in the flames in an instant. Ayo! The demonic phoenix burst out a roar. The Golden Eagle warriors were overjoyed and roared, "Demon, your death date is today!" At this moment, boom! Suddenly, the demonic phoenix spat out a soaring flame. The demonic phoenix, which was hundreds of meters long, spat out a huge flame of thousands of meters. The golden eagles were not afraid of ordinary flames. Even the temperature of thousands of degrees could not cause fatal damage to the Golden Eagle Legion. However, these flames were transformed by the energy of the demonic phoenix and turned into the terrifying Phoenix Sky Fire. Moreover, the monstrous flames within a few hundred miles were compressed and condensed by the demonic phoenix. In an instant, The energy released was incomparably shocking. Almost instantly, all the golden eagles that were sprayed by the flames could not even let out a scream and were instantly burned to charcoal. Aoo! The demonic fire, demonic phoenix, ruthlessly spat out furious flames. In an instant, dozens, hundreds, and thousands of golden eagles were set ablaze. The remaining members of the Golden Condor Legion were scared out of their wits. They immediately scattered and fled in all directions. At this moment, the magic fire demonic phoenix suddenly inhaled. Suddenly, the flames of the thousands of golden condors turned blood red, and all the golden eagle corpses were instantly smashed into pieces. Their bodies, energy, and blood all turned into raging flames and were devoured by the demon fire demonic phoenix. Then, all the flames were instantly extinguished. Aolo! In the end, it suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, the gigantic body of several hundred meters began to spin wildly. Endless flames suddenly burst out of its body. In an instant, the demonic fire demonic phoenix turned into a giant flame that was thousands of meters tall, crazily engulfing everything. Thousands of golden eagles that fled desperately could not match the speed of the demonic phoenix's flame devouring. Wherever the terrifying flames passed, all the golden eagles instantly turned into charcoal. Then the entire skeleton, profound chi, and bloodline burned fiercely, and then they were all devoured by the demonic fire demonic phoenix. Boom, 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 boom. This demonic phoenix baby was worthy of being a heaven-defying monster that had devoured more than a dozen profound fires. It was so terrifying when it was just born. Although its energy was not enough, it could devour flames, transform flames, and then release them suddenly. Therefore, as long as it entered the cycle, the energy of this little thing could be completely endless. The Golden Condor Legion itself was a powerful monster, and its body contained powerful energy. At this time, after being burned by the Phoenix Skyfire, all the energy in its body turned into flames, and then it was devoured by the demonic fire demonic phoenix, using battle to nourish battle, using the enemy's body energy to turn into flames and then attacking the enemy. Such a brilliant tactic actually appeared on the demonic phoenix baby that had just been born. It seemed that this heaven-defying combat ability was engraved in the demonic phoenix's genes from the beginning. The demonic phoenix that had just been born was so terrifying. The Zhongzhou flagship that had retreated dozens of miles was completely stunned when it saw all this. Then it watched as countless golden condor legions, thousands of meters high in the sky, without any power to fight back, turned into ashes one by one. In less than half an hour, the first aerial battle in the sky had already ended. More than 10,000 golden condor legions were almost completely annihilated. Puff! The Lord of the Eagle nest spat out a mouthful of blood and directly collapsed to the ground. This was the last Golden Condor Legion of his eagle nest. From now on, at least for more than 10 years, the eagle nest would no longer have any Golden Condor Legions. His eagle nest would exist in name only. After the demonic fire demonic phoenix had killed more than 10,000 Golden Condor Legions, turned them into raging flames, and then completely devoured them. Not only did its body not shrink, but it became even bigger. At this time, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanchou, who were looking up at the sky and watching the demonic phoenix fight, also felt a deep shudder. Compared to a monster, especially a heaven-defying monster, the power of a human was too small. This demonic fire demonic phoenix was almost born for battle. When humans fought, they consumed celestial chi. When this demonic phoenix fought, it actually devoured energy. The more it fought, the stronger it became. After killing the Golden Condor Legions, the demonic fire demonic phoenix, which was hundreds of meters in size, was still not satisfied. It fiercely rushed toward the remaining 100,000 Zhongzhou Air Force. Its murderous aura was completely terrifying. Its speed was so fast that it was even faster than the demonic vulture. Like lightning, it suddenly rushed into the 100,000 Zhongzhou Air Force that spanned hundreds of miles. Then, an even more cruel massacre was staged. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Nearly 100,000 Zhongzhou Air Force soldiers could not cause any damage to the demonic phoenix at all. This was because the demonic phoenix was simply an energy body. It did not have a physical body. Any physical damage was ineffective. As for energy damage, if it was a fire-type attack, it would be like adding fuel to the fire. Ice-type attacks could cause damage to the demonic phoenix. However, if it had used an ice-type attack from the beginning, the demonic phoenix would not have been able to block it. But now, it had devoured 100 miles of raging flames and the energy of 10,000 golden condors. Mere ice-type damage was nothing to it. Then, it was completely like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The demonic phoenix opened its mouth and let out a roar. Flames that were thousands of meters long spewed out. In an instant, the hundreds of winged cavalry soldiers that were in the path of the flames were all turned into ashes. Not even their corpses were left. The hundreds of miles of sky instantly turned into purgatory. The demonic phoenix was crazily slaughtering. However, Yang Dingtian noticed that the demonic phoenix's body was getting smaller and smaller at this time. This was because the flame energy of these ordinary winged cavalry soldiers was too small. It was not enough for the demonic phoenix to continue fighting. If it could not devour enough flame energy, it could not offset the flames that it spewed out. Therefore, the demonic phoenix's body was getting smaller and smaller. However, there was no suspense about the victory. The remaining tens of thousands of winged cavalry soldiers in Zhongzhou were completely scared out of their wits. After the initial scare, it rained down from the sky. The tens of thousands of winged cavalry soldiers were so scared that they pissed their pants. Then they ran wildly in all directions. The riders on their backs desperately tried to stop them. As a result, these winged cavalry soldiers suddenly spun in the air and directly threw the riders on their backs out. As a result, countless winged cavalry soldiers fell from the sky, one after another. In a moment, tens of thousands of winged cavalry soldiers who were scared out of their wits fled without a trace. As for the demonic phoenix, it was still crazily chasing after them. It had no intention of letting them go. Its body was getting smaller and smaller. It was only a few dozen meters tall, but it was still crazily chasing after them. This little thing's eyes were completely red from killing. It was so fierce, even though it was just born. Chenhua called the demonic phoenix back. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage, said Chenhua. Song Chenhua suddenly flew into the air and shouted, Yao Yao, come back quickly! The demonic phoenix turned its head to look at its mother. After a slight hesitation, it actually disobeyed and continued to crazily chase after them. It was indeed a heaven-defying demonic beast. It was so wild even though it had just been born. Yao Yao, come back quickly, Song Chenhua said loudly. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Of course, the demonic phoenix could not understand human language, but it could feel emotions. Even though it was hundreds of miles away, it could clearly feel Song Chunhua's emotions. This was because Song Chenhua had the heavenly phoenix fire in her body, and its body was simply made up of the heavenly phoenix fire. Roar! The little fellow roared at its mother and then flew back unwillingly. A distance of 200 miles was only a few minutes for the demonic phoenix. Then its body became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was only about a foot tall and landed on Song Chunhua's shoulder. However, it was not affectionate. Instead, it angrily turned its head away and ignored her. Humph! Song Chenhua also snorted angrily and turned her head away to ignore it. Finally, like all the other babies, it could not compete with the adults in terms of patience. The little thing pretended as if it didn't care. It stretched out its little sharp beak and lightly pecked Song Chunhua's face. Song Chenhua pinched its mouth in annoyance. At this moment, the demonic phoenix was very, very cute. Its body was less than a foot tall. Like all the other fledglings, it had big eyes, a tender beak, and countless fine feathers made up of fire attribute energy. In the words of Earth, it was very kawaii. Who would have thought that it would become such a fierce beast after swallowing flames? Sect Master, this demonic phoenix is so small, but it's so fierce. When it grows up, I'm afraid Chunhua won't be able to control it, said Qin Wanchou. Yang Dingtian nodded. This was for sure. When the demonic phoenix was strong to a certain extent, it would be impossible for humans to control it. The demonic phoenix's contempt for humans was innate. However, Yang Dingtian still had a way. Naga was the ruler of the chaotic world, sea, land, and air. It was the king of the universe. The ancient behemoth, Xiao Xiao, was many times stronger than the demonic phoenix. When it saw the Naga Shuang, it was so scared that it peed its pants. Not to mention this demonic phoenix. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was now sure how the demonic phoenix grew up. It was very direct. It swallowed all the fire attribute energy. Any energy would do as long as it was fire. After swallowing, it could directly spit it out to fight or grow. Previously, more than 10 million kilograms of kerosene exploded in Luofu City and turned into raging flames. Most of the energy was used to hatch this demonic phoenix egg. The remaining flames were swallowed by the demonic phoenix. Then it grew from the size of a palm to about 1 foot. Today, millions of kilograms of kerosene, thousands of ships, and 10,000 golden eagles turned into flames. Almost all of them were used to fight. At this time, the flagship of Zhongzhou was in despair. Zhu Qingzhu seemed to have aged 10 years. His whole body trembled as he stared blankly at the sea in front of him. The flames there had been extinguished. Hundreds of ships on the battlefield had been completely turned into twisted charcoal. They began to fall silent. At first, he was unwilling to use the Golden Eagle Legion and 100,000 winged cavalry warriors. However, the 3,500 warships were all wiped out. He had no choice but to use 100,000 winged cavalry warriors to completely crush Yang Dingtian's Western Fleet. However, Yang Dingtian sent out a small fire phoenix. It was this damn small fire phoenix. After swallowing the flames, it turned into a heaven-defying giant beast. Just one golden eagle was able to kill 10,000 golden eagles and cause 100,000 winged cavalry warriors to pee in their pants. 20 to 30,000 winged cavalry warriors were killed and the rest fled. Then, what should they do next? At this time, the leaders of Zhongzhou's forces on the flagship were looking at Zhu Qingzhu strangely. His reputation had already been thoroughly swept to the ground. Sect Leader Zhu, let's retreat. Finally, someone spoke. Zhu Qingzhu's body trembled, but he did not respond. Sect Leader, let's retreat. Finally, the other leaders also spoke. The people's morale was gone. Yes, the people's morale was gone. Retreat. What would happen if they retreated to Zhongzhou? The Black Heaven sect was still one of the 3 great sects. No one could shake his position as the sect leader. However, he was only the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect. It was impossible for him to completely control Zhongzhou. If he wanted to control Zhongzhou again, he would have to resort to means and methods. He would need to use methods and butcher's knives. He would need several years, who knew how many people he would have to kill, who knew how many crimes he would have to fabricate before he could regain control of Central State. Once he retreated, the control he had over Zhongzhou for the past 20 years would be completely gone. No, he could not retreat. Once he retreated, to him, Zhu Qingzhu, his reputation would be ruined. He had to win. He had to win. No matter what method he used, he had to win. Zhu Qingzhu's scattered eyes began to focus again. They were filled with determination, coldness, and cruelty. Come out. Zhu Qingzhu ordered. Suddenly, a cabin door that had always been closed opened. Then, 2 people slowly walked out. One of them was the Black Heaven sect's supreme elder, Su Lingren. His hair and beard were snow white, and his clothes were whiter than snow. He looked like an immortal. The other person was covered in a black cloak. From head to toe, he was shrouded in darkness. Not an inch of his skin could be seen. However, when these two people walked out, the air within a few thousand meters froze. It was as if two giant mountains were pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. There was no doubt that these two were great grandmasters. At this time, the Black Heaven sect had another great grandmaster in charge. It was the Black Heaven sect's supreme elder, Ning Yixing. Including Zhu Qingzhu, he now had 4 great grandmaster realm experts under his command. Retreat? What a joke! Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Everyone, this is a world of martial arts, not a world of armies. The so-called war, the so-called army, is just a game for martial artists like us. The martial Tao was the highest and most supreme path. The outcome of a war game is not worth mentioning at all. Then, Zhu Qingzhu continued, we've lost 3,500 warships and 100,000 airmen. Yang Dingtian has won a complete victory. But so what? We still have 8 million soldiers and countless martial Tao experts in our hands. Our strength is not affected at all. Afterward, Zhu Qingzhu pointed at Yang Dingtian's side and said, how many martial artist factions are there on Yang Dingtian's side? They only have 2 great grandmasters, less than 10 grandmasters, and less than 100 martial honorables. On our side, we have 4 great grandmasters, 40 to 50 grandmasters, and 300 to 400 martial honorables. Without including the 8 million soldiers, our strength is still 10 times that of Yang Dingtian's and 10 times that of the Western Fleet. Zhu Qingzhu's body floated slowly. He said coldly, I have less than 1,000 people on this flagship. But our strength is enough to crush Yang Dingtian's Western Fleet at least 10 times over. Yang Dingtian's submarines as cannons and that bullshit demonic phoenix, can they do anything to a martial honorable? No way. His demon phoenix is nothing without the flames that soar into the sky. Finally, Zhu Qingzhu looked at Yun Zhenu and said, Lady Yin, do you know who Yang Dingtian hates the most right now? The Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yun Zhenu said. That's right. A traitor is more hateful than an enemy. Zhu Qingzhu said, I can say that anyone here can negotiate with Yang Dingtian, but you and I cannot. So you have no other choice. You can only follow this path to the end. Yun Zhenu's eyes widened. She said, I know. Once Yang Dingtian wins, the first thing he will do is to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion. That's right. If I remember correctly, the Cloud Sky Pavilion has been nurturing sea monsters for decades. They have more than 10,000 tentacles, right? Zhu Qingzhu said. Yun Zhenu's face twitched. She did not say anything. You have no other choice, Zhu Qingzhu said coldly. I can promise you that even if the middle ground is defeated, the Black Heaven sect will still protect the Cloud Sky Pavilion. You should believe that the Black Heaven sect has the ability to do so. After struggling for a long time, Yun Zhenu said, we still have a giant tentacle sea demon that is a few hundred feet long. It can drag a large warship into the sea and destroy all of Yang Dingtian's navy. So you are holding back. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Then, have you brought these giant sea monsters? Yes, they are hiding in the sea a few hundred miles away, Yun Zhenu said. Come, let's destroy Yang Dingtian's Western Fleet together. This way, he will never be able to take revenge on the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Zhu Qingzhu said. Yun Zhenu slowly closed her eyes. Then she gritted her teeth and said, I am doing this for the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then she walked out and took out a special jade horn. She started to blow it. In an instant, a huge wave was formed 100 miles away. Then a few giant beasts swam out from the bottom of the sea at lightning speed. Wherever it passed, all the sea creatures were terrified. Zhu Qingzhu looked at the leaders of the middle ground forces and said, Now all of the leaders of the Western Fleet and the rebels of the Council of Light are on that flagship. Capture the bandits and eliminate the king. We have 1,000 experts here. Move out together and kill Yang Dingtian's group. Suddenly, everyone present trembled. Sect leader. This is against the rules of the chaotic realm. High-level martial artists are not allowed to participate in a military battle. One of the leaders could not help but say, "This will damage the reputation of the middle ground martial artists. Bullshit rules." Zhu Qingzhu sneered. "The winner takes all. The so-called reputation is written by the winner. Once we retreat, are we going to wait for Yang Dingtian to ride on our heads and do whatever he wants? Do you want to join Yang Dingtian's Council of Light?" Towards the end, Zhu Qingzhu's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Instantly, the leader trembled and did not dare to make a sound. Zhu Qingzhu shouted coldly, "I order middle ground martial artists to send out 4 martial grandmasters, 49 martial grandmasters, and more than 500 martial honorables. Yun Tian's sea beasts and 8 million soldiers will move out and destroy the rebels, led by Yang Dingtian. Anyone who disobeys will be charged with the crime of colluding with Yang Dingtian and be killed on the spot." Instantly, the leader of the middle ground forces trembled and bowed. Yes, Zhu Qingzhu pulled out his sharp sword and flew into the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, the cabin of the flagship exploded into pieces. Zhu Qingzhu flew into the sky. At the same time, the 600 to 700 martial honorables and above on the flagship shot into the sky like cannonballs. Bang! 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 The gigantic ship, which weighed a few thousand tons, could not withstand the power of a few hundred high-level martial venerables. It instantly exploded in the sea and shattered into pieces. 8 million soldiers, move out! Zhu Qingzhu shouted. His voice spread over the sea within 200 miles. Then the sound of drums could be heard. More than 10,000 ships covered the sky and covered the earth. They swept over hundreds of miles and swept toward the Western Fleet. At this moment, 5 huge wave trajectories suddenly swept over. Roar. Then 5 incomparably huge tentacle sea beasts rushed out of the sea. The incomparably huge tentacle sea beasts' heads were dozens of meters in diameter and dozens of eyes. The tentacles all over their bodies were hundreds of meters long. They were extremely ugly and ferocious. Their roars were deafening and hair-raising. "Yang Dingtian, your end is here." Zhu Qingzhu pointed his sword at Yang Dingtian and shouted, "Kill! Kill the rebels in the Western Fleet and kill them all." Zhu Qingzhu ordered. Then, with him as the leader, for martial grandmasters rushed out like lightning. Behind him, dozens of martial grandmasters and more than 600 martial honorables, and above rushed out like lightning. This was the essence of Middle Ground's martial arts. Zhu Qingzhu lost in the end and finally revealed his true intentions. He directly trampled on the 1,000-year-old martial arts rules and used his martial arts power to destroy the Western Fleet. At the same time, the 5 huge tentacle sea beasts of the Cloud Sky Pavilion rushed toward Yang Dingtian's fleet ferociously. The Western Fleet was completely shocked. On Yang Dingtian's flagship, everyone's faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Qiu Wanjie said in disbelief, "How dare Zhu Qingzhu do this? How dare he publicly trample on the 1,000-year-old rules of the chaotic world? Isn't he afraid of losing his reputation and being condemned by the public?" Once the martial arts battle began, the Western Fleet had no hope of winning. However, the 1,000-year-old rules of the chaotic world were martial arts and military affairs were military affairs. Even if it was the Tiando League and the Evil Ways World Extermination War, it was very clear. The master of the Temple of Annihilation, Wen Tian, would not destroy the army of the Tiando League. He would only challenge the master of the hidden sect, Nihility Piaoling. Even Palace Master Wu Huan and the Temple of Blood Master would challenge the Yin-Yang Schoolmaster and the Mystic Heaven Sect Master. As for the civil war of the Tiando League, it was even more about rules. In all wars, military affairs were first followed by martial arts. After using military means to destroy the other party's army, they would then use martial arts to destroy them. Now, Zhu Qingzhu actually mobilized a few hundred martial arts experts to completely destroy the Western fleet. Qin Wancho's face was solemn. He walked to Yang Dingtian and said, "Sect Master, are you still not moving?" His meaning was very clear. He was asking if Zhu Qingzhu was still not moving to Naga. No need. If it was on the ground, I wouldn't be able to do anything to these few hundred experts. However, in the sea, they're simply seeking their own deaths. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Then he waved his hand and said, "Xiao Xiao, it's your turn." Ultimate transformation. Yes. Xiao Xiao, who was dressed in a black robe, instantly let out a cruel laugh. It had been waiting for a massacre for a long time. With a flash of blue light, Xiao Xiao dived into the sea. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire sky changed dramatically, and a shocking bolt of thunder and lightning struck down. Chapter 556. Yang Dingtian, your end is here. Zhu Qingzhu's voice was unprecedentedly loud. It was as if such a huge roar could fill his heart with confidence and make him feel even more justified. Yang Dingtian walked to the bow of the ship unhurriedly and looked at Zhu Qingzhu, who was flying over with a few hundred high-class martial artists and the 8 million soldiers from the Central Prefecture Army. He spoke coldly. "Zhu Qingzhu, you have been defeated again and again in this war. In order to protect the limited forces of Zhongzhou against the future world-destroying army, I have tolerated all of you and did not kill you. Now, you have used the last of your martial strength to try to destroy the most righteous force in the chaotic world. You are seeking your own death." Ha ha! Zhu Qingzhu laughed wildly and said, "Yang Dingtian, you are about to die, but you still dare to speak such arrogant words. You really don't know what death is." Yang Dingtian shifted his gaze to the back and said, "Leaders of the Central Region, I believe all of you are clear about Zhu Qingzhu's appearance. I will give you one last chance. Put down your weapons, leave Zhu Qingzhu and return to Zhongzhou. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy." The leaders of Zhongzhou, who were feeling guilty, could not help but laugh when they heard Yang Dingtian's arrogant words. "You are about to die, but you are still so arrogant. You are really the most ridiculous person in the world. City, Lord Yang Dingtian, if you have any tricks, just use them." Ha ha ha! The 5 giant sea monsters of the Cloud Sky Pavilion were extremely fast. They rushed to the front of the Western fleet in an instant and opened hundreds of giant tentacles to crush the Western fleet. Yang Dingtian slowly pulled out his sword and said slowly, "In the name of the Taiando League and the Council of Light, I kill the rebels. Kill." Hearing Yang Dingtian's roar, the high-level martial artists of Zhongzhou were stunned. Then they did not find any movement and could not help but laugh. This Yang Dingtian was so childish that it was ridiculous. Looking at his serious appearance, it was as if he was acting. Aoo! The 5 huge sea demons suddenly roared and rushed out of the water. Like devils from hell, they rushed towards the warship. Right at this moment, suddenly, huge waves rose from the sea. The color of the entire place changed rapidly. Then, an earth-shattering roar rang out. A huge mouth suddenly rushed out of the sea. In an instant, the 5 sea demons of the Sky Cloud Pavilion were swallowed alive by the giant mouth. Crunch! The terrifying giant mouth bit down, and the 5 sea demons of the Sky Cloud Pavilion were instantly reduced to a bloody mess. They howled miserably as they died. Then, the huge mouth suddenly sank to the bottom of the sea, as if it had completely disappeared. Countless bloodstains were left on the sea. Everyone in the Central State was shocked, speechless. Their bodies turned pale and they trembled. Everything that happened just now was really too fast. He couldn't see it clearly at all. What was that thing that rushed out of the sea? All they saw was a giant mouth. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's sea monster, which had been incomparably huge, became so tiny in front of its huge mouth. It was swallowed in a single gulp. just as everyone was still in shock. All of a sudden, a heaven-shocking giant beast suddenly charged into the sky. It opened its incomparably ferocious, bloody mouth and bit at the Zhongzhou masters in the air. Hundreds of masters in the central state suddenly let out a horrified howl. Zhu Qingzhu finally saw the monster clearly. Instantly, his hair stood on end and his whole body trembled. What kind of monster was this? Its body was more than 10 miles long. This kind of monster had never been seen or heard of before. Even in thousands of years of history, it had never been seen before. Almost instinctively, all the Zhongzhou masters rushed into the sky like lightning and fled frantically. The fear of the unknown was no exception to everyone. In a hurry, the only reaction was to run away. Zhu Qingzhu had traveled all over the world and seen countless monsters, but he had never seen such a terrifying giant beast. All the Zhongzhou masters fled as fast as they could. However, the speed of the giant beast's leap was too amazing. There were still many martial venerables who couldn't escape its bloody mouth at all. The weakest revered martial artists were all bitten by it. Kacha! In an instant, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The dozens of martial venerables were instantly crushed and died a violent death. Then the giant beast opened its mouth and chewed, directly turning the dozens of martial venerables into a pile of meat paste and swallowed it into its stomach. At this time, not to mention the Zhongzhou masters, even Yang Dingtian's side was trembling with fear. As for Yang Dingtian, his entire heart was trembling, and his heart was in so much pain that it was bleeding. Dozens of martial venerables were eaten in a single bite. At this time, Zhu Qingzhu and the others were flying a few thousand meters high in the sky. Looking at the bloody sea, their bodies were cold. Everything that had happened just now was like a nightmare. It was too shocking. There was actually such a terrifying monster. It was too terrifying. Moreover, this giant beast listened to Yang Dingtian's command. Suddenly, in the hearts of the leaders of the Zhongzhou forces, Yang Dingtian became incomparably mysterious, incomparably terrifying, and incomparably powerful. Yang Dingtian did not lie. He had endured and endured, but he had still been merciful. Otherwise, when the battle started, he would have directly used the underwater giant beast. The entire Zhongzhou fleet would have been completely destroyed. Not only were the forces of Zhongzhou shocked, but the entire Western fleet was also completely shocked. Yang Dingtian had never mentioned the ancient giant beast, Xiao Xiao, as his trump card. They had thought that they were in a hopeless situation. Who would have thought that Yang Dingtian would actually use such a heaven-defying giant beast, instantly turning the situation around? Not to mention the ordinary people. Even Song Chanhua, Qiu Wanjie, and the others were looking at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. At this time, everyone in the Western Fleet was completely in awe of Yang Dingtian. Qin Wanzhou was even more shocked. He did not expect that other than the Queen of Naga, Yang Dingtian actually had a heaven-defying underwater giant beast. Instantly, Qin Wanzhou's confidence in Yang Dingtian became even more firm. Zhu Qingzhu's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. He had never imagined that the situation in front of him would be like this. He desperately suppressed the trembling and shock in his heart, trying his best to calm himself down. Zhu Qingzhu shouted, "This underwater giant beast can only be arrogant and despotic in the sea. We are in the air. Everyone, activate your mystic skills and destroy it." Zhu Qingzhu had already given the order, but there were only a few who responded. He clenched his teeth and said sternly, "All those who are loyal to the Taiando League, follow me down and kill the giant beast." Then, Zhu Qingzhu took the lead and slowly descended. Then, the 3 grandmasters of the Black Heaven sect also slowly descended. Close to 10 grandmasters from the Black Heaven sect also slowly descended. The other experts were restless, but they were hesitant. In the end, another nameless grandmaster followed Zhu Qingzhu and descended. The remaining few hundred people were still floating in the air. They did not dare to gamble with their lives. Prepare for battle, Yang Dingtian said. Then he suddenly soared into the sky. At the same time, Qin Wanqiu and Dongfang Minmi, the two grandmaster experts, Zhu Hongxue, Song Chanhua, Qiu Wanjie, Yu Wuqing's puppet, and the grandmasters of the World Society and Northwest Qin City, a total of more than 10 grandmasters, all soared into the sky. Qin Wanqiu said, sect leader, should we directly charge over and kill all the Black Heaven sect experts together with the giant beast? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, this giant beast has been cultivating for 10,000 years. It's a hybrid between a sea snake and a sea owl. Once it transforms, it's hard to distinguish between friend and foe. Once it gets involved in the battle, it will even kill its own people. Therefore, the two grandmasters, led by Yang Dingtian and more than 10 grandmasters, only faced each other in the air. They did not directly charge into the battle. Otherwise, it would be too unjust to be bitten to death by Xiao Xiao. Zhu Qingzhu and the other 3 grandmasters circulated all their mystic qi and gathered all their mystic flames. More than 10 grandmasters gathered all their mystic techniques. Then they slowly descended until they were less than a meter away from the sea surface. They gradually stopped and waited for the giant beast to appear. Then everyone would attack with all their strength. Looking at the dozen Zhongzhou experts floating 1,000 meters above the sea surface, Xiao 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 finally appeared. It slowly floated to the surface of the sea. Its bloodthirsty giant eyes stared at the enemies in the air. Its murderous aura became heavier and heavier. Then its body began to bend and bend in the sea. Boom! A loud noise was heard. Huge waves surged on the sea surface. A few thousand meters long, Xiao Xiao suddenly leaped into the sky. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Zhu Qingzhu and the other grandmasters. Release! Zhu Qingzhu shouted. Suddenly, the 4 grandmasters unleashed their mystic flames. More than 10 grandmasters unleashed their mystic techniques. In an instant, more than 10 destructive energy attacks were launched at Xiao Xiao's body. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, leaped into the air. Boom! 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 More than 10 powerful energy attacks hit Xiao Xiao's head. Arg! Xiao Xiao let out a miserable howl. Zhu Qingzhu and the other grandmasters leaped into the air like lightning and escaped from Xiao Xiao's mouth. Bam! 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 At the same time, Xiao Xiao shot out a few thousand meters of lightning from its mouth. Bam! 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 Zhu Qingzhu and the other grandmasters were horrified. They frantically tried to escape from the destructive lightning. However, there were still 4 grandmasters who could not dodge in time and were hit by the terrifying lightning. In an instant, their bodies exploded and burned, turning into charcoal. Seeing this scene, everyone's hair stood on end. Zhu Qingzhu did not expect that the underwater grandmaster would be able to unleash such terrifying lightning in addition to biting. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, even a grandmaster like him would not be able to withstand such terrifying lightning. Retreat! Zhu Qingzhu, who was frightened, screamed and fled. Like lightning, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. As for the ancient grandmaster Xiao Xiao, it was hit by more than 10 powerful energy attacks. Especially the energy attacks from the 4 grandmasters. It felt a piercing pain. Its head even cracked open. It was furious. How could it let Zhu Qingzhu and the other grandmasters escape? It immediately chased after them. It leaped up from the bottom of the sea and spat out shocking lightning. Suddenly, more than 10,000 meters of lightning covered the sky above the sea. Bam! 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 The hundreds of grandmasters from Zhou immediately fled. Those who were unlucky were directly hit by the lightning. In an instant, dozens of grandmasters exploded into balls of fire and turned into charcoal. They fell from the sky. Yang Dingtian wanted to chase after Zhu Qingzhu, but Xiao Xiao had completely lost control. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it did not differentiate between friend and foe. Once they caught up and were hit by the lightning, they would definitely die. Therefore, Yang Dingtian and the others could only watch as the grandmasters from Zhongzhou fled. They could not chase after them. Then Xiao Zhao's body, which was thousands of meters long, sprinted crazily. From time to time, it would jump 1,000 meters into the sky and cover the sun. The sky was filled with lightning, striking wildly. The grandmasters from Zhongzhou fell like raindrops. Every time a charcoal fell, it meant the death of a grandmaster or above. Yang Dingtian's heart twitched. He had a headache. Once the ancient grandmaster Xiao Xiao was released, it was completely out of control. No one could bear such a crazy killing. These people were the most elite martial arts forces in Zhongzhou. They were also Yang Dingtian's future subordinates and allies. If all of them died here, then who would fight the future Armageddon War? If too many Central State experts were slaughtered by this giant beast, it would be a huge blow to Yang Dingtian's reputation. He could not allow Xiao Xiao to continue his massacre. Moreover, Zhu Qingzhu and the others had already escaped. Yang Dingtian immediately ordered, "Xiao Xiao, come back!" That ancient giant beast turned its head to look at Yang Dingtian. Unexpectedly, it did not obey. Instead, it looked at Yang Dingtian with bloodthirsty eyes filled with hatred. Its eyes were completely bloodshot. It was completely unwilling to be controlled by Yang Dingtian. In fact, Yang Dingtian could see that it was getting restless. It was as though it was going to return and slaughter Yang Dingtian and the others. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty light in its eyes grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Yang Dingtian deeply understood that using the ancient giant beast was completely playing with fire. It was too dangerous. It could destroy him at any time. Immediately, Yang Dingtian jumped into the sea and dived into the sea. Then he released Naga Ao Shuang and said softly, "Shuang, go and call Xiao Xiao back. Make it smaller and stop killing. Be careful, don't let others see you." Xiao Xiao was sleepy. When it heard Yang Dingtian's words, it immediately nodded vigorously. It did not transform. Instead, it swam towards Xiao Xiao at lightning speed. Shuang was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she swam below the ancient giant beast. There were no words or orders. Shuang directly rushed to the top of Xiao Zhao's head. Then, she raised her fist and beat the wound on Xiao Zhao's head. In an instant, she was covered in Xiao Zhao's blood. Ayo! Xiao Xiao howled in pain and struggled desperately at the bottom of the sea. It was strange. At this moment, Xiao Xiao was at least countless times stronger than Shuang. However, with Shuang riding on its head and beating it, it did not dare to resist at all. It could only cry desperately. Then, under the beating, Xiao Xiao gradually calmed down. The bloodthirsty light in its eyes became fainter and fainter and was replaced by fear. "Husband, that's enough. You can come," Shuang said. Yang Dingtian flew over, entered the water, and stood on Xiao Xiao's head. Shuang turned into a white light and entered Yang Dingtian's spatial ring. Recently, she had completely fallen in love with sleeping. "Xiao Xiao, stand up," Yang Dingtian said. Xiao Xiao was completely unwilling and angry at Yang Dingtian's order. However, it had just been beaten up by Shuang, so it could only grit its teeth and obey. Its body, which was thousands of meters long, was raised like a sea snake. It only used its tail to swim in the sea. In an instant, Yang Dingtian stood on the head of the ancient giant beast. Then he controlled Xiao Xiao and swam to the front of the 10,000 ships of the Central Plains Army, arriving in front of the 8 million soldiers. At this moment, the 8 million soldiers of the Central Plains Army were completely shocked as they looked at the high and mighty Yang Dingtian. The scene in front of them was too shocking. This incomparably powerful giant beast, which was thousands of meters long, was actually being stepped on by Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was like the king of the entire world, making people kneel down and worship him. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was standing on Xiao Zhao's head, thousands of meters above it. The millions of soldiers of the Central Plains Army and the fleets that spanned hundreds of miles were all in front of him. Right now, everyone in the central region was looking at Yang Dingtian with their eyes. Everyone of the Central Plains, if I wanted to kill all of you now, it would be easy. However, I did not do so. Why? Because you and I are not enemies. You belong to the Tiando League, and I also belong to the Tiando League. I did not kill you because you might be the main force of the Legion of Doom against the evil ways in the future. In the future, we might be fighting side by side. Zhu Qingzhu has colluded with the evil ways. He has completely betrayed the Tiando League and is now an enemy of the righteous faction. As the leader of the hidden sect, I order all the Tiando League forces in the Central Plains to draw a clear line with Zhu Qingzhu. From tonight onwards, no one is allowed to collude with Zhu Qingzhu, or else they will be killed. Go back and tell your leaders that I will not force them to join the Council of Light. However, if anyone dares to listen to Zhu Qingzhu's orders, I will immediately issue the Third World Extermination Order and wipe out their entire family. I, Yang Dingtian, am a man of my words. All right, you can all go back. Return to the Central Plains. The next time I descend to the Central Plains, it will be the day Zhu Qingzhu is destroyed. It will also be the day when the righteous faction of the Central Plains will join the Council of Light. I look forward to fighting side by side with my lord in the future and sharing life and death with him. Goodbye. After saying this, the ancient giant beast, Xiao Xiao, suddenly dived into the sea. Yang Dingtian turned around and flew back to the Western Fleet. At the same time, more than 10,000 winged cavalry warriors flew over from behind the Western Fleet. Each of them carried the captives and injured soldiers of the Central Plains. These 10,000 winged cavalry warriors directly landed on the Central Plains Fleet. There were countless giant crystal crossbows in the 10,000 Central Plains Fleet, but no one fired. These 10,000 winged cavalry warriors landed on the ships and put down the captives and injured soldiers on their backs. Then they spread their wings and flew back to the Western Fleet. No one spoke. Everyone watched this scene in silence. Zhu Qingzhu did not save the soldiers who had fallen into the water. Instead, it was Yang Dingtian who risked his life to save them. Then, without any conditions, he sent them safely back to the Central Plains Fleet. Everyone who saw this scene felt a wave of shock in their hearts. They felt a wave of heat in their bodies. In this battle, the Central Plains had lost more than 100,000 soldiers. Yang Dingtian had saved nearly 100,000 of them. When these 100,000 injured soldiers returned to the Central Plains Fleet, no one knew who started it, but they directly knelt on the ship. Then the 100,000 captives and injured soldiers also knelt. In the end, the millions of Central Plains soldiers all knelt down. The Central Plains Army greets sect leader Yang Dingtian. May the sect leader live for a long time and come to Central Plains soon. At first, it was only a few people shouting. Then it became dozens, hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. In the end, it became millions of people shouting in unison. The Central Plains Army greets sect leader Yang Dingtian. May the sect leader live for a long time and come to Central Plains soon. At this point, the Central Plains naval battle was completely over. Yang Dingtian had obtained a complete victory. Chapter 5:57. Sovereign, why don't we force the leaders of the Central Continent to return with us, or even let them join the Council of Light? Qin Wanchou asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Before Green Lord Zhu is completely destroyed, they will not join the Council of Light, nor will they stand on our side. Qin Wanchou naturally knew this. No matter what, Yang Dingtian was thousands of miles away from the Central Continent, and Green Lord Zhu was in the Central Continent. Although Green Lord Zhu's reputation had already hit rock bottom, and he was close to losing all standing and reputation. However, he still had 4 martial grandmasters and more than 10 martial grandmasters. His martial strength was unrivaled in the Central Continent. If the leaders of the Central Continent forces dared to join the Council of Light, Green Lord Zhu's experts would immediately arrive and use martial arts to clean up the sect. Therefore, before Green Lord Zhu was completely destroyed, all the forces in the Central Continent would only choose to sit on the fence. Don't forget that Song Xiao, Qin Wanchou, and Qiu Wanjie had chosen sides repeatedly. It had taken Yang Dingtian a lot of effort. He had killed countless people and done countless things in order to achieve this. Qiu Wanjie said, "They don't dare to join the Council of Light, but forcing them to come to the Northwest Continent is not a problem. This way, we can drive a wedge between them and Green Lord Zhu." Huh. Qin Wanchou said, "That's right, that's what I mean." It wasn't that Yang Dingtian hadn't thought of this method before. However, it wouldn't be easy. These martial grandmasters were all shrewd people, and they had already escaped without a trace. Of course, if all the experts in the West Continent were to move out and chase them back, then should he persuade them nicely, or use force to threaten them? If he persuaded them nicely, they would definitely try their best to evade him. If he used force to threaten them, the gains would not make up for the losses, and their style would drop greatly. The most important thing was that Yang Dingtian wasn't in a hurry to subdue them. Before completely destroying Green Lord Zhu, all efforts to rope them in would be in vain. Therefore, Yang Dingtian shook his head and smiled. There's no need for that. Anyway, the Central Continent forces won't dare to be our enemy. Qin Zhu, probably won't be able to order them around anymore. So it doesn't matter whether or not he tries to sow discord. Song Chanhua said, "That's right. Our goal in this battle is to protect the West and the Council of Light. Now, all of these goals have been accomplished, and we have won the hearts of the millions of soldiers in Central Plains. From now on, the Council of Light will become arrogant and reserved. We will no longer take the initiative to invite other forces. Instead, we will ask others to come and beg to join us." When Song Chanhua said this, she was extremely indignant. She was truly infuriated by Earth-splitting City, especially the Cloud Sky Pavilion. She would never have thought of such a thing. Previously, the Council of Light had been established with the greatest goal of protecting the Cloud Sky Pavilion. In order to protect the earth-shattering city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion, the entire western region had drawn the flames of war from Zhu Qingzhu onto themselves. In the end, not only were the earth-shattering city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion not grateful, one of them chose to stay out of the matter while the other chose to help the tyrant. Was there anything more ridiculous and shameless than this in the world? The Western region's fleet would not completely retreat for the time being. They would continue to be stationed in this area and monitor the retreat of the Middle Plains army. Then they would send out thousands of envoys to various parts of the chaotic world to spread the news of the battle. In the main hall of the flagship, all of the higher-ups of the Council of Light gathered to discuss the upcoming matters. "Have the corpses of the Middle Plains army been fished out?" Yang Dingtian asked. "We fished out a portion, about 40 to 50,000 corpses," Song Chanhua said. "In the end, the corpses of the hundreds of Middle Plains experts killed by the ancient beast were all fished out. However, many of them are beyond recognition." In the end, the ancient beast Xiao had killed hundreds of them? How many of these experts were grandmasters? Yang Dingtian asked. 15. Song Chanhua said 5 of them were sect leaders. 5 of them were elders of the Black Heaven sect. The remaining 5 were elders of the various sections. "That's enough." Yang Dingtian said, "These corpses are enough to bring back to the Western region." Then Yang Dingtian said, "Next, we'll discuss 3 matters. The first is to reorganize the Western region. The second is to destroy Zhu Qingzhu. The third is to punish the Cloud Sky Pavilion." Instantly, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Yang Dingtian said, "After this battle, there will be no more forces that can touch the Western region. The Council of Light's prestige will be completely established. There is only one goal in reorganizing the Western region. It's definitely not to fight for power or to have a second battle with Zhu Qingzhu. There is only one goal, and that is to prepare for the future doomsday battle. Qin Wanchou glanced at Yang Dingtian. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was clear. But the meaning was clear. Wasn't there no World Destroyer Legion? The Maori barbarians had clearly been buried in the ice and snow for tens of thousands of miles. Yang Dingtian said decisively, there will definitely be a Legion of Doom. Not only will there be tens of millions of Maori barbarians, but there will also be tens of millions of beast humans. There will even be an even more mysterious and powerful army. In short, this Legion of Doom will far surpass any in the past 1,000 years. Everyone was shocked. Yang Dingtian said, I don't know when the doomsday battle will start. Maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years. However, the day the Demon King Wen Tian revives will be the day the doomsday battle starts. If the Legion of Doom continues to sweep through the world from the ocean of hell, then our Western region will become the #1 battlefield. The moment these words came out, Qin Wanchou's face became incomparably ugly. If the Western region became the #1 battlefield, then his northwest Qin city would be completely ruined. The few cities that he had built with great difficulty would be completely destroyed. Yang Dingtian said, therefore it is urgent to reorganize the Western region. The first step is to divide the Western region into a few defense zones. The Northern Defense Zone covers the entire northern region and is under the responsibility of the World Association. The Western Defense Zone, west of the Abyss border, including the White Cloud Peninsula and Autumn Water Island, is under the responsibility of Qin City. The Southern Defense Zone covers the entire southwest continent and spans 5,000 miles. It is jointly under the responsibility of the Sky Phoenix Pavilion and the Wooden Sword Castle. The Sky Phoenix Pavilion is the main force and the Wooden Sword Castle is the auxiliary force. The Southeastern Defense Zone covers the entire south of the Sunset Mountains and spans 2,000 miles and 3,000 miles. It is under the responsibility of the Divine Weapons Villa. The Northeastern Defense Zone covers the north of the Sunset Mountains and is the former territory of Cloud Sky City. In addition, all the chaotic lands west of the swamp and south of the Hengshan Mountains are under the responsibility of Cloud Sky City. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, everyone was stunned. No one was surprised about the other defense zones. The World Association still covered all of its territories. The Northwest Qin City lost the southwest continent but gained Autumn Water Island and White Cloud Peninsula. Their direct territory area was 2,000 miles larger than before. As for the Divine Weapons Villa, their territory had more than doubled. It turned out that the Divine Weapons Villa only covered a little more than 1,000 miles. Now, the entire south of the Sunset Mountains, more than 3,000 miles, belonged to the Divine Weapons Villa. The most surprising thing was that Yang Dingtian had actually designated the Land of Chaos, which was close to 3,000 miles, as a defensive zone. Furthermore, this bone that was hard to chew was actually handed over to Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian continued, the Sunset Mountains are not divided into any defense zones and are directly under the control of the Council of Light. Everyone nodded. Because the Sunset Mountains had a huge oil tree forest, it had become a strategic location. Yang Dingtian continued, next is the second step of the reorganization of the Western region. Please speak, Sect Master, Qin Wanchou said. Our Western region has always had a lower status in the chaotic world. The Eastern region is called the East Continent, and the Central region is called the Central Continent. The Western region is relatively chaotic and is divided into the Northwest Continent, the Southwest Continent, and the North. Yang Dingtian continued, in order to make the Western region, the Central Continent, and the East Continent stand side by side, I suggest changing the name of the Western region to the West Continent and West Continent City to West Capital. As soon as this was said, everyone present was excited and agreed. In fact, everyone in the Western region had this idea. But before this, the Western region was too weak and didn't have enough confidence to change the name. Now, with the prestige of a great victory, it was reasonable to change the name of the Western region to the West Continent. From now on, the West Continent, Middle Continent, and East Continent would stand side by side and become the three poles of the world. Moreover, the center of the West Continent, the headquarters of the Council of Light, was located in West Capital. The Council of Light had the highest authority and all power in the entire West Continent. Yang Dingtian continued. Next is the third step of the reorganization of the Western region, military reorganization. World Society, Northwest Qin City, Divine Weapons Villa, and Cloud Sky City. These four forces will send out 2 million elites to form the West Continent Army. Yan Dingtian continued. These 2 million elite troops will be directly under the command of the Council of Light. The Council of Light will directly send out various officers. From now on, whether it's World Society, Qin City, Cloud Sky City, or Divine Weapons Villa, they will have no command over these 2 million elite troops. As soon as this was said, everyone present was slightly shocked. Any objections? Yang Dingtian asked. Immediately, everyone shook their heads. Although some people had complicated feelings, they didn't have any objections. This was equivalent to handing over the highest authority of 2 million elites to Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. It just so happened that Yang Dingtian was the least ambitious person and the one who didn't care about authority the most. Therefore, they were at ease. If it was handed over to Qin Wanqiu, Song Shao, or Qiu Wanjie, they wouldn't agree. These 2 million West Continent army will be divided into 10 legions, and the Council of Light will decide where they will be stationed. Yang Dingtian continued. In addition to these 2 million elite troops, we will also prepare 3 million second-line troops. These 3 million second-line troops will be prepared by the various defense zones. The command will also be given to the various defense zones, and their garrisons will also be within the respective defense zones. Yes, everyone replied. Next is the fourth step of the reorganization of the Western region, eliminating the feudal lords. Yang Dingtian continued. When we return this time, we will use the momentum of our victory to eliminate all the feudal lords in the Western region. From now on, all the territories in the entire West Continent will belong to the Council of Light and the various defense zones. All the feudal lords will no longer have any territories. As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze trembled slightly. How many feudal lords were there in the entire Western region? There were at least a few thousand of them. More than half of them were under the rule of Qin City, Divine Weapons Villa, and World Society. There was also a small half of them that didn't belong to any power. As soon as Yang Dingtian said this, who knew how many heads fell to the ground, and how many powers were directly destroyed, Yang Dingtian continued. Those who obey these feudal lords will be able to enter the Council of Light and take up positions in the various defense zones or the commanding officers of the various armies. Those who don't obey will either be killed or imprisoned. There must be no mercy. In short, the elimination of the feudal lords must be completed within half a year at the latest. The West Continent will send out 1 million troops to participate in the elimination of the feudal lords. Yes. Next is the fifth step of the reorganization of the Western region, establishing a new type of army. Yang Dingtian continued. There's nothing much to say about the cavalry. With the Devil Dragon Army as the main force, close to 10,000 Devil Dragons will be able to move unhindered. With the addition of a few 100,000 cavalry troops, we can basically maintain the original state. As for the Air Force, it will still be the Earth-splitting cities, 3,000 Devil Vulture Army as the main force, supplemented by the Flying Cavalry Army. There won't be many changes. The most important thing is the Navy. We must use all our forces to build ships, especially the large gunships and large submarines. Everyone has seen that the gunships and submarines this time are extremely powerful. I will give a direct order here. Within 3 years, our West Continent will build more than 800 gunships that are over 1,000 tons, more than 800 submarines that are over 500 tons. Furthermore, the submarines cannot be so simple and crude. We must solve the problems of underwater intelligence, precision of torpedoes, and underwater navigation. I can say that in the future war with the Legion of Doom, we won't have any advantage in terms of ground forces. But in terms of the Navy, we can have a strong advantage. The Legion of Doom has tens of millions of troops, but once we reach the sea, these numbers will be meaningless. Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian suddenly looked towards Qiu Wanjie and said, "Oh right, Manor Lord Qiu. We still need to form an aerial and ground-mounted archery unit, so we need your small crystal crossbow. We are about to dig out your lifeblood. Is there a problem?" Qiu Wanjie's expression changed slightly. Of course there's no problem. If it was before the war, even if Qiu Wanjie had broken off relations with Zhu Qingzhu, it would be impossible for him to hand over his lifeblood, the small crystal crossbow. But now, this great victory had truly frightened Qiu Wanjie. He had no choice but to hand over his lifeblood, the small crystal crossbow, especially since the area of influence Yang Dingtian had given him was twice as big as before. The territories of the vassals that had to be cleaned up would mostly belong to him in the future. Good. Within 3 years, I want 30,000 small crystal crossbows, Yang Dingtian said. Qiu Wanjie's face twitched. No problem. Yang Dingtian said, "All right, that's all for the reorganization of the Western region." The reorganization of the Western region was divided into 5 steps. The first step was to divide the defense areas and let the Council of Light take over all the territories. The second step was to change the name of the Western region to the West Continent. The third step was to form the West Continent Army and consolidate military power. The fourth step was to clean up the vassals and dissidents. The fifth step was to build a large navy and mounted archery unit. Of course, these 5 steps weren't all proposed by Yang Dingtian alone. Before the war, Song Lihua and Tang Guizhou had come up with a 5-step plan. Only the 5th step was the idea of Yang Dingtian alone. Song Lihua and Tang Guizhou still didn't know much about submarines and cannons. Yang Dingtian said, "All right, now let's talk about the second matter. How to eliminate Zhu Qingzhu. Regarding this matter, we need to listen to everyone's opinions. Purely in terms of martial arts, are we currently Zhu Qingzhu's match?" Everyone shook their heads. Currently, Zhu Qingzhu was all alone. There was only the Black Heaven sect. The majority of the Middle Continent's forces were already at odds with him. But even if it was only the Black Heaven sect, even if the entire Western region's martial forces were gathered together, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Just the 4 martial grandmasters alone were enough to render the entire Western region helpless. But Zhu Qingzhu had to be eliminated. Qin Wanqiu thought for a while and said, "As for eliminating Zhu Qingzhu, I can only say that if he colludes with the Vulture sect, we won't be able to do anything. If he doesn't collude with the Vulture sect, we still have a chance. So, first of all, we can't force him to collude with the Vulture sect, and we can't force him to join the Vulture sect." Yang Dingtian nodded. This was the most important point. Qin Wanqiu said, "So we need to numb Zhu Qingzhu. Next, we can't give him too much pressure. We can even use strategic deception." Yang Dingtian continued to nod. In terms of mutual deception, even 10 Yang Dingtians added together wouldn't be Qin Wanqiu's match. Qin Wanqiu continued, "After we numb him completely with strategic deception, in order to regain his power in Middle Continent, Zhu Qingzhu will definitely make a move again. As long as he attacks again, we will have a chance to eliminate him. Of course, this time, it will undoubtedly be a battle between martial artists. In terms of martial strength, we need at least 5 martial grandmasters. We don't have that many martial grandmasters," Yang Dingtian said. At the moment, Yang Dingtian only had 3 martial grandmasters on his side: Dong Fang Minmi, Qin Wanchou, and the human-shaped Xiao Xiao. Qin Wanchou said, "So, we might need you to make a trip back to the Yinyang school. There are still 2 martial grandmasters there." Black Heaven sect, Yinyang school, was one of the 3 great sects in the world. Black Heaven sect had 4 martial grandmasters. Yinyang school wasn't the least bit inferior. Including Dongfang Minmi and Lung Qingshin, they had 4 martial grandmasters. So, even if these 2 weren't there, Yinyang school still had 2 martial grandmasters. Yang Dingtian muttered to himself and nodded slightly. Then it settled. We'll use strategic deception to numb Zhu Qingzhu and lure him into attacking again. Once we have enough martial grandmasters, we'll eliminate them immediately. Yang Dingtian said, "Next, we'll punish the Cloud Sky Pavilion." When he said that, everyone present was indignant. Zhu Hongxue, who had never spoken, couldn't help but say, "Just destroy them. We don't need such a Cloud Sky Pavilion." Qin Wanchou smiled and said, "Sect Master, I suggest that the punishment for the Cloud Sky Pavilion shouldn't be so simple." "What do you mean?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Not only do we have to punish the Cloud Sky Pavilion, but we also have to get their sea monster army and their crystal warships. Imagine if our large gunships, submarines, and even our torpedoes are equipped with their crystal warships. How powerful will their combat strength be?" Qin Wanchou said, "That's right. Why was the Cloud Sky Pavilion's navy the best in the world? Because they were equipped with the world's best crystal warships. In terms of crystal warships, the Divine Weapons Villa was the best in the world. As for crystal warships, the Cloud Sky Pavilion was definitely the best in the world. Because there were specializations in each field, these 2 sects had researched this for hundreds of years. Crystal warships and crystal warships looked very similar. They were both made of crystals. However, these 2 things were completely different. If they wanted to research it again, it would be extremely difficult. Just like the scientific research on Earth, it wasn't suddenly researched at all. It was the accumulation of hundreds of years. Once the submarines, torpedoes, and gunships were equipped with the crystal warships of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, how amazing would their combat strength be? It was completely unimaginable. The most direct manifestation was that the tonnage of warships could be increased several times, and they could be built into ironclad warships. The speed of warships, torpedoes, and submarines could also be doubled. Qin Wanchou said, "Not only do we have to get the crystal warships of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, but we also have to use the Cloud Sky Pavilion to lure Zhu Qingzhu out." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. How scheming was this Qin Wanchou? Zhu Hongxue only wanted to punish the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Yang Dingtian wanted to get the crystal warships. Qin Wanchou, on the other hand, wanted to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. He even wanted to use the Cloud Sky Pavilion to lure Zhu Qingzhu out. Yang Dingtian thought for a long time, but he still didn't know how to organize these strategies. "Uncle Master Qin, please continue. How do we accomplish this?" Yang Dingtian asked. Qin Wanchou said, "First, after we return to the west, you will use the momentum of your victory to visit the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion again." Yang Dingtian said, "After I return to the northwest mainland and settle the relevant matters, I will immediately visit the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion." Qin Wanchou said, "After you go to the Earth-splitting city, you will first see if Kuei C has been released. If not, you will use the name of the Council of Light to reorganize the Earth-splitting city, deal with the Elders Guild, and take over all the power in the Earth-splitting city. Then, you will visit the Cloud Sky Pavilion and interrogate Yun Kalin. Then, you will directly force Yun Zhenu to marry you and take her as your concubine." Yang Dingtian was stunned. But after that, Qin Wanchou refused to say anything else. He said that he would discuss it in detail with Yang Dingtian after returning to the West. 10 days later, Yang Dingtian's army returned to the northwest mainland in triumph, shocking the world. Chapter 558. Because they stayed on the sea for a few days and then returned to the northwest continent, they spent another 10 days. Therefore, when the army returned to Iron Furnace City, the news of victory had already spread throughout the entire western region. The entire western region was in a carnival for several days. That's right, the entire western region was in a carnival, including the countless people who had been calling for a ceasefire and were ready to surrender. After all, they were from the western region, and they had won. Most importantly, the war had ended. The flames of war did not affect them at all. Their lives were not affected at all. Of course, there were many people who had complicated emotions. They were the feudal lords who wanted to submit to Zhu Qingzhu. They had thought that Yang Dingtian would undoubtedly die in this naval battle. During the few days of the battle, they had been waiting at home every day, waiting for the Central Continent Army to come so that they could lead the way. In the end, the Central Continent Army did not come. Instead, they received news of Yang Dingtian's victory. Previously, they did not believe it. They thought that Yang Dingtian was lying and bragging. Following that, countless recording jades were sent over. In particular, Qin Huaiyu had gathered all the feudal lords and publicly displayed hundreds of recording jades in the city, Lord's Mansion. There were scenes of the submarines ambushing the Central Continent Fleet. There were scenes of cannons bombarding the Central Continent Fleet. There were also scenes of the Central Continent Fleet's main force being burned. There were also scenes of the ancient giant beast soaring into the sky and slaughtering the leaders of the Central Continent, as well as Zhu Qingzhu escaping. Although the quality of the recording jades was not high, they still faithfully recorded all the scenes at that time. Yang Dingtian's victory was a foregone conclusion. Then, all the feudal lords fell into panic and unease, especially the few feudal lords who had come to participate in the swearing-in ceremony in their funerals. They were completely terrified. They had humiliated Yang Dingtian because they thought that Yang Dingtian would undoubtedly die and lose this time. Who would have thought that he would actually win? More than 100,000 people against more than 8 million, and they had actually won. A few hundred small boats and more than 10,000 large ships had actually won. Moreover, it was a monstrous victory. The Central State Army, with a strength 100 times greater than theirs, suffered a humiliating defeat. They couldn't believe it, even if they died, but the reality was right in front of them. Yang Dingtian had created an unprecedented miracle. The submarine invented by Yang Dingtian was so powerful. The most shocking thing was that Yang Dingtian actually had such a terrifying devil fire demon phoenix, and also an ancient giant beast. With these two items, who in the world could do anything to Yang Dingtian? In the West, Yang Dingtian had truly become the supreme ruler. If he wanted to kill these small dukes, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. When Yang Dingtian and the others returned to the northwest continent, they had never expected to see such a scene. It was as if everyone had flocked to Iron Furnace City. There were at least a few million people, and the entire city was packed to the brim. The entire Iron Furnace City was filled with fluttering banners and cheers. And all the people with status in the West, all the dukes and all the martial artists with a certain cultivation base were all crowded at the Piers Plaza to welcome them. To be honest, if Qin Huaiyu hadn't stopped them, this group of people would have already gone out to the sea to welcome them. When Yang Dingtian and the others had just stepped onto land from the ship, the entire pier and the wide road that extended into Iron Furnace City, countless people all knelt down. "Welcome back, Sect Master," in triumph. As if they had been trained countless times, everyone shouted in unison, "Sect Master Yang Dingtian, may you live a long life. The Council of Light, the vast world." The voices of hundreds of thousands of people resounded through the sky. Yang Dingtian immediately looked at Qin Huaiyu. Qin Huaiyu shook his head, indicating that all this wasn't organized by him. Even when hundreds of thousands of people knelt down, Qin Huaiyu didn't kneel down. Song Shao hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Qin Huaiyu didn't kneel down, He also didn't kneel down. At this time, those who knelt were all outsiders, while his own people stood ramrod straight. Yang Dingtian didn't like people kneeling. He and Qin Huaiyu and the others were life and death brothers. At this time, he and Song Xiao were like-minded comrades who didn't care about seniority at all. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of people kneeling neatly on the ground, with only countless heads visible, Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "Get up!" Immediately, everyone present stood up. Yang Dingtian didn't know how to act, nor would he go up and ask about these people's well-being. He only had a calm expression, neither close nor cold. However, there were still a dozen people who didn't get up. Yang Dingtian was able to tell that these people were the feudal vassals who wore the funeral attire during the swearing-in ceremony. These people were naked from the waist up, dripping with blood as they knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Even more outrageous was that 3 of them were the sons of dukes. They directly held 3 heads and knelt on the ground in front of Yang Dingtian, not daring to get up. These 3 dukes were actually dead. Don't know if they committed suicide or were killed by their own family forces. In short, Yang Dingtian hadn't ordered punishment yet, and they were actually dead. Qin Huaiyu stepped forward and said in a low voice, hearing the news of Sect Master's great victory. One of them was so scared that his guts were torn apart and committed suicide. There were also 2 dukes whose clansmen were afraid of being implicated and directly killed the 2 of them, delivering their heads. Seeing Yang Dingtian approach, those dozen dukes kowtowed even more desperately, knocking their foreheads against the hard ground. Their faces were directly covered in blood as they cried bitterly. Sect Master treated us in the western region with great kindness. However, we were deranged, greedy for life and afraid of death, and actually disrespected Sect Master. We simply deserve 10,000 deaths for our crimes. We don't have the face to live in this world. We should commit suicide to apologize to the world. However, we were afraid that our suicide would tarnish Sect Master's benevolent name, so we didn't know whether to live or die. Today, Sect Master returned in triumph and defeated the traitor Zhu Qingzhu. We originally didn't have the face to come, but for such a great cause, even if we are despised by the masses, we still have to come and congratulate. After seeing Sect Master Wei Yan, we will immediately return home and quickly die. The leader of the dukes had rehearsed this sentence countless times. It was completely in cadence. When they were happy, they were incomparably passionate. When they were sad, they cried bitterly. Listening to it, it was completely touching. It had to be said that in any plane, in any era, the upper echelons were all experts in acting. They were all movie emperors. The primal chaos continent was no exception. Now, the one who was crying bitterly and reciting this sentence was undoubtedly the best acting among these dukes, which was why he was pushed out. However, these acting skills were useless in front of Yang Dingtian. These upper echelons were actors, but Yang Dingtian wasn't. In front of hundreds of thousands of people, he was too lazy to act, let alone a few dukes. Go back. Whether you die or not, we'll talk about it later. Yang Dingtian said. These words were obviously extremely cold, but the dukes seemed to have received a huge favor. They knelt down loudly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master. We beasts are indescribably grateful and guilty." He shouted so loudly because he wanted everyone to hear that Yang Dingtian had forgiven them. This group of idiots, they still wanted to play tricks at this time. However, in the entire West Continent, the strategy of purging the dukes had already been set. The Council of Light had directly mobilized 1 million troops to carry out the entire purge plan. In the face of such monstrous power, what use was there to play tricks? As for carrying out the entire purge plan, Yang Dingtian planned to hand it over to Qin Huaiyu, Song Chanhua, Duan Rian, and Chou Yiming. First of all, these 4 people represented 4 forces. Qin Huaiyu was smart and cunning. Song Chanhua was impartial. Duan Rian was cold and heartless, and Chou Yiming's thinking was simple. The 4 of them could make up for each other and complete the entire purge plan. Yang Dingtian considered letting Song Shao carry it out, but Song Shao was too extreme and ruthless. If he were to let him carry it out, the entire West Continent would be slaughtered until rivers of blood flowed. This purge would definitely result in deaths and many, many deaths. However, Yang Dingtian still hoped that the number of deaths could be reduced as much as possible. In private, Yang Dingtian had already instructed Song Chanhua and Qin Huaiyu. In this purge of the dukes, it was best that the number of deaths did not exceed 100,000. The fewer the better. This number sounded like a lot, but the West Continent was too big. Yang Dingtian's policy was equivalent to directly depriving thousands of dukes of their territories and forces. There would definitely be people who would rebel. There were two areas of severe disaster here. One was the southwest continent, which was almost ownerless. The other was south of the Sunset Mountains, east of West Continent City. There were many independent dukes here. If not for the Doomsday Battle, Yang Dingtian would definitely not touch these dukes. However, for the Doomsday Battle, in order to consolidate the West Continent into a huge fist, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to do so. When returning to the city lord's residence in Yen City, Yang Dingtian wanted to directly fly back, ignoring the cheers of the citizens. Because before this, these people had all been in the camp of surrendering. In the end, it was Qin Wanqiu who persuaded Yang Dingtian. He only said one sentence. "Sect Master, these citizens are sincerely supporting and worshipping you now. You can't give up on them just because they were once foolish. In the future, they will also become righteous and loyal citizens." Then, Yang Dingtian humbly accepted the advice. Along the way, he personally faced the cheers of countless citizens. Just like that, he returned to the headquarters of the Council of Light with incomparable difficulty. After returning to the headquarters of the Council of Light, without any false words, he directly announced that he would immediately establish a management team in the West Continent and prepare for the establishment of the West Continent. He would immediately establish 2 million West Continent soldiers. After 1 million elites were established, he would immediately begin the purge of the dukes. Moreover, the work of moving the Council of Light to the West capital would immediately begin. Of course, this work would take a long time and require incomparably complicated work, requiring tens of millions of dollars to operate. At present, the most important thing was to transfer tens of thousands of people to the headquarters of the Council of Light to be in charge of all affairs in the West Continent. Previously, the Council of Light only had less than 10 people at the highest level. The rest were still doing their own things. Even the affairs of the headquarters of the Council of Light were directly transferred over from Cloud Sky City by Yang Dingtian. Tang Buizhao and Song Lihua were in charge of all the administrative matters. They were so busy that they were about to die. Even this time, Tang Buizhao and Song Lihua did not have the time to go to the docks to welcome Yang Dingtian. In the long run, this would definitely not work. Therefore, a few forces immediately drew up a thick list of tens of thousands of people. Then, they immediately sent the winged cavalry to pick up the people directly. They immediately entered the civil officials group in the Council of Light and immediately started all the affairs in the West Continent. 10,000 civil officials might seem like a lot, but the West Continent was too big at that time. Organizing the affairs in the West Continent was incomparably complicated. Tens of thousands of civil officials carrying out these affairs was already extremely burdensome. As long as the power structure of the Council of Light was completely set up, then the next series of affairs, such as the division of defense areas, the establishment of the army, and the purge of the dukes, could all be carried out. The meeting lasted for an entire day and night. Hundreds of people at the headquarters of the Council of Light finally decided on all the specific affairs in the West Continent. The reorganization of the West Continent seemed to be only 5 steps. However, when it was refined, there were actually thousands of them, and each of them had many complicated affairs. Just the original herbal book alone had more than 100,000 words. By the time all the plans were detailed into a book, there would probably be a few million words, which would be as long as dozens of thick books. In the end, all the affairs in the West Continent would be carried out according to these detailed plans. Yang Dingtian originally thought that after the war, he would have little leisure time. However, he did not expect that he would enter the craziest busy period. Not only him, but almost all the members of the Council of Light did not even have the time to eat or drink tea 24 hours a day, let alone sleep. There were countless affairs that they had to deal with. Yang Dingtian had almost delegated all his power, but there were still countless affairs that required his final approval. Yang Dingtian did not understand most of these matters. He had never been a civil servant. Therefore, Yang Dingtian put all the political affairs aside. However, in the end, there were still countless documents that were sent to him for his final signature. Yang Dingtian said that there was no need for him to sign. As long as the highest level of the Council of Light approved it, it would be fine. Song Lihua said that these matters were too important and that the sect master had to sign them. Yang Dingtian said, "It's been almost 10 days and I've already signed thousands of documents. Are these thousands of documents too important?" Song Chenhua nodded and said, "That's right, they're all important matters." Yang Dingtian doubted that there were so many important matters. Then he casually took out a document and read it. This was a document about the construction of submarines, the relevant bases, materials, and so on. Then he took out another document. This was about the garrison of the southwest continent, the defensive area of the Wooden Sword Castle, and the defensive area of the Sky Phoenix Pavilion. Then he casually took out another document. This was about the construction of the extreme south city at the southernmost tip of the southwest continent and the establishment of the Southwest Fleet to garrison there. That's right, these were all important matters. Yang Dingtian finally took out a document. It was about the strategic deployment of kerosene, the garrison of the Sunset Mountains, and the establishment of the Sunset Mountains Production Corps. Song Lihua was right. These were all important matters. In any country, such important matters would require the signature of the highest commander. And now, there were thousands of such important matters. Thus, Yang Dingtian was completely trapped in the Council of Light headquarters. Every day he would sign. Finally, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, "Will there be so many things to do every day in the future?" Song Lihua smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's only so much at the beginning. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After these important matters are settled, you'll be free. Then when can I leave? I'm still in a hurry to go to Earth Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion." Yang Dingtian said, "There's no hurry." Song Chenhua said, "The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already decided. Before the envoys from Earth Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion arrive, you definitely can't go to Earth Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion." Then, have the envoys from these two forces arrived? Yang Dingtian asked. "No," Song Lihua said. Yang Dingtian was surprised. It wasn't strange that the Cloud Sky Pavilion didn't come, but why hadn't the envoys from Earth Fisher City arrived? After the Council of Light's victory over Middle Ground, Earth Fisher City should have sent their envoys immediately. Although the Elders Guild of Earth Fisher City had betrayed the Council of Light, Kuei Ning still had the 3,000 Demon Vulture army. They were still Yang Dingtian's sworn brothers. However, there are many envoys from Middle Ground. There are already 48 of them. They are all here to congratulate the Council of Light on its establishment. Even more than 10 envoys from the East Continent came. Song Lihua said, "But these matters are too small to report to you." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Even the arrival of more than 10 envoys from Middle Ground was considered a small matter. "Is there any news about Zhu Qingzhu?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes," Song Lihua said. Zhu Qingzhu returned to Black Heaven sect and vomited blood again. Then he immediately went into seclusion and refused to see anyone. Then the entire Black Heaven sect was placed under house arrest. Yang Dingtian asked, "What's the current situation in Middle Ground?" "It's chaos," Song Lihua said. "It's been more than a month since the battle in Middle Ground. After the 8 million soldiers from Middle Ground returned to Middle Ground, especially after the tens of thousands of captives we rescued set foot in Middle Ground. The Council of Light's fame has spread throughout Middle Ground. Your fame has also spread throughout Middle Ground. Zhu Qingzhu's reputation is very bad now. He's not far from being completely ruined. Now, many low-level martial artists have begun to discuss joining the Council of Light. The Black Cavalry of the Middle Ground Taiendo League also doesn't dare to capture and kill people casually. The most obvious thing is that the arrest warrant for you and all of us in Middle Ground has been revoked. In fact, the real situation in Middle Ground was more complicated than what Song Lihua had said. It could be said that after the complete defeat of the Middle Ground army, especially after the 8 million defeated soldiers returned to Middle Ground, and the leaders of the several hundred forces returned to Middle Ground dejectedly, a huge wave was set off in Middle Ground for tens of thousands of miles. Yang Dingtian's reputation instantly reached the peak. It wasn't hostility but worship, especially the middle and low-level martial artists and the army. Their respect and worship for Yang Dingtian reached the peak in an instant. Originally, everyone was clear about the justice and evil between Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu. Now, Yang Dingtian had won a complete victory, especially the scene of Yang Dingtian standing on the giant ancient beast that was thousands of feet tall. It was engraved in the hearts of countless people. That scene was too shocking. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had become a legend in Middle Ground at this time. They were about to praise him to the heavens, and they thought that he was a god. Now, countless people in Middle Ground were waiting for Yang Dingtian to become the supreme leader of the Council of Light. Of course, these were only the thoughts of the middle and low-level martial artists and the army. As for the high-level martial artists and the leaders of the various forces, although they had sent envoys to West Ground, they didn't make any sound. However, they themselves did not make any noise. They were absolutely silent about their defeat. They were still afraid of Zhu Qingzhu. Before Zhu Qingzhu was completely eliminated, they definitely wouldn't dare to make a public statement. After all, Yang Dingtian was too far away, and Zhu Qingzhu was in Middle Ground. Next, Yang Dingtian acted as a signing machine and worked crazily for close to 10 days. He had no idea how many documents he had signed. Each of these documents determined the fate of countless people. Once Yang Dingtian signed it, it would become the supreme order, and countless copies would be immediately sent to the entire West Continent. Then, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people would revolve around this order. After a great victory, even the commoners would celebrate after a short period of celebration. Next, the entire West Continent was completely busy. Countless troops were gathering and moving. Countless people traveled through the entire West Continent and even the entire chaotic continent. Although the order to purge the feudal lords had not been publicly announced, hundreds of thousands of troops had already entered the southwest continent. They had already started to completely subdue and eliminate the local tyrants of the southwest continent. The location of the extreme south city had also been selected. Hundreds of thousands of people were continuously being transported there to prepare for the construction of a new city. As for the 4 large castles in the Sunset Mountain Range, construction had also started. Originally, there were hundreds of thousands of people in the Sunset Mountain Range. Now, nearly 1 million people had entered the Sunset Mountain Range and started to build all kinds of houses and villages in the mountain range. The hundreds of thousands of troops were carrying out the final cleanup and pacification of the barbarians in the Sunset Mountain Range. After busying about for more than half a month, the messenger from Earth-Splitting City finally arrived with a letter written by Kuei Ning. It said that his father, Kuei Si, had already returned to Earth-Splitting City. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. The Lord of Earth-Splitting City, Kuei Si, had returned? How did he return? Chapter 559. At that time, Wu Yuming had promised Earth-Splitting City that as long as they withdrew from the Central Province battle and abandoned Yangdingtian, he would do his best to save Kuei-si. So after the battle, Yangdingtian had been waiting to see if Wu Yuming would fulfill his promise and if the Vulture sect would release Kuei-si. He didn't think that Kuei-si would really return. The messenger from Earth-Splitting City, other than delivering Kuei-ning's letter, had also sent many gifts to congratulate Yang Dingtian on his great victory. Yang Dingtian summoned Qin Wanchou and handed him the letter. "Marshal Uncle Qin, what do you think is going on with this letter?" Qin Wanchou took it and frowned. "Kuei-si is back? The Vulture sect released him?" "It should be," Yang Dingtian said, "but the situation is a bit strange. In this letter, Kuei-ning only said that his father had returned and congratulated us on our great victory. After that, he didn't say anything else. He is a comrade who has gone through life and death with me. Normally, after hearing the news of our great victory, he should have rushed to the northwest. But a full month after the battle, Earth-Splitting City only sent a messenger here. This is very strange." Qin Wanchou couldn't help but frown. "Do you think there is something wrong with Kuei-si? For example, he is on his last breath or unconscious?" Yang Dingtian asked. This was very possible. Wu Yuming had only said that he would try his best to save Kuei-si, but he didn't say that he would definitely save Kuei-si in one piece. "We can't rule out this possibility," Qin Wanchou said, "but things might not be so simple. Little Tian, no matter if he is dead or alive, Wu Yuming sending Kuei-si back is a move against you." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Marshal Uncle Qin, you said that we should use the Cloud Sky Pavilion to bait Green Lord Zhu? How?" The original first step was to question and even bully the Cloud Sky Pavilion, forcing her to hand over the crystal power and forcing Yun Jianu to be your concubine. Then we would pull Earth-Splitting City into the Council of Light. Qin Wanchou said, "Now that Kuei-si is back, the plan might have to change." Yang Dingtian was puzzled. What's the reason for this? "Sire, this Kuei-si really came back at the wrong time." Qin Wanchou suddenly sighed. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian frowned slightly, but he was relieved. Qin Wanchou was such a person. Except for a few people, he basically didn't care about the life and death of others. "How about this? Tomorrow I'll accompany you to the Earth-Splitting City and the Sky Cloud Pavilion." Qin Wanchou said, "You're going too?" Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. "Of course. If I don't go, who will be the matchmaker for you?" Qin Wanchou said. Tomorrow morning, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanchou would go to Earth-Splitting City and Yun Tian. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He could finally be free. After leaving Yin City and flying above the sea, Yang Dingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. He truly felt as though he had escaped from a cage. These 20 days, he had been a signing machine every day. It was really a nightmare, especially every time Song Lihua sent over a document. Yang Dingtian would open it and sign it directly. In the end, Song Lihua's pretty face would immediately stiffen. Then, Yang Dingtian would have no choice but to carefully read every document before signing his name. Now, although Yang Dingtian was not as fearful as a tiger when he saw Song Lihua, he was a little afraid of her. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's expression was a lot more relaxed when he flipped through the documents now. That's all for today. Yang Dingtian glanced at the documents in Song Lihua's hands. There were probably only a few dozen of them. Song Lihua said, "Don't worry, these are basically the last important documents. At most, we'll check and fill in the gaps in the future." "Oh, right. When will your marriage with Qin Huaiyu be held?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Originally, I was planning to hold it after winning the war. Who knew that I would be so busy? Let's talk about it after a while," Song Lihua said. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to give her a day off so that the two of them could hold the marriage. But now he really did not dare to say it. If he dared to say it, Song Lihua's face would definitely stiffen. This woman was purely a strong career woman. Once she had a career, the small matter of love and relationships would be long forgotten. Yang Dingtian continued to read the documents and then continued to sign. After Yang Dingtian finished signing, he stretched and said loudly, "Finally, it's all done." Song Lihua carefully checked every document to see if the places that needed to be signed had been signed. Furthermore, she checked if the handwriting was clear. Previously, Yang Dingtian had been sent back dozens of documents in a day. They said that the handwriting was too sloppy and the documents had to be destroyed and re-signed. This caused Yang Dingtian to be completely focused when signing the documents. "Oh, right, sect master. There's something that I didn't tell you before. No one dared to disturb you with such a small matter," Song Lihua said. "What's the matter?" Yang Dingtian asked. "About half a month ago, Ling Wu, who was under house arrest, had mentioned that she wanted to see you. Song Lihua said, no one dared to tell you. In the end, they reported it to me. I felt that this matter was not important. We were too busy, so I stopped them. And you did the right thing." Yang Dingtian said, "Is she still at her original place?" "Yes, then I'll go and do my work." After Song Lihua finished checking all the documents, her slim and delicate body carried the 2 feet thick documents and walked out. After signing countless documents, Yang Dingtian finally had some free time and came to the castle where Ling Wu was under house arrest. When Ling Zhong saw Ling Wu, he immediately wanted to kneel down. "Don't be like this, Uncle Ling." Yang Dingtian hurriedly went forward and helped him up. He said, "Uncle Ling, you're my senior. Please don't be like this." Ling Zhong seemed to have aged many years. He looked at Yang Dingtian's face with a complicated and painful expression. For a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. "Xiaowu is inside," Ling Zhong said. "Uncle Ling, let's talk for a while first," Yang Dingtian said. "Sect master, please don't address me that way. I'm just a commoner. Moreover, I'm a sinner. I'm definitely not worthy of being addressed like this." Ling Zhong bowed desperately. Yang Dingtian helped him up and sat him down on the stone bench. After that, he helped Ling Zhong to sit down as well. "Uncle Ling, you're not guilty. On the contrary, you've contributed to us. You've offered the entire Fire Island to the Council of Light. Therefore, you've contributed to our victory in this battle," Yang Dingtian said. "Moreover, Ling Wu isn't guilty either. Even though our submarine and fire oil tactics were leaked because of her, she didn't do it on purpose. She offended sect master," Ling Zhong said uneasily. "So what if I did? What kind of crime is offending me?" Yang Dingtian said in a self-mocking manner, "I'm guilty, I'm guilty," Ling Zhong said with a trembling voice. At this moment, he really seemed like a man whose spine had been broken. He didn't have the high spirits he had on Fire Island at all. Yang Dingtian sighed and patted his shoulder. He said, "I'll go see Ling Wu." "She's in the attic at the top of the castle," Ling Zhong said. After arriving at the attic at the top of the castle, Yang Dingtian gently knocked on the door. "I don't want to go down." Ling Wu's cold and indifferent voice sounded from inside. "It's me," Yang Dingtian said. The inside immediately quieted down. After a moment, the door to the attic was opened. Compared to before, Ling Wu was much fairer. It had been a few months since she went out to sea. Therefore, Ling Wu's wheat-colored skin had already turned snow-white. Therefore, compared to before, she was a little less shrewish and a little more cold and elegant. At this moment, the entire attic was filled with silks and cloths. Ling Wu was sewing clothes. Moreover, she had already made many sets. Wooden poles were everywhere in the attic. Hundreds of sets of clothes were hung on them. There were men's clothes and women's clothes. Regardless of whether it was men or women's clothes, all of them were white. In fact, the clothes on her body were also white. Therefore, The current Ling Wu was like a completely different person compared to the Ling Wu he saw back then. Here, I wish City, Lord Yang, a great victory. You've once again created a miracle. Ling Wu said. Yang Dingtian said, half a month ago, you sent someone to look for me. What's the matter? The battle has already ended. You've created a miracle. You've already shown me your prowess. Ling Wu said, then what's next? Are you going to kill me? Or lock me up? There has to be an explanation. Previously, I placed you under house arrest because you have the departed ghost bird in your body. I was afraid that the secret would be leaked again. However, now that the battle is over, there's no need to place you under house arrest anymore. Yang Dingtian said, it's just that I've been too busy during this period of time. Everyone's very busy. I didn't have the time to deal with your matter. I apologize to you here. Please don't say that. Ling Wu said, you've already become the supreme in the universe after your great victory over Zhu Qingzhu. I'm just like an ant. My life and death isn't worth mentioning. Yang Dingtian wasn't used to such sarcastic and ridiculing words. He immediately fell into silence. If you want to kill me or lock me up, just say the word. This castle is bestowed by you. I don't want to stay here for even a day. I'd rather stay in the dungeon. Ling Wu said, you've regained your freedom. In a while, I'll withdraw all the people around the castle. Yang Dingtian said, also, this castle isn't bestowed by me. It's to compensate the Ling family for the loss of handing over Fire Island. It's your Ling families to begin with. I've regained my freedom, right? Ling Wu said. That's right. Yang Dingtian said. Then, can I leave the western region? Ling Wu said. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. Even though Ling Wu's relationship with him had already reached the freezing point, they were still related after all. Furthermore, many people believed that she was once Yang Dingtian's woman. Once she left the western region, if someone were to target Yang Dingtian, she would be in danger. Furthermore, if someone were to make use of her to do something to Yang Dingtian, what should she do? I advise you to not do that. Yang Dingtian said, after you leave the western region, I can't guarantee that you won't be in danger. That's my business. Ling Wu said, I don't want to stay in this land for even a day. After she finished speaking, Ling Wu opened her eyes wide and looked straight into Yang Dingtian's eyes. Her gaze was incomparably resolute, and there wasn't the slightest bit of concession. Then, I'll go and discuss this with your father, Yang Dingtian said. There's no need to discuss. He can stay and enjoy the splendor and wealth. Ling Wu said he has always advised me to bow and lower my head to you. Unfortunately, my waist is too hard and I can't bend. Regardless of whether you agree or not, I'll leave tonight. Why don't you just evaporate me at sea? You shouldn't talk about your father like that. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, he immediately left the loft. Uncle Ling, Ling Wu wants to leave the western region. What are your plans? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm worried about her. Wherever she goes, I'll follow. Ling Zhong said, oh, right. I've brought this castle and those contracts of the heavens and the earth. Please take them back. I don't want. Yang Dingtian suddenly roared fiercely. Immediately, a thunderous sound resounded within the castle. Ling Zhong immediately knelt on the ground. Yang Dingtian suppressed his anger and pulled Ling Zhong up. He said in a hoarse voice, Uncle Ling, these castles and lands belong to you in the first place. They have nothing to do with me. Also, Yang Dingtian's lips trembled slightly as he said, Ling Wu feels that the entire western region has become my territory. Therefore, she wants to leave and is unwilling to stay in my territory. However, this is her own doing and she can't tolerate herself. I'm protecting this land, but this doesn't mean that this land belongs to me. On the contrary, this land belongs to all of you. Of course, it's fine to leave me. However, to leave your own land, isn't it a little too? Uncle Ling, you're originally the Lord of Inferno Island. I originally wanted you to contribute to the Western region. However, it seems that I can't do it now. Yang Dingtian continued. Also, this is your own land. If it wasn't because I'm unable to leave and have to protect this land, Lingwu wouldn't leave. I'll leave and distance myself from her so as to prevent her from feeling uncomfortable. Because this is your own land. However, I have to protect this land. Therefore, I'm unable to leave. Farewell. Yang Dingtian then left. That night, Ling Wu bought a large ship and loaded all the clothes she made onto the ship. After that, she and Ling Zhong boarded the ship and left the western region, heading towards the central region. She placed the contracts of the castles and the lands on the table. What she took away were merely the few hundred sets of clothes that Ling Wu sewed. Early the next morning, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanqiu rode on the Devil Vulture King and Devil Spirit Ray, respectively, and flew towards the Fisher City. Coincidentally, they saw Ling Wu's ship heading towards the central region on the way. At this moment, she was standing on the ship with her eyes closed. It was as though the sea breeze was blowing from the east. What did this action mean? Was it to embrace freedom? Yang Dingtian's Devil Vulture King was very fast. It left Ling Wu's ship far behind. Ling Wu didn't realize that Yang Dingtian had flown over her head. In the battle between men and women, the more wrong a woman is, the more she won't turn back. She'll walk the same path to the end. Qin Wanqiu suddenly said. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. Instead, he asked suddenly, "Where's Qiu Ruhan?" "I don't know," Qin Wanqiu said. After that, he fell into silence. After that, the two of them flew towards the Fisher City in silence. 10 hours later, the two of them landed in the Fisher City. This time, it was Kuei Ning who came out to welcome them. Furthermore, the etiquette wasn't as exaggerated as the previous time. Previously, the Fisher City had almost turned out in full force. This time, it was still Kuei Ning Sec's 100 Devil Vulture army who stood in formation to welcome them. After meeting Yang Dingtian, Kuei Ning went forward and gave him a big hug. "City Lord, such a crazy victory, I'm really happy." Kuei Ning said excitedly, "I missed such a great moment. It's really a lifelong regret. I also thought that you were here. On my flagship, your chair was still there." Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Then he asked, "Has your father returned?" Yang Dingtian went straight to the point. Kuei Ning's expression changed slightly. Then she nodded and said, "Yes, he has returned." "How is your father?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Is he injured?" "He's fine. There's nothing serious," Kuei Ning said. "That's good. I'll go pay him a visit," Yang Dingtian said. Kuei Ning said, "He's not in the Fisher City now." "Not here." Yang Dingtian asked, "Where did he go?" "He went to the Cloud Sky Pavilion," Kuei Ning said. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I understand." Kuei Si had really returned, and she was not seriously injured. She was not on the verge of death, nor unconscious. She had returned in one piece. What kind of trick was Wu Yuming playing? However, Yang Dingtian knew what Kuei Si's appearance at the Cloud Sky Pavilion meant. He had gone to support Yun Cailin. He clearly knew that Yang Dingtian would definitely punish Yun Cailin. And Yun Cailin was his lover. No matter what, he would support Yun Cailin. "That's good. I'm also going to the Cloud Sky Pavilion," Yang Dingtian said. "Then I won't enter the Fisher City. I'll go to the Cloud Sky Pavilion." "Okay, I'll go with you," Kuei Ning said. Give City Lord Qin a demon eagle. The three of us will ride it to the Cloud Sky Pavilion," Yang Dingtian said. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's rule was that demon eagles were not allowed to enter. Yang Dingtian and the others were riding demon eagles. It was obvious that they had ill intentions. "Is this okay?" Kuei Ning said. "That's fine," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes," Kuei Ning said. Then the three of them rode demon eagles and flew directly to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. When they flew to the border of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Kuei Ning suddenly said, "City Lord Yang, I'll always be on your side. I firmly believe that no matter what you do, it's for the good of the world." Yang Dingtian was slightly taken aback. Of course. He knew that Kuei Ning had always been on his side. However, why would he say such words at this time? This time, when Yang Dingtian entered the Cloud Sky Pavilion's territory again, he met with a huge lineup. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's first elder led all the elders out. They rode white cranes to welcome him. Although the etiquette was formal, everyone looked cold. There was no smile on their faces. In fact, they were filled with hostility. "City Lord Yang, my pavilion master has been waiting for a long time," Yun Zhenu said. Then he led the way to the Cloud Sky Pavilion at the peak of the snow mountain. At this time, Qin Wancho's eyes were filled with coldness. Then he looked at Yang Dingtian. Previously, they had discussed that Qin Wancho would be in charge of all operations in the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Qin Wancho would also be in charge of everything. This time, they were here to blackmail him. In terms of cunning, even Yang Dingtian could not compare to Qin Wancho. After landing in the Cloud Sky Pavilion, the three of them landed. "The pavilion master is waiting for you inside," Yun Zhenu said. "I'll go and report it." "Wait," Qin Wancho said coldly. "Don't you even know the etiquette? Cloud Sky Pavilion Master, why don't you come and greet sect leader Yang Dingtian personally?" Yun Zhenu looked at Yang Dingtian. Don't you go too far," Qin Wancho said coldly. "Today, we represent the Tiando League and the Council of Light. Immediately ask Yun Kalin to come and greet us. Otherwise, we will leave immediately. You will bear all the consequences." Chapter 560. After Qin Wancho spoke, the entire place fell silent. "That's right. I was the one who sent the sea demons to help Zhu Qingzhu," Yun Zhenu said. "Mr. Yang Dingtian, if you want to punish me, please do it." Then she stood on the snowy ground, motionless. "Who do you think you are?" Qin Wancho said coldly. "The Cloud Sky Pavilion is helping the evildoer. I want to punish the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion. Can you represent the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion?" Yun Zhenu was about to speak when Qin Wancho said, "My faction leader is kind and benevolent. I, Qin Wancho, am cruel and merciless. You have a dirty face and thin lips. It's easy for you to say that. Punish you? Who do you think you are? Get out of my way." Instantly, Qin Wancho's power burst forth and suppressed all the experts present. Then, Qin Wancho said coldly, "Yun Kalin, I will count to 3. If you don't come out to welcome faction leader Yang Dingtian, then the Cloud Sky Pavilion will no longer exist. Then there will be no need for the Cloud Sky Pavilion to exist." Bang! All of a sudden, the door of the great hall ahead was violently pushed open. Yun Kalin stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. "Faction leader Yang, are you here to denounce me? Did Qin Wancho mean that he wants to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion?" The Cloud Sky Pavilion leader, Yun Kalin, walked out slowly. Behind her was a skinny and handsome middle-aged man. It was Kuei Si. Although his face was pale, it was as Kuei Ning had said. He was fine. "Mr. Yang Dingtian, when I asked Qin Wancho, can I represent your orders?" Yun Kalin said, "Think carefully before you answer me." "Yes," Yang Dingtian said calmly. "You said that you want to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion?" Yun Kalin stared at Yang Dingtian. She emphasized every word as if she wanted to overwhelm Yang Dingtian. "If there is a need," Yang Dingtian said, "you can try." Yun Kalin said coldly. Yang Dingtian frowned and turned around. "Faction leader Qin, let's go. Prepare for battle. Annihilate the Cloud Sky Pavilion." He was really fucking shameless. He was completely unreasonable. The Cloud Sky Pavilion had betrayed Yang Dingtian and helped the tyrant. They had joined forces with Zhu Qingzhu to attack Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Zhu Qingzhu had suffered a crushing defeat. Not only did Yun Kalin not show any guilt or worry, but her attitude was even more tyrannical. Could it be that, as a woman, she could be so ignorant? At this moment, even though Yang Dingtian was threatening them verbally, he really did want to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Yang Dingtian and the other two rode on the Demon Eagle, and were about to leave. Even Kuei Ning, after glancing at Kuei Si, also got on the demonic eagle and left. City Lord Yang, please wait. Suddenly, Kuei Si shouted. Yang Dingtian was indebted to Kuei Si, so once he opened his mouth, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to stop. After getting off the demonic eagle, Yang Dingtian bowed to Kuei Si and said, Yang Dingtian greets Martial Uncle Kuei Si. Kuei Si leaned to the side and avoided Yang Dingtian's bow. He then returned the bow. Earth-splitting cities, Kuei Si greets City Lord Yang Dingtian. Qin Wanchou frowned. This group of people kept calling him City Lord Yang and not Faction Leader Yang. Senior brother Qin, how have you been? Kuei Si bowed to Qin Wanchou and smiled. Thanks to you, I'm doing well. Qin Wanchou said. Kuei Si said, Junior's sister Kalin offended the Western world and shouldn't have helped the tyrant. However, since the two of you are here today, I believe you aren't really here to fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just the two of you, but an army of 1,000,000. Qin Wanchou said, that's because we're giving brother Kuei Si face. Therefore, the two of us are here to seek justice for the Council of Light. If we can't get justice, then an army of 1,000,000 will come. It's good that you're here. Everyone is of the same mind. There's nothing we can't talk about. Kuei Si said, both of you, please. Qin Wanchou said, Pavilion Lord Yun Kalin, you haven't bowed to my faction leader yet. You don't even know the etiquette. How can we continue the discussion? Kuei Si smiled. Junior sister Kalin, even if a guest is here, you still have to bow. Yun Kalin was indignant. He gritted his teeth and bowed to Yang Dingtian. Cloud Sky Pavilions, Yun Kalin greets the two city lords. Qin Wanchou's face was filled with anger, but he sneered in his heart. Yun Kalin's attitude couldn't be better. Please. Kuei Si smiled. Although Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanchou were dissatisfied with Yun Kalin, they still had to give Kuei Si face and entered the main hall. Young lady Yun Zhenu, you come in too. Qin Wanchou suddenly said. Kuei Si said, all right, there are no outsiders here. If there's anything, let's talk about it. Yang Dingtian smiled. Martial Uncle Kuei, back then at the Tiando League headquarters. Yang Dingtian is extremely grateful to you for speaking up for justice. Yang Dingtian stood up and bowed to Kuei Si. I did it for myself. Kuei Si said, Zhu Qingzhu has been coveting Earth-splitting City and Cloud Sky Pavilion for a long time. Moreover, you chose to go to war with Zhu Qingzhu for our Earth-splitting City and Cloud Sky Pavilion. That's why our two families were able to survive. I should be the one thanking you for your kindness. Brother Kuei Ning and 1,000 demon vulture warriors have always fought alongside me. I see them as my life and death brothers. Therefore, protecting Earth-splitting City is also protecting ourselves. There's no need to talk about gratitude. Yang Dingtian said, all right, that day when we left Eastern Cloud State, who ambushed Martial Uncle Kuei? I don't know, but there were 3 masters and 1 great master. I couldn't handle them. Kuei Si said, it should be someone from the evil ways. I'm really happy that Martial Uncle Kuei has returned safely. Yang Dingtian said, thank you, City Lord Yang. I really have to thank young Master Wu Yuming for my safe return. It was because of him that I was able to return safely. City Lord Wu Yuming is really a man of his words. You're unparalleled in righteousness. Kuei Si said. Yang Dingtian was not good at acting. Hearing him praise Wu Yuming, although he did not directly say that Kuei Si was captured by the Vulture sect, he was definitely not willing to go along with Kuei Si and praise Wu Yuming. All right, we can talk about our matters at home. Kuei Si said, next, let's talk about Cloud Sky Pavilion. Cloud Sky Pavilion was bewitched by Zhu Qingzhu and did something wrong. They must be punished and made up for. City Lord Yang, tell me, how should we punish them? Junior Sister Kaylin, you can publicly apologize and give a portion of your ships to the Western Navy. Kuei Si listed out the punishment conditions. Yun Kaylin would publicly apologize and give a portion of his ships to the Western Navy. Brother Kuei Si, it's sect leader Yang Dingtian, hidden sect leader Yang Dingtian, not Cloud Sky City, Lord Yang Dingtian. Qin Wancho reminded coldly. Kuei Si smiled and said, Senior Brother Qin, let's get straight to the point. Please tell me how you want to punish them. Qin Wancho's expression was cold and serious as he stared at Yun Kaylin. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Qin Wancho laughed loudly. Punishment is not the goal. Preventing Cloud Sky Pavilion from going down the wrong path is the goal. Turning Cloud Sky Pavilion onto the path of righteousness is the goal. When he said this, Yun Kaylin was stunned. Qin Wancho looked like he was going to condemn him. But he actually said something so casual. Yes, Senior Brother Qin is indeed a broad-minded person, Kuei Si said. How about this, to answer to the Council of Light, to answer to the world, to let Cloud Sky Pavilion return to the path of righteousness? I will arrange a beautiful marriage for Cloud Sky Pavilion. How about that? Qin Wancho said. When he said this, Yun Kaylin and Kuei Si were even more shocked and confused. Yun Kaylin finally could not help but say, marriage? Cloud Sky Pavilion does not have a marriageable woman or a marriageable man. Qin Wancho pointed at Yun Jianu and said, Miss Yun is a natural beauty with a precious bloodline. Isn't she a marriageable woman? Yun Jianu was instantly stunned and looked at Qin Wancho in disbelief. Yun Kaylin and Kuei Si were also stunned. After Kuei Si recovered from her shock, she smiled and said, Senior Brother Qin's son, Qin Huayu, is indeed a dragon among men. He and Jianu are indeed a match made in heaven. However, for such a beautiful thing, it is still up to Jianu's own opinion. I will spend the rest of my life alone and will not marry, Yun Jianu said lightly. No, not my little dog, Qin Wancho said. How can my Qin Huayu be worthy of Miss Yun Jianu? Yun Kaylin was confused and said, Then who else could it be? Far away on the horizon, but close at hand, Qin Wancho said, It is my sect leader, the world's #1 hero, who is worthy of Miss Yun Jianu's beauty. When he said this, everyone was shocked. Kuei Si, Yun Kaylin, and Yun Jianu were shocked at first. Then they were extremely angry and suddenly soared into the sky. Even Yang Dingtian had a strange feeling in his heart. However, he had handed everything over to Qin Wancho today, so he had to be thick-skinned and listen to these words. If I didn't remember wrongly, City Lord Yang Dingtian is already married, Yun Kaylin said coldly. That's right. Sect leader Yang has already married. Therefore, Miss Yun Jianu will marry him as a co-wife, just like my daughter, Qin Wancho said. What co-wife? Just a concubine. Yang Dingtian, you are too much. Yun Kaylin was furious and shouted at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, you are blinded by lust. You want to marry my daughter? Wishful thinking. At this moment, Yun Jianu was staring at Yang Dingtian with a pair of big eyes. She was in disbelief. Qin Wancho looked at Yun Jianu and said, Miss Yun, what is your attitude? Yun Jianu looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, Yang Dingtian, I don't know why you stopped me from marrying Lingxi. I also don't know if I have any relationship with the woman you are talking about. But I am telling you now, regardless of whether I have any relationship with the woman you are talking about, I will never, ever marry you. If you want me to marry you, you can take a corpse back with you if I am dead. Then Yun Jianu continued, That's right. I helped Zhu Qingzhu to attack you. I have offended you, but you can kill me or torture me as you wish. You want me to sell my body and live in humiliation? Dream on. Finally, Yun Jianu pursed her lips and said disdainfully, I won't even marry Lingxi. Why would I marry you? Qin Wancho acted as if he did not hear her and said, "Other than Miss Yun Zhenu marrying my faction leader as co-wife, the Cloud Sky Pavilion must join the Council of Light. All troops and martial artists must accept the reorganization of the Council of Light and hand over the Crystal Demon Fleet and the Crystal Stone Power." Yun Kailin's expression changed when she heard the conditions. Bang! She slammed her palm on the stone couch beside her and shattered it into pieces. Wishful thinking. "You have gone too far." Yun Kailin shouted, "Yang Dingtian, you are shameless. If it were not for the guest rule, I would not let you walk out of this hall today. Get lost." Qin Wancho looked at Yun Kailin and said coldly, "Pavilion Leader Yun, think carefully. It's easy for us to leave the Cloud Sky Pavilion, but the next time we come back, we will bring an army of millions. Come on. I would rather die than live in dishonor." Yun Kailin shouted, "Come on. I, Yun Kailin, will never surrender. Goodbye." Qin Wancho stood up. "Goodbye." Yang Dingtian stood up. "Send the guests off." Yun Kailin said, "Burn all the couches that Yang Dingtian sat on, destroy all the stone slabs that he walked on, and burn everything that he touched. I feel disgusted." Kuei Si's face was pale as he sat on the ground. Yang Dingtian and Qin Wancho flicked their sleeves and left. Although Yang Dingtian knew that Qin Wancho's forced marriage was fake and that it was a strategic blackmail, he was still angered by Yun Kailin's attitude. Walking out of the hall, Yang Dingtian and the other two were about to get on the demon vulture. "Hold on," Yun Zhenu suddenly said. "Yang Dingtian, I have a few words that I wish to speak with you." After that, she turned and walked away. "What do you want to say?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I don't know who this Dugu Fingwu is, but now I completely understand why she left you." Yun Zhenu said indifferently, "I feel sorry for your wife. She actually met a man like you." Yang Dingtian asked, "Is this what you want to say to me?" "Also, I might not be married to Lingxi, but don't forget that we are sworn siblings." Yun Zhenu said indifferently, "If you want to make a move on my Cloud Sky Pavilion, you can see if the Vulture sect will sit by and do nothing." Immediately after, Yun Zhenu left. Yang Dingtian returned to Qin Wancho's side and said to him and Kuei Ning, "Let's go." Immediately after, the three of them rode on the demon vulture and flew towards the northwest. Not long after, Yun Zhenu rode on a demon spirit ray and flew towards the vulture sect in the east. After leaving the Cloud Sky Pavilion's territory, Kuei Ning finally spoke. "City Lord Yang, Yun Zhenu is still considered my sister." "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "I feel that it is better for both parties to be willing," Kuei Ning said. "All right, don't say any more." Qin Wancho said, "Kuei Ning, you should be clear about the sect master's character. Therefore, you should choose to believe him. That is the most reasonable and correct choice." "Yes," Kuei Ning said, but her expression turned complicated. Qin Wancho and Yang Dingtian left the Cloud Sky Pavilion and didn't stop at the Earth Fisher City. They returned to the northwest continent. When Yang Dingtian was leaving, Kuei Ning suddenly said, "City Lord, if you are attacking other factions, my Demon Vulture army will follow your lead. But if you are attacking the Cloud Sky Pavilion, I think it will be hard for the Earth Fisher City's Demon Vulture army to participate. After all, Marshal Aunt Kai Lin is my father's woman. She is also another senior to me." Yang Dingtian patted her shoulder and didn't say anything. He also didn't stop at the Earth Fisher City and returned to the northwest continent. From the beginning to the end, Yang Dingtian and Kuei Si didn't mention anything about the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. After returning to the northwest continent, Yang Dingtian immediately issued a decree to reprimand the Cloud Sky Pavilion for helping the evildoers. He also announced that the Council of Light would punish the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Immediately after, the West Continent gathered a large army. All the ships, submarines, tens of thousands of air forces, and 5,000 demon dragon army were gathered at the seaside. Suddenly, the situation that had been peaceful for more than a month was filled with war clouds again. Chapter 561. In just a few days, the West Continent had gathered hundreds of thousands of troops. Many people had even seen ancient beasts swimming in the ocean. The Sky Cloud Pavilion retracted all their fleets as if they were facing a great enemy. They also started to build defensive lines in the Southern Ocean City, the only city in the Sky Cloud Pavilion that had flat land. Nearly 20,000 Snow Lion soldiers descended from the Sky Cloud Plateau and entered the Southern Ocean City. The entire Sky Cloud Plateau also started to gather as countless troops entered the Southern Ocean City. The Earthshatter City Lord publicly announced that the Earthshatter City would not allow any forces or troops to attack the Sky Cloud Pavilion through the airspace and territory of the Earthshatter City. He did not even want any forces to invade the entire Angzhou continent. After that, Prince Lingxi of the Vulture sect visited the Sky Cloud Pavilion again. He also announced that he would not allow any forces to invade the Sky Cloud Pavilion. When necessary, the Vulture sect would interfere. Lingxi's announcement was like a huge rock crashing into the surface of a lake, causing huge waves. This showed that the Vulture sect was protecting the Sky Cloud Pavilion. With the protection of the Vulture sect, any forces that wanted to touch the Sky Cloud Pavilion would have to think twice before doing so, as the consequences would be severe. After receiving the affirmation from the Vulture sect, Yun Kalen was emboldened and publicly announced that Yang Dingtian had set up the Council of Light to split the Tiando League. The Sky Cloud Pavilion helping him was not morally wrong, and it was a righteous act. Everyone had the right to punish traitors. If Yang Dingtian led the Western continent to invade the Middle continent, it would be evidence that Yang Dingtian was trying to usurp the authority of the entire Tiando League. This was the first time the Sky Cloud Pavilion had openly expressed their stance. Attacking Yang Dingtian for setting up the Council of Light was setting up another Tiando League, and it was a crime to split the country. The Sky Cloud Pavilion helping Zhu Qingzhu against Yang Dingtian was not wrong, and it was a righteous act. The fact that Yang Dingtian dared to invade the Sky Cloud Pavilion was another proof of Yang Dingtian's ambition. After Yun Kalen's announcement, the entire Middle Continent and even the entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was waiting for another great battle to break out. Especially in the Western world, Yang Dingtian had already lost count of how many battle requests he had received. All kinds of submarines, torpedoes, and artillery shells were madly manufactured in the Western region. At the same time, the Council of Light army of the entire West Continent, consisting of a total of 2 million elites, had been fully formed. Originally, it was just a strategic blackmail. However, Yun Kalen's complete fallout with him and his attacks and slander of Yang Dingtian had forced the entire West Continent to shoot. If they allowed Yun Kalen to attack them like this, it would be difficult for the Council of Light to back down. At this time, the Council of Light Command Department had been completely established. These 2 million troops were directly under the command of the Council of Light. There were only 4 people in the high command: Qin Wanzhou, Song Chanhua, Qiu Wanjie, and Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had the highest veto power. Even Song Xiao, Qin Huaiyu, and Duan Rian were not members of the high command department, let alone Shimin Lai. However, Qin Huaiyu, Duan Rian, Shimin Lai, and the others were the highest commanders of the Council of Light Army. Each of them commanded more than 200,000 troops. The Council of Light had undergone some changes. The original 6 permanent members were Yang Dingtian, Qin Wanzhou, Qiu Wanjie, Song Chanhua, Duan Rian, and Li Guanong. Now, there were a few more ordinary members, namely Song Xiao, Qin Huaiyu, Song Lihua, Zhu Hongxue, and Tang Guozhao. Therefore, these 12 people were the most powerful members of the entire West Continent's 30,000 territories, hundreds of millions of citizens, hundreds of thousands of martial artists, and millions of soldiers. The arrow is already on the bow, and it has to be shot. Attack! Song Shao had always been very extreme. Attack! The Cloud Sky Pavilion is more shameless than the Black Heaven sect. Zhu Hongxue was also a straightforward person. Yun Cailin had committed a grave mistake and suffered a great defeat. Not only did he not personally come to the Western world to admit his guilt and apologize, his attitude was even more tyrannical. Now, with the support of the Vulture sect, he was actually attacking Yang Dingtian to split the Tiando League and slandering Yang Dingtian. Moreover, he had also started to gather his troops and was ready to fight at any time. Attack! Qiu Wanjie said. Not to mention the Cloud Sky Pavilion's current attitude, they should be punished for helping Zhu Qingzhu that day. Otherwise, where is the dignity of the Council of Light? Let me say a few words, Song Lihua suddenly said. I don't know anything about military affairs, and I won't express my opinions. However, the entire West Continent is in the midst of reorganization, and the most important thing is to clean up the feudal vassals. This is the most important thing to the West Continent, much more important than attacking the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Moreover, there can't be any mistakes. We have to put in all our effort to complete it. Once we start a war with the outside world, it will be easy for internal chaos to occur. If we want to attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion, I suggest that we do it after the internal reorganization of the West Continent. I have the same opinion, Tang Buizhou said. Attacking the Cloud Sky Pavilion is a matter of pride. Now that we are reorganizing the West Continent and moving the West capital, everything is extremely important to us. Every day is extremely precious. Duan Rian said, I'm a straightforward person. When I see Yun Cailin and listen to her, I want to fight. However, you all know that part of our navy has already moved to the southwest continent. The construction of the southernmost city in the southwest continent has also begun. There are already 300,000 soldiers in the southwest continent, and they have already started to clean up the feudal vassals and bandits. I will obey any orders from the Council of Light, but personally, I don't want to see the cleanup of the southwest continent stop halfway. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Wanzhou. The entire strategic blackmail plan was proposed by him, so he believed that he had a well-thought-out plan. Qin Wanzhou said, the strategic blackmail to bully the Cloud Sky Pavilion was planned by me and carried out by me. Although Yun Cailin's fierce attitude is somewhat out of our expectations, the overall situation has not changed. This plan can still be carried out. As for the so-called blackmail, we might as well make it more realistic and more intense. What do you mean? Yang Dingtian asked. The army should set off immediately and begin to seal off the Cloud Sky Pavilion's defense line. Let the ancient giant beasts start to approach the Cloud Sky Pavilion's territorial waters, Qin Wanzhou said. If we don't prepare to fight, what will happen if we accidentally fire? Song Chunhua said, Yun Cailin has a fierce personality. If she starts a war, we won't be fully prepared. Moreover, the cleansing of the feudal vassals has already begun. I am worried that there will be serious consequences. Therefore, I suggest that we attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion with all our might, or reorganize the West Continent with all our might. Song Chunhua's opinion was that she did not agree with Qin Wanzhou's strategic blackmail plan and was unwilling to take the risk. She was an upright and selfless person. She always liked to be open and above board and disliked conspiracies. Once Song Chunhua's attitude was expressed, everyone had to face her squarely. Currently, the second in command of the Council of Light was definitely Qin Wanzhou. However, in many people's hearts, the third in command was not Song Shao or Qiu Wanjie, but Song Chunhua. Although her cultivation was not as high as Song Shao and Duan Rian, her character was charming and upright. Many people could not help but trust her. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, I'm very lacking in strategizing. Therefore, I'm also not very clear about the pros and cons of taking the risk of strategic blackmail. However, I do know one thing. Once a matter is decided, do not give up halfway. Changing orders all the time is a big taboo. Therefore, continue with this strategic blackmail plan. I believe that all of us here will be able to bear the consequences. Yes. After Yang Dingtian made the final decision, no one had any objections and stopped arguing about this matter. Qin Wanqiu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The so-called strategic blackmail was, after all, a conspiracy. If it was a conspiracy, then there would be successes and failures. Now, it was as if Yun Kalin had stepped on someone's tail. He had really forced Qin Wanqiu into a corner. Therefore, his strategic blackmail plan might really have wasted all his previous efforts. At this moment, Qin Wanqiu could see clearly that Yang Dingtian's strategizing was average, and his methods were even more average. His political skills were also very shallow, and he did not have the skills of a ruler at all. However, this person was broad-minded, far-sighted, and determined. Just these 3 points alone were enough. In particular, his selflessness was worthy of everyone's trust. After the strategic blackmail plan was set, the entire West continent immediately went into action. Zhongzhou's fleet of more than 200,000 soldiers set off once again. Together with the winged cavalry troops, they started to completely seal off the Sky Cloud Pavilion sea route. Moreover, the ancient beast had come within 1,000 miles of the Sky Cloud Pavilions sea many times. There were a few times when it had set off huge waves, causing people to tremble in fear. At the most tense moment, the ancient beast had directly destroyed 3 of the Sky Cloud Pavilion's warships in the Sky Cloud Pavilion sea region. Instantly, Yun Kalin was furious. Then he publicly announced that Yang Dingtian was a sinful and ambitious person, and that he was the culprit behind the breakup of the Tiando League. Furthermore, he sent out his own crystal warships to the Western Sea region. Once they saw any warships from the West continent, they would mercilessly sink them. Yun Kalin did as he said. His crystal warships appeared and disappeared unpredictably, sinking almost 10 merchant ships from the West continent. Yang Dingtian's fleet approached. Once again, the submarine troops also started to hunt down the crystal warships of the Sky Cloud Pavilion. Although the two sides did not directly engage in battle, there were countless small battles and conflicts in private. Despite the constant conflicts with the Sky Cloud Pavilion, the reorganization of the West continent did not stop. Duan Ruyan and Li Guanong led the Southern Army and started to clear out the entire southwest continent. As for the 1 million soldiers, the cleansing operation of the feudal lords in the West continent had also begun. As expected, these feudal lords were extremely fearful of Yang Dingtian. However, when they wanted to clear out their territories, they were still met with a violent counterattack. About half of the feudal lords obediently handed over their territories, took the money that the Council of Light had used to purchase their territories, and received the shares of the Council of Light's bank. After that, they would either enter the army or take up positions in other regions or cities. However, there were still a small number of feudal lords who directly started an armed rebellion. There were thousands of feudal lords in the West continent. Even if a small number of them rebelled, there were still close to 1 million armed forces. Instantly, the entire West continent was filled with smoke. The 1 million elites that the Council of Light had prepared in advance immediately went to deal with the situation. Although the rebellious feudal lords were powerful, they were of no use in front of the absolute power of the Council of Light. The anti-rebellion troops, led by Qin Huaiyu and Song Shao, were like a hot knife through butter. They cleared out 50 kilometers in a day. Of course, Yang Dingtian wanted to start a land revolution in the entire West continent and hand over all the land to the ordinary people. However, there was no doubt that this was impossible. This would infringe on the huge interests of Qin Wanqiu, Song Shao, and Qiu Wanjie. Therefore, Yang Dingtian made some concessions. After clearing out the feudal lords, he distributed most of the land to the landless people. However, these people had to pay taxes to the various defense forces. Meanwhile, within the territories of Qin City, World Society, and Divine Weapons Villa. They also liberated the slaves and made them free people. Moreover, they let the major forces contract these lands to the free people for farming. 55% of it was handed over to Qin City, World Society, and Divine Weapons Villa. This proportion was undoubtedly very large. If it was on modern Earth, people would scold them to death. However, in the chaotic world, those who farmed were all slaves. They worked every day but had nothing. They ate whatever their master gave them and had no property. Now, giving them 45% of the profits was already a great benefit. Of course, Qin City, World Society, and Divine Weapons Villa could only keep a portion of the profits for themselves. The other portion would be handed over to the Council of Light to be used to raise the army. In short, the Council of Light's West Continent was in chaos. Outside, there were conflicts and skirmishes every day. Inside, there was smoke everywhere and battles were everywhere. Therefore, the Cloud Sky Pavilion took the opportunity to attack Yangdingtian. They were cruel, bloodthirsty, and warlike. Moreover, they began to call on all the dukes, people, martial artists, and armies of the West Continent to rise up and resist Yangdingtian's tyranny. Previously, when planning the strategic blackmail, Qin Wanchou knew very well that Yun Cailin would definitely be angry. However, he didn't expect her to react so violently and crazily. In the past, when Zhu Qing wanted to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion, why weren't you so arrogant? With the Vulture sect as your backing, why were you so fearless? Seeing that the West Continent was in chaos, the worship of Yangdingtian in the Middle Continent gradually quieted down. The leaders of the forces in the Middle Continent gradually began to have different opinions and doubts about the West Continent's Council of Light and Yangdingtian. In short, the situation was getting worse and worse. The entire West Continent and the Cloud Sky Pavilion were on the verge of war. However, the strategic turning point that Qin Wanchou wanted to see still didn't appear. If it didn't appear, then the West Continent would have no other choice. They could either start a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion and become enemies with the Vulture sect, or they could completely cease all activities. There was news that the Vulture sect's Black Vulture army had begun to leave the southern barbarian continent. Once they started a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion, the ancient giant beasts couldn't go on land. To attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion, they had to rely on their air force. Of course, there was also the Devil Dragon army that could climb mountains as if they were walking on flat ground. The Devil Vulture army had already left. Because of Kuei Si, Fisher City would definitely stand on the side of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Therefore, it was impossible for Yangdingtian to have any air force. He could only use the Devil Dragon army to attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Of course, if the Vulture sect didn't mobilize the Black Vulture army, then the Devil Dragon army could still fight. However, once the Black Vulture army was mobilized, the West Continent, which had no air force, was basically doomed. Therefore, the entire Council of Light and the entire West Continent's doubts about Qin Wanchou's strategic blackmail plan were getting louder and louder. Even Qin Huaiyu had looked for Yangdingtian and told him not to support Qin Wanchou because of his identity. If necessary, he could cancel this strategic blackmail plan. However, Yangdingtian only had one attitude, and that was to continue. If the conflict reached a certain level, then they would directly start a war. Even if the Vulture sect's Black Vulture army participated in the war. At most, they would attack the Cloud Sky Plateau. They would directly turn the Cloud Sky Pavilion's only city, Southern Ocean City, into ruins. Then, they would block all the exits of the Cloud Sky Pavilion and completely seal them off. Under Yangdingtian's absolute insistence, all the objections to Qin Wanchou temporarily stopped. Actually, Yangdingtian didn't know whether his insistence was right or not. Was it good or bad? However, he only knew that he shouldn't doubt the people he used. Once he started a plan, he had to stick to it. Anyway, even if the plan failed, he could still bear the consequences of starting a war. However, the pressure on Qin Wanchou was unprecedentedly great. If it was any other city or any other power, he would have directly used his army to push over and destroy it. However, the Cloud Sky Pavilion was on a plateau thousands of meters high. There was no road at all. They could only rely on air forces. The strange thing was that the West Continent didn't have an air force. Fisher City was already on the opposite side. Therefore, Qin Wanqiu couldn't sleep night after night. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer. He personally came to Yang Dingtian and told him that if Yang Dingtian announced that he was giving up on this strategic blackmail plan, he would fully understand and support it. Then he would formally admit his mistake and apologize to the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian's attitude didn't change at all. If he persisted, once the conflict reached an irreconcilable point, he would directly start a war. Even if it meant starting a war with the Vulture sect earlier, he wouldn't hesitate. At this time, Yang Dingtian was gambling. He was gambling that the Vulture sect wouldn't start a war with Yang Dingtian at this time. Firstly, it was still neutral. Secondly, Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu hadn't both died yet. The Vulture sect and the Sea of Gloom wouldn't jump out. Once they did, their superior status would immediately disappear. Then, time passed day by day. The counterinsurgency operation in the West Continent was still in full swing. The cleanup of the Southwest Army was almost halfway done. The Southern Fleet had also begun to station themselves in the Southwest Continent. The foundation of the southernmost city had also been built. It was also at this moment that a huge piece of bad news arrived. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's crystal warships had traveled thousands of miles and ambushed the Southwest Continent. They sank 13 ships of the Southern Fleet and used crystal crossbows to kill thousands of ground troops. Then they left freely. When this news reached the headquarters of the Council of Light in Iron Furnace City, Qin Wanqiu slumped in his seat, his face pale. After a long time, he said in a trembling voice, "Sect leader, let's stop the strategic blackmail plan. Let's start a full-scale war. I will resign from my position as a permanent member of the Council of Light. I will even resign from my position as the Supreme Commander of the Western Defense District." Then the entire headquarters of the Council of Light fell into silence. No one had expected Yun Kalen to be so crazy, bold, and intense. If she was so capable, why didn't she ambush Zhu Qingzhu? Of course, although Zhu Qingzhu was plotting against the Cloud Sky Pavilion, he had never said it out loud or trampled on her face. He only said that the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Kuei Si had supported Yang Dingtian, so he wanted to punish them. When they were face to face, Zhu Qingzhu was always polite to Yun Kalen, but when Yang Dingtian trampled on her face, her reaction was so intense. It seemed that a woman's face could never be touched. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's fleet had ambushed the Southwest Continent and sunk a dozen warships, killing thousands of people. As a result, the conflict had reached its peak. It was impossible to not start a war, although the internal cleansing and reconstruction had been going on. But Yun Kalen had forced Yang Dingtian into a corner. But once the war started, it would mean Qin Wanqiu's failure, and he would have to bear the responsibility. "No, we won't start a war," Yang Dingtian said directly. "At this time, perhaps the strategic blackmail will turn around. But if we don't start a war," Qin Wanqiu said, "the Council of Light will be bullied by the Cloud Sky Pavilion and lose its prestige. It will be a fatal blow to our Council of Light. We choose to start a war without declaring war." Yang Dingtian said, "I will send out the ancient behemoth to destroy Nanning City's pier, killing 3 times the number of people and silencing 10 times the number of warships." Yang Dingtian did not declare war. That night, he directly sent out the ancient behemoth to destroy Nanning City's pier. All the warships docked at the pier were destroyed, and everyone on the pier was killed. Then the ancient behemoth fled far away. After returning to Iron Furnace City, Yang Dingtian did not give up. He immediately ordered, "Is the largest 10,000-kilogram bomb ready? I am going to throw it on Yun Kalen's head." Then Yang Dingtian said to Qin Wanqiu, "Wait for 5 more days. If there is no change in the situation within 5 days, immediately start a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Even if we have to fight with the Vulture sect, we will not hesitate. At night, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanqiu, the two of them rode on the Demon Vulture King and flew towards the Cloud Sky Pavilion under the cover of the night, carrying a super bomb that weighed over 10,000 pounds. The Demon Vulture King was extremely powerful. It was 2 to 3 times the size of the other demon vultures, carrying more than 10,000 pounds. However, it was difficult to fly at top speed while carrying a bomb that weighed over 10,000 pounds. And every 3,000 miles, it had to float in the sea and rest for a while. It also had to be fed with the best crystals to recover its energy. Just like that, Yang Dingtian took a long detour and entered the Cloud Sky Pavilion's territory from the south. This way, they had to fly more than 20,000 miles. After a full day and 2 nights, Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu rode on the Demon Vulture King and flew into the Cloud Sky Pavilion with a huge bomb that weighed over 10,000 pounds. Because they were flying at an altitude of more than 10,000 meters and in the dark night. Moreover, the Cloud Sky Pavilion knew that Yang Dingtian did not have any air force, so there was almost no defense in the air. Yang Dingtian flew to the Cloud Sky Pavilion's headquarters almost effortlessly. Below was a huge snow mountain, and at the peak of the snow mountain were the 1,000 houses of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's headquarters was on the highest mountain. They flew to the sky above the Cloud Sky Pavilion's headquarters hall. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian threw down the bomb that weighed over 10,000 pounds. Chapter 562. At this time in the middle of the night, the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion was asleep and did not have any defense against the sky. Moreover, this was the top of the snow mountain. It could snow almost every day, and there would be a sea breeze whistling every day. The flying snow and the whistling wind completely covered the sound of the huge bomb falling. Whoosh! In this way, the bomb weighing more than 10,000 pounds fell from the sky. It smashed into the many houses of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Boom! Then there was an earth-shattering explosion. More than 10,000 pounds of explosives were packed with nearly 10,000 pounds of high explosives and special energy crystals. The energy burst out of the sudden explosion was extremely shocking. The huge fireball burst out at the top of the mountain could be seen from 100 miles away. It was as if a huge torch was lit at the top of the snow mountain. Then all the pavilions within a few hundred meters were blown up. The main hall of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, which was only a few dozen meters away from the explosion point, was instantly blown to pieces. Hundreds of houses seemed to have turned into a pile of ruins in an instant. After the explosion, hundreds of people flew out of the Cloud Sky Pavilion's houses and rushed into the air. These were all experts of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. After the explosion, except for a few people who screamed, all of them flew into the air to look for the murderer. However, after Yang Dingtian threw the bomb, he directly rode the Demon Eagle King and flew away at full speed at a speed of more than 1,000 miles per hour. These people flew into the air after the explosion. How could they catch up with him? Of course, it was not that Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanqiu were afraid of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Yang Dingtian was a 4-star 9th grade grandmaster, and Qin Wanqiu was a great grandmaster. The two of them together did not fear any expert of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. The main thing was that Yang Dingtian could not be seen by others. He, the supreme leader of the Council of Light, personally threw the bomb. Of course, some people might say, why not directly send grandmasters and grandmasters to capture Yun Kalen? Just as Zhu Qing wanted to follow the rules, Yang Dingtian also wanted to follow the rules. Even if Yang Dingtian and the Cloud Sky Pavilion were to go to war, it would at most be a civil war. Therefore, the two armies had to confront each other openly and send 2 great masters to capture Yun Kalen directly? If that happened, Yang Dingtian's reputation would be ruined. Was it possible to have a direct martial arts duel? Of course, he could just issue a martial Dao challenge. In the past, Yang Dingtian could assassinate. However, after he became the Lord of Cloud Sky City, he couldn't play around anymore, especially after he became the Lord of the Council of Light. Then, when could he be executed without announcing it, and without teaching it? Evil ways. When you are sure that someone is a martial arts expert, you can directly eliminate them. Hundreds of Cloud Sky Pavilion experts rushed into the air and discovered that their enemies were already hundreds of miles away. Furthermore, they were getting further and further away. They immediately chased after them like crazy. Below, a huge hole seemed to have been dug in the middle of the magnificent Cloud Sky Pavilion. The most central and core part had been completely reduced to ruins. For nearly 1,000 years, the Cloud Sky Pavilion at the top of the snowy mountain had never been attacked. Today it was as if it had been destroyed. The Cloud Sky Pavilion experts immediately chased after them madly. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the top of the snowy mountain. Everyone looked down in shock. Then they suddenly saw countless accumulated snow at the top of the snowy mountain suddenly sweep down. An avalanche. After countless years of accumulated snow, an avalanche directly occurred after the powerful explosion. Countless accumulated snow kept sliding down and rolling down, more and more and more and more, and in the end it became an incomparably huge force that overturned rivers and seas, as if it covered the sky and covered the earth as it swept down. Everywhere it passed, all the buildings were crushed and buried. Therefore, everyone was shocked to see that the magnificent buildings at the top of the snowy mountain for dozens of miles were all buried by the accumulated snow and turned into ruins. All the accumulated snow on the mountain, which was thousands of meters high, eventually turned into a destructive force that rushed down the mountain. Boom, 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 boom. The entire mountain was shaking, and the entire sky seemed to have changed color. Following that, even the Cloud Sky Plateau within 100 miles was shaken violently. The Cloud Sky Pavilion experts were completely stunned when they saw the scene. The Cloud Sky Pavilion, which had not been attacked for 1,000 years, was completely buried and destroyed by the snowstorm. Fortunately, most of the Cloud Sky Pavilion martial artists were guarding the northern and southern borders. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died tonight? Nearly half of the Cloud Sky Pavilion martial artists would have died. Of course, even so, there were still many casualties. Yang Dingtian, who was far away, was also completely stunned when he saw this scene. He had thought that the explosion at the top of the snowy mountain would cause an avalanche. However, he did not expect the avalanche to be so powerful. It was almost 100 times more powerful than the explosion. More than 12 hours later, Yang Dingtian returned to Iron Forge City in the northwest continent. Several hours later, Yang Dingtian felt Yun Kalin's monstrous anger. She used the most vicious words to attack the Council of Light and Yang Dingtian. Previously, she only said that Yang Dingtian had split the Tiando League. Now, she directly said that Yang Dingtian had brought the ancient evil beasts to battle. It was completely done by evil ways. Yang Dingtian was evil and unorthodox. Everyone had the right to punish him. Moreover, Yun Kalin directly expressed her condolences to Zhu Qingzhu. It was said that in the war against the unorthodox path, a single defeat was nothing. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. Therefore, she asked Zhu Qingzhu to pull himself together and gather all the martial arts forces in Zhongzhou again to deal a devastating blow to Yang Dingtian's Council of Light. She also called on all the righteous forces in Zhongzhou and the chaotic continent to go all out against Yang Dingtian and the West Continent. Of course, Yun Kalin's cries for blood did not receive any response. Even Zhu Qingzhu did not make a sound. As for the other factions in the central province, they had long been terror-stricken by Yang Dingtian. They were afraid that Yang Dingtian would come looking for them and wanted to capture the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion and beat them up while forgetting them. This outcome couldn't be any better. Do you think I'm retarded if I jump out to attract more hatred? Yun Kalin searched all over the world and did not receive any response. He was furious. He sent out the crystal warships to attack everything in the West Continent. They did not care about civilians or military forces. Every time they attacked, they would kill a few hundred people and leave immediately. Then they would go to another place and launch a sneak attack. The crystal warships of the Cloud Sky Pavilion even attacked Yangdingtian's most important submarine and torpedo manufacturing base, Fire Island, at lightning speed. Moreover, they almost succeeded. Dozens of people were killed, and 3 manufacturing facilities were destroyed. Yes, many warships and submarines had discovered the crystal warships of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Dozens of warships and submarines attacked them. The shore-based cannons also fired wildly. However, the 3 crystal warships had launched a suicidal attack. They had no intention of returning at all. After firing the crystal arrows, they directly self-destructed. The crystal power that Yang Dingtian yearned for even in his dreams had been blasted into smithereens. This sneak attack almost scared the soul out of the entire Council of Light. Almost the entire submarine base was on Fire Island. Fortunately, the losses were not great. However, the terror of the crystal warships was still fresh in everyone's minds. How awesome! The 4 suicide warships broke through many blockades at a terrifying high speed. Besieged by almost 100 warships and submarines, they broke into Fire Island. Compared to the crystal warships, the West Continent's fleet was as slow as an old woman. According to the data that Yang Dingtian received, the 4 suicidal warships were traveling at a shocking speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. Fuck! Even the warships on Earth were not as fast as this. This speed was almost as fast as a motorboat. In order to cooperate with the Cloud Sky Pavilion, the Black Vulture Corps of the Vulture sect finally, officially, left the southern barbarian continent and entered the eyes of the world. There were 5,000 Black Vultures. Instantly, another huge wave was set off. Once the war started, once the Vulture sect was involved, then it would be another huge war. It was easy to start but difficult to end. There were less than 4 hours left before Yang Dingtian's 5-day deadline. Yang Dingtian blew up the headquarters of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, causing an avalanche that destroyed almost all the buildings of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. In a fit of rage, Yun Kalin sent the crystal warships to attack Fire Island. This was a humiliating blow to the Council of Light. Moreover, her crystal warships carried out crazy sneak attacks on the entire West Continent. People were killed and people were killed. The West Continent's navy could do nothing about the crystal warships of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. They were too fast. Even if they ran in front of you, you would not be able to catch up. For hours later, if there was no change in the situation, they had no choice but to start the war. Even if the Vulture sect was involved in the war, they would not hesitate. Of course, if that was the case, Qin Wancho's departure would be a foregone conclusion. Yang Dingtian and the dozen members of the Council of Light all stayed in the headquarters. When the time was up, they would declare war on the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then it would be a long war, a long blockade, and crazy sneak attacks. Yang Dingtian did not have an air force, so he could not attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion. He could only destroy Southern Ocean City and lock it down. Then he would have to endure long-term air attacks from the Vulture sect. Therefore, this war would be very long. Moreover, it could escalate at any time. Faction leader Zhu Hongyu from the Black Heaven sect of Zhongzhou has secretly come to visit. Jiao Liao reported. Qin Wancho almost collapsed in his seat. The strategic blackmail had finally paid off. The turning point had finally appeared. Yang Dingtian said, "Uncle Master Qin, come with me to meet the secret emissary from Zhongzhou." "Yes," Qin Wancho said. In a secret room, Yang Dingtian met the secret emissary of Zhongzhou, Zhu Hongyu. "City Lord Yang, my father is not an infiltrator of the evil ways. At most, he is a collaborator." The first thing the young master of the Black Heaven sect said was directly, "Evil ways give my father great power, and my father gives evil ways convenience. It's that simple." Yang Dingtian said. Therefore, don't treat us as the people of the evil ways. We are not mortal enemies. Zhu Hongyu said, my father brought a message. Before the demon king, when Tian revives, he will not have anything to do with the evil ways. He is still the leader of the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian said. Then what do you want to say? The West Continent is yours. The Council of Light is yours. Zhu Hongyu said, but Zhongzhou is ours. On the surface, we attack and suppress each other, but in reality, we do not interfere with each other's business. Are you begging me not to invade Zhongzhou? Yang Dingtian said. You don't have the strength to invade Zhongzhou for the time being. Zhu Hongyu said, not only are you at war with the Sky Cloud Pavilion, but the West Continent is also in civil war. As far as I know, there are more than 1 million rebels in the West Continent. There are more than 1,000 rebels. Before the West Continent is completely settled, you do not have the strength to invade Zhongzhou. Yang Dingtian fell silent. Moreover, although the ancient beasts are powerful, they can't go on land, Zhu Hongyu said. Yang Dingtian fell silent again. You want to attack the Zhongzhou Tiando League? Qin Wanchou said coldly, that is impossible. Sect Master Yang will not sit by and watch. Of course not. Zhu Hongyu said, the Zhongzhou Tiando League is a brother force of the Black Heaven sect. How can we fight against each other? You are overthinking. Yang Dingtian asked, then what is your objective for coming here? Zhu Hongyu said, there is no other reason. It is just that you and I will mind our own business. Moreover, I believe that you do not have the strength to invade us now. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, in other words, Zhu Qingzhu wants to stop the war with me, right? Yes, Zhu Hongyu said. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. As long as you draw a line with evil ways, I will accept everyone. We have already drawn a line with evil ways, Zhu Hongyu said. Not enough, Yang Dingtian said. You need proof of your allegiance. What proof of allegiance? Zhu Hongyu asked. Ning Wuming's head. The head of the evil ways in Zhongzhou, Yang Dingtian said. Impossible. Zhu Hongyu said, we cannot offend Wentian. If we do, once Wentian revives, our doomsday will come. If that is the case, then we have nothing to talk about, Yang Dingtian said. What can you do? What can you do? Zhu Hongyu said coldly, your submarine fleet and gunships are all being upgraded. Moreover, you have been beaten to a pulp by the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crystal warships. The internal strife in Western Continent is getting worse and worse. What power do you have to invade us? We can negotiate with the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Negotiate? Zhu Hongyu sneered. You blew up the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Yun Kalin wants nothing more than to tear you to pieces. He has already personally gone to the Black Heaven sect to ask my father to come out. He wants to gather all the martial arts forces in Zhongzhou and directly destroy the bodies of Yang Dingtian and his henchmen. He is ready to trample on the rules and find all the experts to wipe out Yang Dingtian's Council of Light. At this point, can you still negotiate? Yang Dingtian fell silent. After a long while, he said coldly, I still say the same thing. If you want to stop the war with me, you will have to prove your allegiance by attacking the spies of evil ways and Ning Wuming. Otherwise, I will use the most bloody method to completely quell the internal strife. Then, I will directly destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion's Southern Ocean City and seal off the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then, I will furiously upgrade the submarines and gunships and bring the ancient beasts to destroy Immortal Island where the Black Heaven sect is located. So what? Zhu Hongyu said, the ancient beasts can't go on land. Even if you destroy everything on the coast of Immortal Island, so what? The experts of the Black Heaven sect are all safe and sound. What about reputation? What about reputation? The Black Heaven sect has completely lost its prestige. We have completely sealed off the Black Heaven sect. What can the Black Heaven sect use to command the entire Zhongzhou? Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongyu's expression instantly turned ugly. She said coldly, Sect Leader Yang, you don't rely on yourself. What kind of ability are you using an ancient beast from the bottom of the sea? I didn't think that I was that capable in the first place. Yang Dingtian sneered. I'll say it again. If you want to stop the war with me, you'll have to attack the spies of Evil Ways and Ning Wuming to prove your allegiance. Otherwise, after defeating the Cloud Sky Pavilion and quelling the internal strife, I will completely surround the Black Heaven sect. Zhu Hongyu's eyes were almost filled with murderous intent. She slowly closed her eyes and said coldly, Sect Leader Yang, you've gone too far. Since that's the case, there's nothing else to talk about. See the guest out. Yang Dingtian stood up and left. Wait, Zhu Hongyu shouted. You agree? Yang Dingtian said. That's impossible, Zhu Hongyu said. But I can report to my father and ask him to make a decision. Then I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye, Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongyu left. She took advantage of the night and flew into the sky. When she left Iron Furnace City, Zhu Hongyu looked in the direction of Iron Furnace City and said disdainfully, What genius! He's just an idiot. Then, a smug smile appeared on his face. After Zhu Hongyu left, Qin Wanchou smiled and said, Sect leader, the outcome has been decided. The Black Heaven sect is now in my grasp. Then, Qin Wanchou let out a long sigh of relief. It was too difficult. It was easier said than done. Qin Wanchou's strategic deception almost caused him to commit a grave mistake and almost caused him to resign in front of everyone. It was as if they had discussed it, but in reality there was no discussion at all. Next, the secret envoys came to Iron Furnace City in waves. The second person to come was actually Wu Yuming. However, Yang Dingtian did not meet her. Instead, he had Qin Wanchou receive her. Qin Wanchou was a sly old fox. He was the best person to deal with. Just 4 hours later, Qin Wanchou and Wu Yuming's meeting ended. Then, he conveyed 2 messages from Wu Yuming. The first message was that she did not want Yang Dingtian to start a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Otherwise, the West State would bear all the consequences, and Yang Dingtian would bear the consequences. Because when the Vulture sect was forced to get involved, the Sea of Hades would also be forced to get involved. They would completely abandon their previous neutral position. The second message was that this was Wu Yoming's first and last time mediating between the West State and the Cloud Sky Pavilion, because he was going to return to the Sea of Hades with the Vulture sect to visit his mother, Wu Yu. Yang Dingtian was especially concerned about the second message. Wu Yuming was going to return to the Sea of Hades. What did that mean? This message was very profound and very important. Wu Yuming was the second envoy. Soon, the third envoy arrived. It was Kuei Si from Fisher City. His only goal was to stop the war between the West State and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. City Lord Yang, I know you really need the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Kuei Si said. You also know that this secret manual is in my hands. As long as you are willing to stop the war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion, I am willing to give you the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship for free. Kuei Si used the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in exchange for a ceasefire. Chapter 563. Martial Uncle Kuei, I really want the 4th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I'm also willing to exchange for it with something of equal value, or even more valuable, Yang Dingtian said. But this can only be a private matter. We can't use official matters to exchange for it. These were Yang Dingtian's heartfelt words. Hence, after meeting Kuei Si, Yang Dingtian had never mentioned the 4th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Under the current circumstances, it was too easy to confuse official matters with official matters. He couldn't use the Council of Light's official power to exchange for Yang Dingtian's personal pig-slaying swordsmanship secret manual. Even though the Council of Light didn't really want to start a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Kuei Si's face turned ashen. Don't tell me you really want to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Brother Kuei, shouldn't you be punished for your wrongdoings? Qin Wancho suddenly said. Yun Kalin is your woman, but don't forget that Earth-Splitting City is also a member of the Council of Light. During the meeting, we've already agreed that once you return, you'll immediately become a permanent member of the Council of Light. Then Qin Wancho said, it's taboo to not distinguish between official matters and official matters. Kuei Si fell silent. Then he suddenly said, I didn't know that Earth-Splitting City had already joined the Council of Light. However, that was obviously Kuei Ning's private decision. It doesn't count. Moreover, not long ago, Earth-Splitting City's Elders Guild also chose to leave the Council of Light. Therefore, Earth-Splitting City is no longer a member of the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian's face trembled. Martial Uncle Kuei Si, after your return, don't you intend to set things right and join the Council of Light? No. Kuei Si said, Earth-Splitting City is a member of the Tiando League. Why should we join the Council of Light? Not to mention that the Elders Guild had already left the Council of Light. Even if they hadn't, they would have left after I return. The moment these words came out, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wancho's faces turned ugly. Regardless of what happened between the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Yang Dingtian, regardless of the fact that the Elders Guild of Earthshatter City had once betrayed the Council of Light, however, in Yang Dingtian's heart, and even in the hearts of the entire Council of Light, Earthshatter City was one of their own. He could even be called a member of the Council of Light. As for Yang Dingtian, Song Chanhua, and the others, they also treated Kuei Ning as a life and death brother. Now, Kuei Si actually said that she wanted to draw a clear line between the Council of Light and Yang Dingtian. Why? Could it be because of the Cloud Sky Pavilion? Because Yun Kalin is your woman? Yang Dingtian asked. No, it has nothing to do with that. Kuei Si said, City Lord Yang, I know that I spoke up for you at the Tiando League headquarters meeting, so you have always been grateful to me and have treated me as one of your own. However, I will solemnly tell you that I spoke up for justice in the Heavenly Tao Union for myself and for the sake of justice. Therefore, there is no friendship between us. However, because of my words, you immediately went to Earthshatter City to form an alliance. This is definitely a deep conversation. Of course, you bore the brunt of Zhu Qingzhu's anger for the sake of Earthshatter City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. I am very grateful for this. However, I think that during the Battle of Cloud Heaven City, my Demon Eagle army of Earth-Splitting City had also contributed greatly to your cause. Therefore, our two families should be considered even. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. That's right. The Earth Fisher City has never owed me anything. On the contrary, I have always owed Earthshatter City. No need, we're even, Kuei Si said. From today onwards, our two families should not have any interactions. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Yang Dingtian wanted to ask why, but he did not. Actually, from the first time he met Kuei Si, he was very polite and courteous. However, he was overly courteous and did not seem like a comrade-in-arms at all. Kuei Si's attitude had always been courteous, but there was also a hint of coldness and rejection. Therefore, after Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu won the battle, Earthshatter City did not send anyone to congratulate them. Furthermore, Kuei Si had always addressed Yang Dingtian as City Lord Yang and not Sect Leader Yang. Obviously, he did not approve of his identity as the sect leader of the hidden sect. Why was this so? Yang Dingtian really wanted to know. City Lord Yang said that we should not mix public and private matters. I agree with this point. Kuei Si said, during the Demon City's Merchant Palaces auction, I bought the pig-slaying swordsmanship 4th rank secret manual out of anger. This item is of no use to me. Even though I spent money to buy it, it should still be considered as something that belongs to you. Now, let's officially return it to its rightful owner. After saying this, Kuei Si took out a scroll and passed it to Yang Dingtian. I don't deserve it. Yang Dingtian then took out the ring of protection and passed it to Kuei Si. This is the ring of protection. It can be considered as a priceless treasure. It can defend against all attacks that are of the same cultivation level as you. I will use this ring to exchange for your pig-slaying swordsmanship. No. Kuei Si directly placed the secret manual on the table and said, You saved my Earth-Shatter City, and my Demon Eagle Army's battle with Cloud Heaven City was just icing on the cake. Therefore, I will give you this pig-slaying swordsmanship, 4th rank secret manual. From now on, I do not owe you any more. Your ring is too precious. I cannot afford it. Goodbye. After saying this, Kuei Si directly left. Yang Dingtian wanted to chase after him, but Qin Wanchou pulled him back. After walking to the door, Kuei Si suddenly turned his head and said, City Lord Yang, I don't care what ambitions you have, but I have 2 things to say. First, don't come looking for my Kuei Ning in the future. Don't have anything to do with my Earth-Shatter City. Second, don't try to invade the southern Yingzhou. Once your army enters the Yingzhou continent, once you start a war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion, it means that you are also starting a war with my Earth-Shatter City. My Demon Eagle army will do its best to chase away all invaders. When that time comes, don't blame me for being heartless. Then Kuei Si left. In the secret room, Yang Dingtian fell into silence. There's no need to think. It's still Wu Yuming. Qin Wanchou said. From Kuei Si's attitude of keeping people at arm's length, it can be seen. He kept calling you City Lord Yang, and the last sentence even said that he didn't care what ambitions you had. He also thinks that you are impersonating the leader of the hidden sect and trying to usurp the Tiando League. Then Qin Wanchou patted Yang Dingtian's shoulder and said, Don't be sad. Doing big things is like this. Not only do you have to bear the attacks of your enemies, you also have to bear the harm of your friends. Believe me, Kuei Si will soon taste the price of his ignorance. The entire Yingzhou continent will soon be swept into hell. Senior Uncle Qin, you don't have to be so gloating. Yang Dingtian said. Did I make it very obvious? Qin Wanchou laughed, but you are right. Every time I see someone being ignorant and stupid, I am very happy. I have an inexplicable sense of superiority over others. Yang Dingtian was speechless. But you appear to be in pain. You try to explain everything, but it's often futile and even more painful. Qin Wanchou said, So you are the good guy and I am the bad guy. It's just that when you were against me and Song Shao, how vicious were you? The 3 of us old fellows have been trapped by you. You should use this mentality and method on Kuei Si or even Kuei Ning. Yang Dingtian shook his head, helplessly. After these few days of contact, Yang Dingtian understood Kuei Si even more clearly. Without a doubt, Kuei Si was a good person, an upright and unyielding person. And he wasn't greedy and was loyal, but he was very, very stubborn, to the point of being paranoid. He obtained the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, but he didn't want Yang Dingtian's guardian ring. He directly threw the secret manual on Yang Dingtian's table. It showed that this person's character was first class. But because of this, once he decided on something, he couldn't change it anymore. So, sometimes a good person brought more pain than a bad person. Previously, Qin Wanchou's repeated actions were cunning and changeable. Yang Dingtian had a headache, but it wasn't painful. Because he knew that Qin Wanchou was such a person, he could directly use methods to deal with him. But for a person like Kuei Si, neither soft nor hard methods worked. Don't tell me we're just going to sit and watch the earth-splitting city slide into the abyss. Yang Dingtian said, That won't do. Qin Wanchou said, We still have to get the Demon Eagle army. As for the others, don't think too highly of yourself. You can't save them all. Then Qin Wanchou laughed. Wu Yuming wants to bring his wife back to the Sea of Hades to see his mother. Such a simple signal. How can some idiots not see it? and they still want to jump down. If they want to die, even pulling them can't stop them. After that, the Council of Light still didn't declare war on the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Even the ancient giant beast retreated from the Cloud Sky Pavilion Sea. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that such a retreat would make the Cloud Sky Pavilion restrain themselves. He didn't expect Yun Kalin to be even more arrogant. Her crystal warship appeared in the Western Sea and ambushed the West Continent's merchant ships on the sea. She ambushed all the targets on the ground. Moreover, Yun Kalin spent most of her time in Zhongzhou. She contacted various forces and invited Zhongzhou to attack Yang Dingtian again. She even visited Zhu Qingzhu of the Black Heavens sect again and again. She hoped that Zhu Qingzhu would be the leader of the alliance and once again form the Zhongzhou ancient martial artist army to attack the Council of Light and Yang Dingtian. Once a woman went crazy, she was completely unreasonable. Yun Kalin jumped up and down crazily, not for justice, but to vent her anger. Moreover, after the Vulture sect's Black Vulture army was deployed, she felt that she had gained a huge backer. Moreover, after the Black Vulture army appeared, Yang Dingtian immediately retreated. Of course, she thought that Yang Dingtian was afraid and weak. Therefore, she immediately took advantage of the situation to bully Yang Dingtian. She wanted to completely break Yang Dingtian's spine and avenge her humiliation. Therefore, during this period, Yang Dingtian received a large number of reports of casualties and attacks every day. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's ambushes became crazier and crazier. Moreover, a large fleet had already appeared in the West Continent's waters. Her provocations became crazier and crazier. In the end, Yun Kalin even publicly announced in Zhongzhou that she wanted Yang Dingtian to disband the Council of Light. She wanted Yang Dingtian to admit his guilt and accept his punishment. Otherwise, the Cloud Sky Pavilion's righteous crusade would not stop. Moreover, the crusade against Yang Dingtian's 99 major crimes that she was forced to read out was posted again. Zhu Qingzhu didn't dare to accept the crusade anymore. She had already torn it down and burned it. After Yun Kalin relied on the Vulture sect as her backer, she picked up the crusade again. She listed Yang Dingtian's 99 major crimes all over Zhongzhou and even spread it to the West Continent. Yun Kalin even announced that she would discuss this with the Vulture sect. Then, she even contacted the Sea of Hades. The three sects pressured the Yinyang school together. They wanted the Yinyang school to officially expel Yang Dingtian from the Yinyang school and deny that Yang Dingtian was the successor of Dongfang Minmi. Once that was done, they would add the crime of Yang Dingtian cheating Ximen Yan Yan into marrying him. His two noble identities, one being the successor of Dongfang Minmi and the other being the successor of Ximen Wuya, would be completely discarded. Then, Yang Dingtian would lose all his foundation in the Taiando League. This was equivalent to digging up Yang Dingtian's roots. Yang Dingtian and even Qin Wanqiu were gasping in amazement at this scene. Even when Yang Dingtian, Qin Qiqi, and Ning Wuming were at loggerheads with each other, they were not so thorough. At the very least, they used Leng Yanmei to tarnish Yang Dingtian. At other times, Ning Wuming was polite to Yang Dingtian. It was only after Yang Dingtian had stolen Wu Maji's body that Ning Wuming spoke ill of him. When Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu were at loggerheads, they listed 99 major crimes. However, when the battle really started, Zhu Qingzhu had always treated Yang Dingtian as a junior in the Taiando League. His status was high, so he had always followed the rules. There had never been an enemy as crazy as Yun Kalin. She looked as if she wanted to skin Yang Dingtian alive. Moreover, Yang Dingtian did not do anything to her. He did not even treat her as an enemy. It was truly breathtaking. Yun Kalin's crazy performance infuriated the entire Council of Light. Letters of challenge flew like snowflakes. They had been so fucking aggrieved during this period of time. The Council of Light had defeated Zhu Qingzhu, but Yun Kalin was trampling all over them. They could not tolerate this at all. However, The upper echelons of the Council of Light seemed to be really afraid of the Vulture sect. Although they retaliated against the Cloud Sky Pavilion, they did not declare war. Even the upper echelons of the Council of Light were dissatisfied. Song Shao had a fiery temper and was about to explode from anger. He directly declared that he would tear Yun Kalin into pieces. After being rejected, he simply skipped every meeting, saying that he did not want to be bullied. Only Qin Wancho was happier the crazier Yun Kalin was. He often shouted, "Soon, soon." During this period of time, the ordinary operations of the entire West Continent, such as the cleanup operations, the freeing of slaves, the leasing of land, the construction of cities, and the relocation of Xijing, were all carried out in an orderly manner. Yang Dingtian was finally not so busy. Occasionally, he could have a meal with his wife and baby. Moreover, he had obtained 2 chaotic demonic turbidity and the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. The second celestial qi condensation purification array could also be built. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had made some modifications to this celestial qi condensation array. As for the modification plan, of course, it was based on the celestial qi condensation array in the martial arts hall at the bottom of the sea. Yang Dingtian had studied it for a while back then. Speaking of which, it was interesting. Back then, Yang Dingtian wanted to build the celestial qi condensation purification array to raise the level of Cloud Sky City and the morale of Cloud Sky City's martial artists. He wanted Cloud Sky City to be one of the top sects in the world. However, he did not expect that the situation would change so drastically. Not only was Cloud Sky City famous, but Yang Dingtian had even established another Taiyando League and completely unified the West Continent. Therefore, the strategic significance of this celestial qi condensation purification array was naturally not as great as before. However, it was still very significant. After the modification based on the structure of the celestial qi condensation purification array in the ancient world's underwater maze, the power of the second celestial qi condensation purification array increased by more than 30%. Compared to the array in the northwest Qin city, it was much more powerful. Therefore, during this period of time, Yang Dingtian and Zhu Hongxue were relatively free in the Council of Light. Zhu Hongxue basically did not care about anything. As for Yang Dingtian, he was only responsible for making the highest decisions. In order to make up for the guilt in his heart, ever since Yang Dingtian and Zhu Hongxue built the celestial qi condensation array, Yang Dingtian forced Zhu Hongxue to soak in this celestial qi condensation array every day. Today, the Black Heaven sect also had a celestial qi condensation array, but it could not compare to Yang Dingtian's. After the celestial qi condensation technique, Yang Dingtian personally became Zhu Hongxue's actual combat opponent. He sparred with him and helped him improve. As for the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crazy sneak attacks and Yun Kalin's crazy attacks and insults, Yang Dingtian simply did not see them and did not feel vexed. At this moment, Yang Dingtian fully felt a kind of sadness. Yun Kalin was clearly just a stepping stone, a supporting role of a supporting role. Yet he forcibly stood on the stage and performed crazily to fight for the lead role. He and Qin Wancho had already foreseen how tragic his ending would be. As for the pig-slaying swordsmanship's 4th stage that Kuei Si sent over, Yang Dingtian did not want to touch it at first. Later on, under Qin Wancho's advice, he felt that he was being too emotional and opened the scroll. As expected, this world would have surprises, but they would definitely not happen as you expected. The pig-slaying swordsmanship's 4th stage that Kuei Si sent over was indeed the 1st stage. There was no 2nd stage. However, Yang Dingtian had already learned the 1st stage. Therefore, for nearly a month after Kuei Si's visit, Yang Dingtian was practically helping Zhu Hongxue cultivate an actual combat, until one day, Qin Wancho said that Zhu Hongyu had come again. Zhu Hongyu came and said that Zhu Qingzhu had already agreed. He promised to show his allegiance to the Council of Light and stop the evil ways of attacking Ning Wuming in exchange for a ceasefire between the Council of Light and Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian said, I, Yang Dingtian, am a man of my word. As long as sect leader Zhu returns to the righteous path and crusades against evil ways, then the Council of Light will immediately stop the war with Zhongzhou. Zhu Hongyu said, sect leader Yang, I believe that you will see our sincerity very soon. Zhu Hongyu came quickly and left quickly. From start to end, they talked for less than 15 minutes. And his arrival, other than Yang Dingtian and a few people, no one else knew about it. After Zhu Hongyu left, Qin Wanqiu looked at the dark night sky outside and muttered to himself, Yun Kailan's doomsday is coming soon. Chapter 564. Zhu Qingzhu had returned. More than 2 months ago, he suffered a humiliating defeat and then completely shut himself in a small attic, ignoring everything and seeing no one. Yun Kailan had visited him several times, but he had rejected all of them. Even the Black Heaven sect and Immortal Abode Island had shut down all of their docks. In short, everyone felt that Zhu Qingzhu was going to live in seclusion from then on. On this day, Yun Kailan visited Zhu Qingzhu again. The door to Zhu Qingzhu's loft finally opened again. This time, Zhu Qingzhu met with Yun Kailan for more than an hour. Yun Kailan once again proposed to use martial artists to destroy Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. He wanted Zhu Qingzhu to be the leader of the alliance and organize another expedition. He also said that the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City would give it their all. After Zhu Qingzhu met with Yun Kailan, he went to the Tiando League's meeting and made his first public speech since his defeat. He severely criticized Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. Our Zhongzhou Expeditionary Force is attacking the West to stop the Tiando League from breaking apart. This is a just war. Even if he lost, Zhu Qingzhu felt that it was an honorable defeat. Therefore, this war is undoubtedly an internal conflict within the Tiando League. It's a quarrel between brothers. The Cloud Sky Pavilion participated in this war to stop the Tiando League from breaking apart. What is wrong with that? Yang Dingtian took the opportunity to attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion to take revenge. How can a narrow-minded person like him be qualified to carry the Tiando League's banner of righteousness? As soon as he said this, the leaders of the Tiando League looked at him with admiration. However, they were still cold in their hearts. Some people even thought that Zhu Qingzhu would attack Yang Dingtian again after hearing Zhu Qingzhu's words. They wondered if Zhu Qingzhu would really be persuaded by Yun Kailan to attack Yang Dingtian again. If that was really the case, then don't blame them for leaving the stage. One had to know that among the hundreds of powers in the central state, all of the wealthiest ones were at the seaside. Everyone had seen Yang Dingtian's ancient giant beast. If you offended him, he might find you an eyesore one day. That giant beast could wander around the beach near your house. At least a year's worth of work would be wasted, and at least a few thousand people would die. If he completely sealed you off, you wouldn't be able to find your grave, even if you cried. Therefore, everyone present had the same mentality. If you want to make a comeback, we won't stop you. We won't laugh at you in your face. We'll even applaud you. But you want us to contribute money, manpower? Forget it then. You want us to attack Yang Dingtian? That was even more impossible. The Cloud Sky Pavilion sold their daughter to the Vulture sect, but we don't have to. Last time, it was all thanks to Yang Dingtian's magnanimity that he released the 8 million Central Province Great Army. Otherwise, after they were all killed, everyone's backbone would have been broken. Moreover, what everyone disdained was that after Zhu Qingzhu's defeat, he had been avoiding the question of his identity as a member of the evil ways. Before the battle, Zhu Qingzhu didn't explain, so no one dared to ask or question him. However, after the battle, Yang Dingtian said that Zhu Qingzhu was a member of the evil ways. Any power should draw a clear line with Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, this became a crucial question. Are you, Zhu Qingzhu, a member of the evil ways? You definitely can't avoid this question. Although everyone knew the answer, even if it was a lie, Zhu Qingzhu still had to give everyone an explanation. Who is Yang Dingtian? He is the disciple of junior martial brother Dongfeng Minmi, and he has to call me martial uncle. Moreover, my son Zhu Hongxue was bewitched by him and became sworn brothers with him. Previously, he and I had a relationship of a senior and a junior. Moreover, we were like fire and water. There is only one reason. He thinks that I am a member of the evil ways. This is the biggest mistake in the world. I, Zhu Qingzhu, am the sect leader of the Black Sky sect. Why would I become a member of the lowly evil ways? This is the most shameless blasphemy and slander. One day, I will get justice from Yang Dingtian. When he said this, the listless leader's expressions changed. Zhu Qingzhu was finally willing to face the main topic. He was finally willing to face his identity as a member of the evil ways. Whether I am a member of the evil ways or not, Yang Dingtian, you don't have the right to say it. Of course, I, Zhu Qingzhu, also don't have the right to say it. Let reality speak for itself. Zhu Qingzhu said loudly. But before that, I have something to say to Yang Dingtian. You, Yang Dingtian, are using the name of justice to suppress me. You are trying to cover up the fact that you are a member of the same faction and usurped the Tiando League. You keep saying that I am a member of the evil ways and that you want to suppress me. I will bear with it. However, the Cloud Sky Pavilion is not a member of the evil ways. It is a righteous Tiando League, right? Your suppression of her is revenge. You are trying to corrupt Zhongzhou and usurp the authority of the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian, if you want revenge and slander, come at the Black Sky sect. Come at me, Zhu Qingzhu. The previous suppression of the Western region was my decision alone. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Therefore, don't try to suppress the Cloud Sky Pavilion in any way. Don't try to suppress any faction in Zhongzhou. If you want revenge, come at me. When he said this, everyone's expression changed. Even Yun Kalin was extremely grateful. He was almost in tears. Zhu Qingzhu's comeback directly took all the blame for the defeat and the crime of offending Yang Dingtian on himself. He completely disregarded all other factions and instantly gained the favor of all the factions present. Therefore, his comeback this time was perfect. Zhu Qingzhu's comeback speech and the official statement in the name of the Zhongzhou Tiando League were immediately sent to West Continent. Moreover, a large diplomatic team directly entered Zhongzhou to mediate the conflict and war between West Continent and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Instantly, Yun Kalin's slogan became even louder. He kept saying that it was easy for Yang Dingtian to start the war, but it was not so easy to end it. Unless Yang Dingtian disbanded the Council of Light and admitted to the crime of splitting the Tiando League in front of the world. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian would have the final say in the war. However, the end of the war would not be decided by him. Then, West Continent's Foreign Affairs Department started a tug-of-war with Zhongzhou. After the Cloud Sky Pavilion received the support of Zhongzhou's Zhu Qingzhu and the Vulture sect, they became even more ambitious. They started to publicly criticize Yang Dingtian's personal morality. For example, the reason Yang Dingtian attacked the Cloud Sky Pavilion was not for justice. It was because he failed to marry Yun Kalin's daughter, Yun Janu. Therefore, he attacked the Cloud Sky Pavilion and forced the Council of Light to step down. Then, Yun Kalin declared that a lecherous and shameless person like Yang Dingtian. He was daydreaming if he wanted to marry Yun Janu. A lowly thief who had committed incestuous acts wanted to marry the pure, noble, and beautiful young master of the sky, Cloud Pavilion. He was like a toad lusting after a swan. Yun Kalin was not as shameless as Qin Wanchou to give his daughter to Yang Dingtian as a concubine. Moreover, Yun Kalin called on the people of West Continent to stand up against Yang Dingtian. She also called on Yang Peipei, Shimin, Yan Yan, and the other women to stand up and leave Yang Dingtian's cruel oppression. Of course, no matter how much Yun Kalin said, the negotiation between Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu continued in an orderly manner. The first negotiation ended in failure. Yang Dingtian only had one question for Zhu Qingzhu. You keep saying that you are not from evil ways. How can you prove it? If you want to mediate the conflict between the West Continent and the Cloud Sky Pavilion, prove your innocence first. After the news reached Zhu Qingzhu replied, Whether I am from evil ways or not, I will use my actions to prove my innocence. However, Yang Dingtian wanted to prove that he did not want to usurp the Tiando League, so he immediately stopped attacking the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then Yang Dingtian announced that as long as Zhu Qingzhu could prove that he was not from evil ways, as long as Zhu Qingzhu could suppress evil ways and return to justice, the West Continent and the West Continent could unite and unite. Then the Central Continent and the Western Continent would be able to unite against the outside world. An internal strife within the Heavenly Law Alliance would be stopped. As for the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crimes, the West Continent could also forgive them to a certain extent and stop attacking the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then Zhu Qingzhu replied that he hoped Yang Dingtian would do as he said. As for his innocence, Yang Dingtian would be able to see it very soon. This tug-of-war of public opinion lasted for more than a month. Finally, one day, Zhu Qingzhu announced that the Tiando League would be holding a Tiando League Assembly in Zhongzhou. This time, the West Continent sent Qin Wanqiu and Song Chunhua to participate. At the Tiando League Assembly, Zhu Qingzhu officially announced, In order to prove my innocence for the sake of justice in the world, from today onwards, the Black Heaven sect will do its best to eliminate all the remnants of evil ways in Zhongzhou. He also ordered the entire Heavenly Law Alliance in the Central Prefecture to unite and uproot the remaining forces of the evil Dao in the Central Prefecture. He, Zhu Qingzhu, was from the righteous path. Evil ways were his sworn enemies. Zhu Qingzhu's declaration of war was like a bomb that exploded in the middle of the turbulent lake, shocking the world once again. Zhu Qingzhu had declared war on evil ways. Zhongzhou had once again become the focus of the world's attention. Zhu Qingzhu was a man of his word. After his declaration of war, all the elites of the Black Heaven sect came out in full force to hunt down all the forces of evil ways in Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou, which was already in a state of unrest, was once again plunged into a bloodbath. However, Zhu Qingzhu was serious this time. The evil Dao's forces were uprooted one after another, and their spies were caught one after another. Then they were beheaded in public in front of everyone. In just half a month, thousands of people were killed. Thousands of heads were hung on the city gates of Zhongzhou. Moreover, all the spies of evil ways had solid evidence. Their heads and evidence were all displayed to the public. Almost the entire Zhongzhou was convinced that Zhu Qingzhu was truly an enemy of evil ways. However, Zhu Qingzhu was still fighting alone. No forces in Zhongzhou were willing to follow him. After killing a few thousand people, Zhu Qingzhu sent another external affairs team to the West Continent to express that he, Zhu Qingzhu, had already proven his innocence and his determination to suppress the evil Dao. Therefore, it was time for Yang Dingtian to fulfill his promise and cease the war with the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Zhu Qingzhu was now standing under the banner of justice. Yang Dingtian replied, Zhu Qingzhu, why are you only fighting the small demons and not the tiger? Therefore, your crusade against evil ways is just a pretense. Therefore, the Council of Light cannot stop the crusade against the Cloud Sky Pavilion. If he wanted to prove that he had truly broken away from evil ways, he would have to fight the biggest lackey of evil ways, Ning Wuming from the Ning clan. After he said that, everyone thought that Yang Dingtian was running away from his promise and wanted to take revenge on the Cloud Sky Pavilion. For the first time, the world's public opinion was on Zhu Qingzhu's side. Yang Dingtian was on the negative side of public opinion. The negotiation failed again. Zhu Qingzhu's mediation failed again. However, his reputation for justice rose again. After receiving Yang Dingtian's reply, Zhu Qingzhu immediately rebuked him. Yang Dingtian was trying to frame Ning Wuming. What evidence did he have to prove that Ning Wuming was from evil ways? The Ning clan was now a member of the Taiando League and the vice leader of the Middle State Taiando League. Yang Dingtian obviously did not want to stop the crusade against the Cloud Sky Pavilion and wanted to continue meddling in the Middle State. Stop trying to find excuses. After that, Zhu Qingzhu's massacre of the evil ways continued. Ning Wuming from the Ning clan also publicly rebuked Yang Dingtian. He said that Yang Dingtian was trying to frame him and that he was from evil ways. He was completely shameless. Suddenly, countless messengers went back and forth between the Middle State and the West Continent every day. Yang Dingtian, Zhu Qingzhu, and Ning Wuming argued with each other every day. As for Yun Kalin, he was the fiercest one. For the past few months, the whole world was filled with her voice every day. Her attacks on Yang Dingtian were even more blatant. She even said that Yang Dingtian had molested Madame Shimin. She was shameless to the extreme and did not deserve to be called human. She even said that negotiations were meaningless and that they should be destroyed humanely. Moreover, the craziest thing was, Ning Wuming and Yun Kalin had actually formed an alliance through words. The two of them had been echoing each other from afar. Yun Kalin was completely crazy. If Zhu Qingzhu was from evil ways, it would be unclear. At most, it could only be said that Zhu Qingzhu and evil ways had cooperated before. However, Ning Wuming was from evil ways. Everyone knew that in their hearts. However, Yun Kalin had the Vulture sect as his backing. Moreover, he had just tasted the feeling of being able to do whatever he wanted. He felt that justice and evil ways were all based on his mouth. Whoever had the biggest power and loudest voice was justice. Even if it was evil, it was justice. Whoever had the smallest voice and the smallest power was evil. Justice was also evil. Yun Kalin felt that after grasping this truth, she no longer avoided interacting with Ning Wuming from evil ways. She felt that she had already become the person who held the power in this world. She felt that she could already blur the lines between justice and evil. She had already reached that level. Therefore, she had already publicly suggested that the Ning tribe of the South Sea join the Righteous Alliance to suppress Yang Dingtian and completely eliminate Yang Dingtian from the world. As for Ning Wuming, he gave a very positive response. He hoped to fight side by side with a brave and righteous person like Yun Kalin. Instantly, Yang Dingtian and Yun Kalin's intelligence were once again in awe. Can't you see that Zhu Qingzhu's words are becoming more and more distant from Ning Wuming? Yun Kalin, you're still getting closer. You really won't die if you don't seek death. Just like that, the war of words continued. However, the West Continent and the Cloud Sky Pavilion did not officially start a war, nor did they officially stop fighting. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's attacks on Yang Dingtian became more and more explicit and humiliating. In these few months, Yang Dingtian's reputation had been ruined to an unimaginable degree. A lie would become the truth even if it was told 100 times. Now, many people really believed that Yang Dingtian had humiliated his mother-in-law, Yang Peipei, and that the two of them really had an unclean relationship. However, Yang Peipei did not care much about this rumor. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she only smiled bitterly. Even that stupid woman, Qin Jiaojiao, joked that her husband was being slandered. Since you can't explain yourself, you might as well do it. That way, you won't be wronged. If you call Madame Shimin Big Sister one day, I'll find it very interesting. Then, Qin Jiaojiao was beaten up so badly that day. Her cries scared the baby to tears. After that, she could not get out of bed for 7 to 8 days. From her, but to her thighs, everything was swollen. Zhu Qingzhu's pursuit of the hidden forces of the evil Tao continued, until one day, suddenly, one of the 27 factions of the Taiando League, the Eagle Nest, which had the second largest air force in the world and the largest air force in the world, was completely wiped out overnight. That's right, completely wiped out. The entire Eagle Nest's main castle, which had close to 10,000 people, was completely wiped out. The Eagle Nest's Eagle clan, which had more than 3,000 people, was completely wiped out. Regardless of gender, age, they were all slaughtered. The Eagle Nest's mayor was beheaded, skinned, and dismembered. At this point, the Eagle clan, which had been passed down for 600 years, was completely wiped out and disappeared from the chaotic world. This news instantly shocked the world. Almost all the leaders of the Tayendo League were horrified. Their hearts were filled with fear, and their limbs were cold. White Cloud City was wiped out. The Yi clan was wiped out. The Autumn Water Sword sect was wiped out. The Chiu clan was wiped out. However, there were signs. Yang Dingtian had also wiped out the Chiu clan openly. The Eagle Nest's entire clan was wiped out too suddenly. There were no signs at all. It was as if they were all wiped out overnight. Suddenly, all the signs pointed to Yang Dingtian. This was because the Eagle Nest had mobilized the entire Golden Condor army twice. Other than Zhu Qingzhu, it could be said that they had the deepest hatred for Yang Dingtian in Zhongzhou. Yang Dingtian had once wiped out the Autumn Water Sword sect and White Cloud City. Therefore, everyone's gaze fell on Yang Dingtian. They believed that Yang Dingtian was basically a suspect in this matter. As for Yun Kalen, he was even more direct. He said that Yang Dingtian had lost his mind and taken revenge by slaughtering the entire Eagle Nest's 10,000 people. For such a vicious and shameless person like Yang Dingtian, the Central Province should unite immediately and carry out the most thorough annihilation. The entire West Continent's Council of Light was also in a mess. The Council of Light obviously knew that Yang Dingtian had nothing to do with the extermination of the Eagle Nest's entire clan. Therefore, everyone was worried about how to win the war of public opinion. At this time, Qin Wanchou spoke. "Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with us." "I know it has nothing to do with us. That's why I want to clear our names," Song Shao said. Qin Wanchou said, "When I said it has nothing to do with us, it means that this matter will not be blamed on us. Even though Zhu Qingzhu is very tempted to do this, in the end, someone will definitely take the blame for this murderer." After the extermination of the Eagle Nest, Zhu Qingzhu vomited blood in public. He was furious and announced that no matter who had killed the entire Eagle Nest, he would do his best to find out the truth. Then, no matter who the murderer was, he would kill them all and bring justice to the Eagle Nest. Moreover, Zhu Qingzhu's words hinted at Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light many times. They also started to discuss forming a martial arts alliance to suppress Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. Suddenly, Yun Kalen felt that the dawn of victory had arrived and was trembling with excitement. Then he responded immediately and announced that the Cloud Sky Pavilion would do their best to kill Yang Dingtian. The second to respond was Ning Wuming. However, only the Ning clan and the Cloud Sky Pavilion responded. It wasn't that the other factions trusted Yang Dingtian, but that they were afraid. Even if it was Yang Dingtian who had done it, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Just when this case wasn't completely cleared up, the second massacre of a clan occurred again. In one night, more than 8,000 people on White Sand Island were completely massacred. Although White Sand Island wasn't a member of the Tayendo League, they had always followed Zhu Qingzhu. In the previous battle against Yang Dingtian, White Sand Island had given their all. The White Sand Island lord had also been skinned alive and had died a horrible death. Suddenly, more voices were pointing at Yang Dingtian. They felt that Yang Dingtian was the culprit behind the extermination of the Eagle Nest sect. Suddenly, Yun Kalen cried and wept at the Tayendo League meeting. He begged the Zhongzhou Tayendo League to immediately form a martial arts alliance to kill Yang Dingtian and seek justice for the tens of thousands of people who had died. Not long after, the third extermination of the Eagle Nest sect happened again. Maple Leaf Villa's 5,000 people were exterminated. The entire villa was wiped out. Maple Leaf Villa had also participated in the battle against Cloud Sky City. This time at the Taekwondo League meeting, Yun Kalin knelt on the ground and begged the Zhongzhou Taekwondo League forces to form a martial arts alliance to suppress the Council of Light and Yang Dingtian. However, only the Ning clan of the South Sea responded. Kuei-si announced that if there was evidence to prove that Yang Dingtian was the culprit, he would do his best to kill Yang Dingtian. Furthermore, Kuei-si sent a message to the West Continent asking Yang Dingtian to immediately come to the Zhongzhou Taekwondo League to be interrogated. There were already 3 extermination cases. The entire Zhongzhou forces were still indifferent to the suppression of Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian's fierce reputation had almost spread throughout the world. Almost everyone in the world really believed that these extermination cases were done by Yang Dingtian. As for the West Continent, Yang Dingtian still did not give any explanation. Just when everyone thought that Yang Dingtian would always bear this accusation, the situation suddenly took a turn for the better. The 4th extermination case happened immediately after. It happened at the most remote Dock 13 in the South Zhongzhou. There were more than 30,000 people, and half of them died. Why did only half of them die? Because Zhu Qingzhu and the other Black Sky Sect experts arrived in time to save the remaining half of the people in the Dock 13. However, this was not a big deal. The most important thing was that the Ning tribe elder of the South Sea was found among the murderers. Although these murderers committed suicide immediately, Zhu Qingzhu still recognized one of them. It was the Ning tribe elder of the South Sea. Therefore, all the spearheads were pointed at the Ning tribe of the South Sea. The next day, Zhu Qingzhu ordered Ning Wuming of the Ning tribe to go to the headquarters of the Zhongjing Taekwondo League to be interrogated. Ning Wuming did not come. Following that, the hidden forces of the evil ways issued a statement. They said that the recent extermination cases were the revenge of the evil ways on Zhu Qingzhu. They ordered Zhu Qingzhu to stop killing the hidden forces of the temple immediately. Otherwise, the 5th and 6th sects would be exterminated. The murderers were finally revealed. It was the revenge of the evil ways, not Yang Dingtian. Everything pointed to one person, and that was the Ning tribe elder of the South Sea, Ning Wuming. At this time, the stupid and arrogant Yun Kalin finally realized what was going on. He felt a terrifying chill and an unknown danger. Another 5 days passed. A plague suddenly broke out in a city in South Zhongzhou. Tens of thousands of people died in a day. The hidden forces of the evil ways in Zhongzhou once again announced that they were responsible for this incident. They ordered Zhu Qingzhu to stop killing the evil ways immediately. Otherwise, a bigger plague would appear in Zhongzhou. At this time, Zhu Qingzhu finally caught a few important spies of the evil ways and forced them to confess. Then, the biggest commander of the evil ways in Zhongzhou, Ning Wuming, finally revealed himself. Zhu Qingzhu vomited blood in public during the Taekwondo League conference. He also wrote a confession, saying that he had been deceived by Ning Wuming and had led the Ning tribe into the Taekwondo League. Then, Zhu Qingzhu called for the entire Zhongzhou Taekwondo League to be irreconcilable with the evil ways. He ordered the Zhongzhou Taekwondo League to unite with the West Continent Council of Light to exterminate all the hidden forces of the evil ways. He also ordered the Ning tribe of the South Sea to exterminate Ning Wuming. Zhu Qingzhu's declaration spread to the West Continent. Yang Dingtian immediately announced that since Zhu Qingzhu had killed Ning Wuming, then Yang Dingtian was willing to keep his promise and stop attacking the Sky Cloud Pavilion. Then the West Continent announced an official ceasefire with the Sky Cloud Pavilion. The bell of the Sky Cloud Pavilion's destruction began to ring. The fool had finally fallen into this terrible trap. Chapter 565. After Zhu Qingzhu's defeat in the naval battle, his reputation had almost been completely ruined. Thus, when he returned to Central State, he immediately chose to go into seclusion and shut himself in his pavilion. No matter how the outside world battered him, he would not come out. Why? It was to let everything calm down first. It was to prevent the situation from becoming even more complicated. It was to prevent the world from attacking him from all sides. So, what was he thinking during the time he was locked up? Taking revenge on Yang Dingtian? No, definitely not. Even though he wanted nothing more than to tear Yang Dingtian into pieces, he was only thinking of one thing. That was to regain control of Central State and regain his supreme authority in Central State. What should he do? If soft methods did not work, he couldn't possibly bribe them one by one, right? Now that Zhu Qingzhu's reputation had been completely ruined, he could not bend his back. Once he bent his back to the leader of a faction in Central State, he would never be able to straighten his back again. Moreover, power obtained through bribery was not reliable at all. Moreover, the leader of the faction in Central State had already been scared witless by Yang Dingtian. He might not even be able to bribe them. Using force would not work either. He could not use force to attack the various factions in Central State. First of all, Yang Dingtian was eyeing the western region covetously. Once Zhu Qingzhu made a move against the factions in Central State, it was guaranteed that the next day these factions would all submit to Yang Dingtian in order to protect themselves. Then, Yang Dingtian would smoothly intervene in Central State. Of course, there was another method. That was to support a terrifying faction and launch a destructive attack on Central State. Then, Zhu Qingzhu would appear in the name of a savior and lead Central State to destroy this terrifying faction. Then, during this process, those who opposed him would become the terrifying faction. As for who would act as the terrifying faction, of course, it would be evil ways. However, there were two things that had to be taken note of. First, it could not be too sudden. If it was too sudden, others would see through it. It would be best to create the false impression that Zhu Qingzhu had no choice but to turn the tide and save everyone. Second, it had to be righteous and stop Yang Dingtian from speaking. It would prevent Yang Dingtian from interfering in Central State's affairs. Zhu Qingzhu waited for a long time, but could not find a good opportunity. Then, the opportunity finally appeared. Yang Dingtian's punishment of the Cloud Sky Pavilion was endless. What was a real strategist? He could find an opportunity to break through a situation from a trivial matter. Zhu Qingzhu found an opportunity in the conflict between the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the West Continent. Of course, he was afraid that Yang Dingtian was putting on an act and setting up a trap. Therefore, even though he had found an opportunity, he still did not dare to act rashly. Later on, the conflict between the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Yang Dingtian intensified. In the end, it caused Yang Dingtian to destroy Nanning City's pier. The Cloud Sky Pavilion had launched a sneak attack on the southwest continent, resulting in countless casualties. After that, Yang Dingtian even launched a sneak attack on the Cloud Sky Pavilion's headquarters, destroying the Cloud Sky Pavilion that had existed for hundreds of years. After that, the Cloud Sky Pavilion even crazily attacked Fire Island in a suicidal manner. Zhu Qingzhu knew that these two families would not rest until one of them was dead. It was definitely not an act. Later on, the relationship between the Earth Vulture City and the Western continents, Yang Dingtian, fell out. The Black Vulture Army of the Vulture sect left the southern barbarian continent and promised to protect the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Instantly, the entire situation became incomparably complicated. It was only at this point that Zhu Qingzhu clearly felt that his opportunity had come. Therefore, he sent Zhu Hongyu to the western continent secretly to negotiate a truce with Yang Dingtian. The truce this time was merely a probing contact. There was an ulterior motive behind it. Zhu Qingzhu did not care about the truce with Yang Dingtian at all. As expected, Yang Dingtian proposed a condition. He wanted Zhu Qingzhu to break off his relationship with the evil ways and offer Ning Wuming's head as proof of his allegiance. This was within Zhu Qingzhu's expectations. This was because Yang Dingtian only knew how to do this. He wanted Qiu Wanjie to kill Zhu Hongli as proof of his allegiance. He wanted Qin Wanchou to kill Zhu Qingzhu's concubine as proof of his allegiance. Now he wanted Zhu Qingzhu to kill Ning Wuming as proof of his allegiance. Zhu Hongyu naturally refused. However, after leaving the Western continent, he cursed Yang Dingtian in his heart for being an idiot. Then Zhu Qingzhu saw that Yang Dingtian was still as childish as before. He had fallen into the trap. After Zhu Qingzhu received a reply, he immediately left the Black Heaven sect and secretly visited Wu Yuming. Even Zhu Hongyu did not know about this. Only Wu Yuming and Zhu Qingzhu knew. The two of them talked for an hour. Then Wu Yuming came to the Western continent and tried to mediate the conflict between the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Western continent. Of course, this was just in passing. More importantly, Wu Yuming brought his wife, Vulture, back to the Sea of Hades to visit his mother, Wu Yu. Then Zhu Qingzhu returned. His attitude was very righteous. He still mediated between Yang Dingtian and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Moreover, his attitude was even more touching. He directly said that if Yang Dingtian had any problems, he could come at him directly. He did not want to touch the Cloud Sky Pavilion or anyone in the Middle Continent. Instantly, his words won many people's favor. Finally, no one booed his first appearance. Then he took the second step. It was as if he was forced by Yang Dingtian to save the Cloud Sky Pavilion. In order to prove his innocence, Zhu Qingzhu began to eliminate the evil Wei's hidden forces in the Middle Continent. After a few days of killing, he killed thousands of people. Instantly, Zhu Qingzhu washed away half of the evil Wei's color. Then there was the destruction of the Eagle Nest, White Sand Island, and Maple Leaf Villa. Who did these destruction? Of course, it was the terrifying forces of the evil Wei's. However, Zhu Qingzhu was not satisfied. At first, he still pointed all the blame at Yang Dingtian. If he could incite the anger of the Middle Continent's forces, it would be the best result for him to send martial artists to suppress Yang Dingtian. Currently, the Black Heaven sect alone could not destroy the Western Continent's martial arts forces. However, if they gathered all the martial arts forces in the Middle Continent, they could still do it. If these destruction could gather the martial arts forces in the Middle Continent again and suppress Yang Dingtian, then he might as well take the opportunity to suppress Yang Dingtian again. However, the forces in the Middle Continent were scared out of their wits by Yang Dingtian. Several times, only the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Ning clan responded to the suppression of Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Zhu Qingzhu had no choice but to carry out this conspiracy according to the original plan. In the fourth destruction, he finally found the culprit. It was a massacre caused by the evil Wei's. Their purpose was to take revenge on Zhu Qingzhu for purging the evil Wei's hidden forces. Then the terrifying forces of the evil Wei's launched an even crazier counterattack. They created a plague and killed tens of thousands of people. Then the mastermind of the evil Wei's in the Middle Continent was gradually exposed. It was Ning Wuming of the Ning clan in the South Sea. This was an answer that no one was surprised by. It was completely reasonable. Then, holding the banner of absolute justice, Zhu Qingzhu began to control the forces in the Middle Continent again. Was there a more righteous name than eliminating the hidden forces of the evil Wei's? In the next few days, the counterattack of the terrifying forces of the evil Wei's in the Middle Continent became even crazier. The number of destruction and plague incidents increased. Suddenly, the entire Middle Continent was in a state of panic. Zhu Qingzhu began to gather the forces in the Middle Continent to form a crusade against the evil Wei's. He wanted to completely eliminate the hidden forces of the evil Wei's in the Middle Continent and fight against the evil Wei's and Ning Wuming to the end. Of course, if you didn't join at this time, then sorry, the next destruction of the evil Wei's would be your family. Therefore, in order to save their lives, the forces in the Middle Continent once again gathered under Zhu Qingzhu's name. Zhu Qingzhu once again had the power to call the wind and summon the rain in the Middle Continent. Therefore, no matter which plane or which world, terrorism was the best banner. This country was disobedient. It was simple. Create a terrifying force with the left hand and control the anti-terrorism force with the right hand. Whoever disobeyed let the terrifying force beat them up. Then they would obediently go to the country and ask for help. Of course, some people would say that a country couldn't win against a terrifying force. Of course, there were also elite members of the special forces in the terrifying force. The methods used by Zhu Qingzhu had been used so many times on Earth. However, good methods were always tried and tested. Moreover, among the current big shots in the chaotic world, only Zhu Qingzhu could play with the evil ways and the Taiando League. The crusade against the evil ways in the Middle Continent was still in full swing. The power in Zhu Qingzhu's hands was getting more and more terrifying. That was because his methods of struggle had been upgraded. Previously, if you didn't join me, the terrifying force of the evil ways would destroy your family. Later on, when eliminating the infiltrators of the evil ways, they would occasionally capture captives and even get a list of names. This made people's hearts jump, because what would these captives say? Only the geniuses would know. Only the heavens knew who would be on the list of the infiltrators of the evil ways. The first time they captured a captive, he spat out Ning Wuming's name. Everyone acknowledged the authority of the captive's words. After all, Ning Wuming was the leader of the evil ways in the Middle Continent. Everyone knew this. Therefore, as long as the captive did not spit out too many names, it would naturally be authoritative. Therefore, later on, if the forces in the Middle Continent did not listen to him, they would become infiltrators of the evil ways. Zhu Qingzhu would then use the banner of justice to destroy them. How frightening would the consequences be? Therefore, in order to prevent themselves and their families from becoming infiltrators of the evil ways, all the forces in the Middle Continent once again lay low under Zhu Qingzhu's feet and did not dare to resist. Through the banner of the anti-evil ways, Zhu Qingzhu once again held the supreme power in the Middle Continent. In fact, this time he held even more power. This was because the list of infiltrators of the evil ways was like the sword of Damos hanging over the heads of the forces in the Middle Continent. It could fall at any time. After regaining control of the forces in the Middle Continent, Zhu Qingzhu laughed at the sky and the Black Heaven sect and said, "Yang Dingtian." Yes, he really had to thank Yang Dingtian for his childishness. Without Yang Dingtian's cooperation, his road to power would not have been so smooth. The crusade against the infiltrators of the evil ways in the Middle Continent was still in full swing. However, it was clear that they had achieved a temporary victory because the counterattacks of the evil ways were getting weaker and weaker. Then, one day, Zhu Qingzhu announced at the Taiando League Conference that the Middle Continent had achieved a decisive victory in eliminating the evil ways. Next, he was preparing to launch an expedition against the Ning clan of the South Sea to completely eliminate the only military base of the evil ways in the chaotic world. Then, Zhu Qingzhu sent an envoy to the West Continent again to invite Yang Dingtian's Council of Light to join the battle. This world was too ridiculous. Zhu Qingzhu invited Yang Dingtian to join the crusade against the Ning clan of the South Sea, Ning Wuming. Moreover, Zhu Qingzhu emphasized that Yang Dingtian's ancient giant beast should join the battle as well. For a moment, Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was not good to reject, but it was also not good to accept. What if he rejected? What about Yang Dingtian's righteous heart? You said that you wanted to eliminate the evil ways, and now it's time to eliminate the leader of the evil ways. You don't want to go? But what if he agreed? Everyone knew that Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming were in cahoots. If he really went, he would be in deep trouble. The Council of Light is duty-bound to eliminate the evil ways and Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian said firmly, however, the Council of Light is the highest authority in the Taiando League. We cannot listen to Zhu Qingzhu's command. On the other hand, Zhu Qingzhu is only the leader of the Black Heaven sect. He should listen to the leader of the hidden sect. In other words, Yang Dingtian agreed to join the crusade against the Ning clan of the South Sea, but he wanted the highest authority. The envoy returned to the Middle Continent and reported Yang Dingtian's words to Zhu Qingzhu. Zhu Qingzhu sighed. Sigh. Yang Dingtian has also become evil. It's not easy to fool him anymore. When all the terrifying forces of the evil Dao pointed at Ningwuming, Yun Kalen sensed a terrifying aura, no matter how stupid or slow he was. Thus, she no longer jumped up and down. After signing the armistice with the West Continent, she immediately withdrew into the cloud sky plateau. This was really a form of deceiving oneself. It was as if she hid in a cloth bag so that no one would come looking for her. Hence, after Zhu Qingzhu raised the banner of eliminating the evil ways and regained control of the Middle Continent, however, there were still two factions that did not listen to Zhu Qingzhu's command. The first faction was Kuei Si from the Earth-splitting city. This person was stubborn and upright. He had always disliked Zhu Qingzhu. How could he listen to Zhu Qingzhu's command? Hence, during a few crusades against the evil ways, Kuei Si ignored Zhu Qingzhu's invitation letter and even tore it up. As for the Cloud Sky Pavilion, they sealed off the pier and the mountain gate in an attempt to isolate themselves from the world. Hence, they also ignored Zhu Qingzhu's letter. Of course, there were a few times when Yun Zhenu left the Cloud Sky Plateau and went to the Vulture sect in the southern barbarian continent. As if they had received an affirmative answer, the Cloud Sky Pavilion's Southern Ocean pier opened again. The mountain gate of the Cloud Sky Pavilion opened again. Zhu Qingzhu started to gather the martial artist forces and prepared to attack the Ning clan in the South Sea. However, the Ning clan in the South Sea was isolated and thousands of miles away. They needed the strongest flying cavalry army and the strongest navy. Hence, Zhu Qingzhu wrote 2 letters and sent them to the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. He requested the Earth-splitting city to send out the Demon Eagle army and the Cloud Sky Pavilion to send out the Crystal Demon ships. Together, they would attack the Ning clan in the South Sea. These two were the lifeblood of the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Furthermore, it was obvious that they would not be able to return. In the previous naval battle, Zhu Qingzhu had already tasted the pain of lacking a powerful navy and air force. He also saw the Cloud Sky Pavilion sneak attack the West Continent and beat up Yang Dingtian so badly that he could not fight back. Moreover, Zhu Qingzhu knew about Yang Dingtian's demonic fire phoenix. If it was not for the huge fire, the demonic fire phoenix would just be a pet that was useless. As for that ancient giant beast, when he thought about it, he realized that Yang Dingtian's control over it was rather ordinary. Hence, after obtaining the Demon Eagle army and the Crystal Demon ships, Zhu Qingzhu had a huge advantage over Yang Dingtian's military forces. Hence, Zhu Qingzhu was also determined to obtain the Demon Eagle army and the Crystal Demon ships. Regarding Zhu Qingzhu's invitation, Earth-splitting city's Kuei Si replied with a simple no. As for Yun Kalen's reply, it was still so unique. Her reply was, "Who are the evil ways? Only God knows." In her words, she was actually hinting at Zhu Qingzhu. After Zhu Qingzhu received Yun Kalen's reply, he was furious. "Fuck you, Yun Kalen, bitch. You really bite whoever you see. Yang Dingtian is really useless. How can he endure being scolded like this?" At the Tiando League Conference, Zhu Qingzhu announced that Yang Dingtian would also participate in the crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea. Although there was still a dispute over the command, His Excellency Yang Dingtian's determination in the cause of justice was worth learning from. Then Zhu Qingzhu expressed his regret for Earth-splitting city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion's refusal. However, he announced that even if Earth-splitting city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion refused to participate in the war, even without the Demon Eagle army and the Crystal Demon ships, he would still lead Zhongzhou's martial arts forces to continue the crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea. Moreover, he would definitely not hold a grudge against the Sky Cloud Pavilion and Earth-splitting city. Then, Zhongzhou's crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea was in full swing. The Zhongzhou army was gathering more and more. The date of the crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea was getting closer and closer. Just as everyone thought that Zhu Qingzhu would lead the army of martial artists to the South Sea to attack the Ning clan in the South Sea, suddenly a shocking attack occurred in a coastal city in the South Zhongzhou. A terrifying plague killed more than 100,000 people. One of Zhu Qingzhu's wives was building a castle in this city to take in all the orphans in the South Zhongzhou. After the plague, everyone in the castle died, including Zhu Qingzhu's third wife. Then, the evil ways of infiltration claimed responsibility for this incident. They also announced that if Zhu Qingzhu did not stop the crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea, more plagues would break out in Zhongjing. Therefore, the crusade against the Ning clan in the South Sea was temporarily stopped. The entire Zhongzhou was focused on eliminating the remaining forces of the evil ways of infiltration in Zhongzhou and preventing the outbreak of plagues in Zhongjing. Just like that, the terrible plagues continued to break out. Although the scale was small, more than 10,000 people died each time. Often, villages disappeared one after another. Suddenly, the entire Zhongzhou was in a state of panic. Many people even began to flee Zhongjing. This was because the evil ways of infiltration said that they would carry out the largest plague attack in Zhongjing. Until one day in the middle of the night, someone, an expert from the Central Prefecture's Heavenly Law Union, intercepted an extremely fast warship 300 miles away from the Central Prefecture's Western Sea region. There was a horrifying corpse on the warship, which was covered with countless horrifying bugs. Then, in the sky west of Zhongjing, a demon vulture warrior was intercepted. This demon vulture warrior was carrying a jade coffin. Inside the coffin was a terrifying corpse. The corpse was covered with countless terrifying bugs. After some research, the bugs on the corpse were the source of the horror. The fast warship came from the Cloud Sky Pavilion. The fast demon vulture came from the earth-splitting city. Evil ways of infiltration used crystal warships and demon vulture warriors to drop plague corpses. No wonder they were everywhere. Suddenly, all the spearheads were pointed at the earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then, when the evil ways of infiltration were eliminated, they seized a list that was not burned. There were 2 names on it. One was Hewan X, the other was Yunjun X. The last word of the 2 names was burned, but everyone could see that the first name was Hewan Qing, and the second name was Yun Zhenu. Who was Hewan Qing? She was Kuei Si's wife and Kuei Ning's mother. Yun Zhenu, of course, knew better. She was Yun Kalin's illegitimate daughter. In the list of evil ways of infiltration, these 2 names appeared. That meant that these 2 people were infiltrators of evil ways. Suddenly, all the spearheads were pointed at the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the earth-splitting city. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and the earth-splitting city became the cause of the plague. They became the culprits that killed millions of innocent people in Zhongzhou. So, countless family members of the victims began to gather in Zhongjing, shouting loudly, "Destroy the earth-splitting city! Destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion! Execute Hewan Qing! Execute Yun Zhenu!" Then the leaders of the forces in Zhongzhou also began to publicly call for internal control before external control. Send troops to the earth-splitting city. Send troops to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Execute Hewan Qing. Execute Yun Zhenu. Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu's plan, which had been planned for a few months, finally came to fruition. Destroy the earth-splitting city. Destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Monopolize the entire Yingzhou continent, obtain the Demon Vulture Army, and obtain the crystal warships. And this was Zhu Qingzhu's plan from the beginning. It was also something that he had discussed with Li Ming. The western region belonged to Ningwuming, and Zhongzhou belonged to Zhu Qingzhu. But Zhu Qingzhu coveted the western region. After he was badly injured, he took a turn and returned to his original position.